If you ever feel like it's all so Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black pill reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 78 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, folks. That was Cam Kardashian. The song is called Hospilled. Great song overall. Live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another day. That's right. It's Wednesday, November 22nd, 11:22 a.m., and I am right on time. Right on time, folks. Right on time. My hair is very wet right now because I just got out of the shower, but we are live and we're alive. You know about the poop sock. Yes, I do. I know that there's a poop sock in that song. I still play it because it's a good song regardless. Oh, my God. But yes, it's 78 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, and today is going to be yet another beautiful day on the broadcast. The new Johnny Harris video isn't beating the CIA allegations. Oh my God, there is a new Johnny Harris out there. Okay. Dutch elections are on today. I know. Don't I know it? Dutch elections are on. We'll be looking at probably not that. We'll be looking at everything else. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my world and what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you what's going on in the world of the HasanAbi Piker universe. Not much. Reading, learning, every day, as always, day and night. Watched a little bit of Pluto last night. It's pretty fucking good. I would say that it's it maybe even lays it on a bit too thick, but overall great stuff. Great stuff overall. Someone linked the clip of the far right Dutch politician getting whacked Looney Tunes style with an umbrella. Yeah, we'll do that. Did you see the sillies on TikTok think that the temporary ceasefire is planned purposely around Black Friday? I did not know that, but that's the funniest, silliest thing of all time. Okay. Sentient robots, robot sentience, open AI updates. We're gonna talk about it across the board. Rainbow Bridge between US and Canada closed following a vehicle explosion. There was a bomb, like a vehicular bomb that blew up. That just happened, so I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but we'll talk about that as well. Sam Altman's back at OpenAI. We're going to be talking about that as well. Just, you know, a lot of crazy stuff is happening in the world, so might have just been a Tesla. Well, we don't know. North Korean spy satellite cover it? What? There's a spy satellite? North Korea was able to create a spy satellite? Good for them. Proud of them. Listen, you guys know I root for the underdog, okay? Always. Anyway, upcoming Elon L. U.S. lawmakers asking the SEC to launch a fraud investigation into Elon Musk. Wow. Better late than never. Cover all that too. There's no OP updates at the moment. There's just nothing. Why is OpenAI a story seems like sensationalist Skynet? I think there's something very interesting about the fact that artificial intelligence will be used to basically eviscerate different parts of the service sector, like what remains of the American economy's backbone, I guess. And that's the reason why I'm paying attention to it, partially because I think it's just interesting. I think that I care about it from the angle of how this will trample on existing labor. And yeah, that's it. Anyway, as far as personal news goes, woke up this morning, worked out, did some legs, you know, hit some freaking legs, dude, on that high bar back squat, getting decent depth. You know what it is. You know how it is. Bill Burr being a base boomer again. Love that. So, you know, working on that. Kaya up updates. She's been a good girl. I think she's like pretty much over. I think she's pretty much over the hump as far as her period goes. We'll be talking about Jenna Ortega and the misinformation that's going around surrounding Jenna Ortega not returning to Scream, and also the Scream saga. What the fuck? This is literally something I have said verbatim. I do believe that bears are dangerous, and anyone who thinks they can get close to one is very stupid. But I also think that I'm very different, and the bear would sense my loving spirit. You could be chill with the bear and not a shark like this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, bears are fire, dude. I would literally, dude, me and the bear would simultaneously vibe check one another, and we would be besties. I know it. Also, this is just Kaya. You could be, I mean, it's true. I think a bear would 100% respect my vibes and go, honestly, I like everything about you, and we're fucking vibing. We're vibing pretty hard. I think that's what would happen in this circumstance, you know? Anyway, don't go where the bears are. Not Jenna Ortega, it's Melissa Barrera. No, I know. There's additional updates on the Scream saga from like Jenna Ortega not returning, but people have misunderstood that as like Jenna Ortega, taking a stance or something when that's not the case. Yeah, I know bear attacks are at an all-time high in Japan. They need me. They need me more than ever, honestly. Look at this, dude. They need me. They need me more than ever, dude. Bear attacks are at an all-time high in Japan this year. NTV created a visual representation for the 164 bear attacks that took place between January and October 2023, resulting in 175 injuries and 5 deaths. It's so funny that this is some Metal Gear ass music, by the way. Like, they're playing MGS soundtrack. Damn, shit got way gnarlier in this time frame. What the hell? What is happening? Damn, bear attacks are popping this year. This man is living your best life.
The bears are gonna go to sleep here for a couple months, so let's make one of our last snacks together a good one.
Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's bullshit. I need one, dude. I need one bad. I need one bad. I need two. Not even one. I need two. Yeah, Japanese bears are pissed, and I think I know why. Okay? I think we should vibe check Japan. Like, bears just don't attack people randomly like that. You know what I mean? There's probably a reason for why the bears are attacking the people. Have we figured out what the people have done wrong? You know what I mean? That's my first question in this situation. Israeli Defense Forces 1 minute ago. Proof. Behind the blast door, Hamas terrorist base under the hospital. They found more tunnel networks literally as I was going live, as in their deconstruction operation. Will you let tell Maya you will Vome live to Alves if they get bears? Why does it look like a Mr. Beast thumbnail? I know. You see the video of a bear eating a Mexican family's food? No, but they deserve to have it. This is pretty crazy what's going on here. They're coming after Rashida Tlaib pretty aggressively. We'll talk about that too. Watch Willie Max thing today. In my opinion, you should point out more often that the Ukraine take was almost 2 years ago now, and it's pretty dumb that the only other instance that you have where it's wrong is that far away. Shit was pointless as fuck though. Yeah, it is, but it doesn't matter because it's not being pushed by people who legitimately care. It's being pushed by people who just want to be like, you fucking suck, you're bad, and you're wrong. Who cares though? It doesn't matter. When are we getting phased up with FaZe Finkel? Dude, he's such a boomer. FaZe Finkelstein is such a boomer. We're working on it. Possibly Friday. I will have a guest today, though. I'm going to have Mike Isaac on from New York Times. New York Times tech reporter Mike Isaac is going to be on to talk about OpenAI and Sam Altman. Maybe some other stuff, too. And we'll see. FaZe Finkelstein is so funny because it's the truth, man. It's true. He is phasing the fuck up. He's phasing the fuck up, and he's never phasing down, and I respect that about him. Something you should know about Norm Finkelstein is that he phases the fuck up. Is Jank on tomorrow? Yes. The uncle-nephew showdown will be back tomorrow. Okay? Uncle Chunk Yogurt will be here, this time running for president. So just remember that. Okay? Anyway, let's blast off. Oh, IDF finds even more tunnels under Al-Shifa. I can't wait for someone to say that at a debate. FaZe Finkel or Uncle Jank. Favorite Thanksgiving dish? Easy. Wait, what is it? The one that's made with bread, leftover bread, stuffing. That's my shit. I love stuffing. Chunk yogurt is my favorite. Buffalo car bomb at the Canada border. Yeah, I know, but that's breaking shit, okay? And we don't know all the details. I'll take a look at what is confirmed so far. Dressing or stuffing easy? What is dressing? I think turkey is mid. I've talked about this before. I think turkey is very mid in general. It's not my favorite. I think chicken is supreme, but ultimately it don't matter.
High school science.
Yeah, the Rainbow Bridge between the United States and the Canada border, had a car bomb happen earlier. We're going to be looking at that. Let me just fucking write this blast off for Twitter first, though. Dressing versus stuffing is a southern thing? Oh, okay. Sweet potato casserole is the holy grail. Thoughts on a rack of lamb for Thanksgiving instead? Yay or nay? Yes. Lamb is always good. It's always really, really good. Okay. Hostage swap underway. Really prisoner conditions. Israel prisoner conditions. U.S. interests in ceasefire and more later. Mike Isaac will be on to discuss Sam Altman and open AI drama. Get in now. Okay, there it is. Where's that shirt from? It was a limited edition. Oh, there's a new Elon Musk report too. There's a lot of fucking news, man. It's a news heavy day, but like variety news. Don't worry. Dressing is the same as stuffing. Everyone's saying they're different as coping. I don't know. I didn't even know that there was a thing called stuffing. I wasn't even aware of that. Anyway, we're blasting off. I didn't mention the Rainbow Bridge because this beat feels like BBC News. The beat. I mean, yes, I do cover a lot of the news that you see in other places. I don't have my own. I do not have my own news team with journalists on the ground. I have to cover what other people are covering, read it in real time, analyze it in real time, and then let you know what my opinion is on the matter. Biden has some terrible things to say in the latest political article. I know, we're going to be looking at that as well. What is this? Damn, Turkish people are getting in on the smoke. Hamas confirms the killing of 4 members in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon yesterday. 2 of the members are Lebanese, and the 2 other Turkish nationals, according to Hamas, Ahmet Awad, Khaled Menawi, are Lebanese, and Bilal Öztürk and Yakub Erdal are Turkish nationals. What the fuck? His name is Yakub? I wonder if this guy is like Jewish Turkish. That's wild. It's wild to have like, it's wild. I mean, I don't know. I don't, there are Turkish Jewish people. So, or it could just be like Arabic. The way that he wrote this name is weird. That's why I'm saying like, that's not how you write Yakub in Turkish. It's more so, this is, you wouldn't write Yakub like this in Turkish. It's a Arabic name too, but I mean, obviously we have Turkish names that are Arabic as well. I mean, it's a swap. Hasan, Murat, Mehmet, Mahmud. These are all Arabic names that also are Turkish names too. Abi Türkiye'nin İsrail'ini ithal ettiği demir çeliğin %36'sını sağladığını yeterince insan konuşmuyor. Erdoğan pro Hamas gibi konuşsa da kapalılar ardından birbirlerini destekliyorlar. Abicim konuşuyoruz biz burada. Biz burada bahsediyoruz burada. Yani hiç. Anyway, yes, Turkey is one of Israel's greatest allies in the region. So Recep Tayyip Erdoğan constantly fucking talking about how he loves Hamas or whatever the fuck is just silly. And I've mentioned this time and time again. Why are they hitting Lebanon? Hezbollah is in Lebanon. Anyway, John Ossoff is like popping the fuck off. I don't know why. As you guys know, also John Ossoff is Jewish himself. He is popping the absolute fuck off on this issue harder than Raphael Warnock, who was definitely more pro-Palestine before running. Senator Ossoff from Georgia says, on the $14 billion weapons aid to Israel, I do not accept that the total deprivation of millions of innocent civilians is necessary for Israel to secure its objectives and the national interests of the United States. And where the United States is committing arms funds and support to those efforts, we must guard our principles and interests. Honestly, it's like, I mean, this is very unexpected. It is very unexpected. And not because like John Ossoff is Jewish. It's unexpected because John Ossoff is like, has always been a somewhat interesting character that was like very centrist, neoliberal, a rugged triangulator, right? So for him to just like take a really serious moral stance that somewhat goes against what the major narrative has been thus far in the Democratic Party, which is completely, in my opinion, oblivious to the popular narrative on the ground within the Democratic Party, but across the board. I don't know. I find it very interesting, and I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that like it's gone too far. Unacceptable and moral failure. In a shift, Jewish lawmakers Ossoff, Balint, and Phillips ramp up criticism on Israel's conduct. In the span of 2 days, one Jewish lawmaker became the first to call Israel to join a ceasefire. Another called the Palestinian death toll unacceptable, and a third said Israel's conduct was a moral failure. The 35 Jews in the House of Representatives. By the way, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency covering this with like sometimes this issue gets really weird when you talk about it. Like, obviously, I've talked about like Israel's demographics and like their demographic categorization, in my opinion, is like abhorrent because they say Jew or Arab, which is weird. But it's also odd when you have like the JTA writing this article, and it's like it's more so a joke in this situation. I'm not like being serious, but it is weird because like this is how I would read a Stormfront article. You know what I mean? The 35 Jews in the U.S. House of Representatives in the Senate. like yeah, Jews are not a monolith. Okay. 35 Jews in the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate, all but 2 of them Democrats, have been among the most stalwart in defending Israel since Hamas' October 7th massacres launched the war. Last month, 3 Jewish lawmakers, 2 progressives, spearheaded a letter from more than half of the House Democrats supporting President Joe Biden's robust backing of Israel. All 24 Jewish Democrats in the House signed it. Now, as the war enters its 6th week, the Palestinian death toll rises and the humanitarian crisis intensifies. Anguished expressions of dissent from Representatives Becca Balint of Vermont and Dean Phillips of Minnesota and Senator John Ossoff of Georgia suggested a wall of support might be crumbling. Phillips, Ossoff, and Balin each said that the massacres Hamas carried out, killing 1,200 people and taking more than 200 captive, recalled the horrors of the Holocaust. These events call to the mind the Einsatzgruppen SS, the Nazi death squads who hunted and massacred our relatives across Eastern Europe 80 years ago, Ossoff said on the Senate floor. But they said, that's a big but, they said they've been haunted by the subsequent carnage in which Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry has said that more than 11,000 Palestinians have died, including thousands of children. It is not known how many among that number are combatants and how many among the dead were victims of misfired rockets aimed at Israel. On Thursday, Balin became the first Jewish member of Congress to endorse a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. What is needed right now is an immediate break in the violence to allow a true negotiated ceasefire, she said in an op-ed for the Vermont news site, which is weirdly named, and I will not read it. One in which both sides stop the bloodshed, allow critical access to humanitarian aid, and move towards a negotiating a sustainable and lasting peace. Representative AOC, a New York Democrat who is a leader of the squad, the most left-wing faction in the House, immediately seized upon Balin's support, noting her Jewish identity. Well, you're doing that too in the article, JTA. Representative Becca Balin is now the first Jewish member of Congress to come out in favor of ceasefire in Gaza. She's incredibly brave, taking a stance rooted in her commitment to human rights and protection of the innocent. It's so wild that Bernie Sanders is being outflanked by, like, kind of centrist Democrats, like Dean Phillips. Like, what the fuck? John Ossoff? Like, what are we doing? A one-state solution is a non-starter if the right to return is on the table. If Israel's going to make any kind of deal, they won't agree to something that puts it at a disadvantage population-wise. Brother, I know that, but that's so racist. It's always so funny that, like, the conditions of an argument in this situation have to, like, abide by how unimaginably racist the population and the leadership is in the apartheid country. It's like, yeah, of course. And that's partially because, unfortunately, there's not enough outside pressure from Western countries on Israel to cut it the fuck out and no longer be this incredibly racist apartheid regime. So no, I don't actually care about the perspective of, like, people and how racist they are currently. I mean, it's like, I'm sorry, the apartheid must continue is a ridiculous fucking framing. Dick Durbin being to the left of Bernie on Gaza is insane to me. I know. Sence Bernie neden opinion değiştirdi bu konuda? I think a lot of liberal Zionists, which Bernie Sanders was definitely, I guess they were fine for advocating for Palestinians as long as they were, like, you know, helpless victims that were being ruthlessly slaughtered. And then when the Palestinians did actually get together and do some unimaginable cruelty, a fraction of what they have withstood over the course of the 75 years, but still, like, genuinely cruel and unusual, shocking acts of violence. A lot of people were like, oh, fuck, like, this is crazy. There's no way. I like genuinely think that Hamas needs to be eviscerated. And I think that's what happened, kind of. Like, I think it's genuine. I think a lot of people that are soft Zionists or liberal Zionists, like, legitimately were broken by October 7, which is understandable. I mean, there's a major veil had been cast aside in this situation, like this comfortable security blanket that surrounded Israel that made it this, like, prominent, militant, strong, chauvinist country, an extension of Western imperialism, an important base. It could not protect its own citizens for 2 whole days. That's unimaginable. You know, former friend of mine from Israel who was always progressive has been posting since October 7th about needing to eradicate Hamas and how they aren't humans. Had to see. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna be able to reason with a lot of people if they are not thinking about this critically. You're just not. It's never gonna happen because, like, impassioned responses are understandable. It will always happen, but impassioned responses specifically revolving around, like, the inhumanity of people, like the terrorist. These guys are terrorists. They're barbarians. They're rapists, beheaders of babies. Like, all of that. It is really emotional, and it's there to invoke this specific emotion out of you, so you can't think about it rationally and go, well, this has happened, like, not to the same. This violence has never happened, obviously, to the same degree, but Israel's actions have always been abhorrent and violent, as many progressive Israelis and progressive Zionists who are, liberal Zionists would recognize. And for some reason, that has not stopped, just like the blockade has not stopped the missiles from going in, and this has not stopped the people's will for violent emancipation, making the occupation costly. And every single time the IDF has said they're going to eradicate Hamas, they're going to cripple Hamas, they're going to destroy Hamas, and yet for some reason they haven't. Because you can't destroy, unless you do full-blown genocide and ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement, you're not going to be able to destroy an idea. You're not going to be able to destroy people's emancipatory efforts. People yearn for freedom, and it's an understandable position for people to have. So, I know that a lot of people ironically say, like, oh, all you're doing is creating Hamas 2, not realizing that Hamas 1 became what it is today due to the exact same conditions. That's it. So, type of action has happened hundreds of times over, but aimed at Palestinians. The chauvinist fascists saw it happen to them once and now are losing their minds. Yeah. That's why it's always important to take a step back, take a breather, and try to describe, openly admit that this is not like a justification for the violence whatsoever, but instead simply analysis. Analysis is not justification, but analysis is a necessity if you want to genuinely eradicate the problem. If you consider the violent actions of Hamas to be a problem, as I do, then you have to recognize that the only surefire way to stop it is by, one, figuring out why this violence exists to begin with, and it's certainly not because people are like barbaric, violent monsters across the board and are operating on, bloodthirst or whatever. Like, I don't think Israel's reaction is even the barbaric, like, anti-Palestinian hatred that they want. I think there's a material reason for it. The material reason for the violence that Israel subjects Israel's violence is territorial occupation, taking over more space, making it as cruel as possible for the existing Palestinians so that they'll inevitably leave. It is settler colonialism. So, yeah, Bibi is live right now.
Nation of the military and political efforts have caused this to make it possible. I think that this will help bring about a return of a...
Now, that's not barbaric for you? No, of course it's barbaric. Of course it's barbarism. Fascism is barbarism. Israel's actions are always barbaric. Israel's occupation has always been barbaric.
And also the American, and they claim it's not so. So let me quote what it says in the Red Cross. It has to do its work. It says specifically in the charter that it has to do so, to provide those medications and so on, and visit them. I often come before, I have before me very often difficult decisions to make, especially so in this case of the attempt to bring them, all the abductees home, is continuous, nonstop. And at this point, we're bringing back babies, mothers and children. They say we have the highest ethical demand on us to do so. We have done that in the past. We have done this in the past, despite it happened in Savoy, in Entebbe, in Sabena, in other cases. We've done that at great cost as well, or a few weeks ago as well, when we were able to, with a daring military action, to bring make the Giddish back. Therefore, we're not waiting. We every sliver of a possibility we're using and trying to do this holy task. The IDF and all the security forces are working nonstop on this, and they brought this the security. We also making sure that during the ceasefire there will be protect itself and be prepared for it. Yesterday, the government reached a decision, and I believe, as do my colleagues, as do as well, this is the correct one. I thank them all, my colleagues, to Benny Gantz, Minister, and Gantz, and the Herzl Halevi, and Dani Barnea, the Mossad, and Nitzan Alon, and Gal Hirsch, and everyone who has helped in obtaining their release. I want to be clear, and the Minister of Defense as well. The war is continuing. We continue the war until we reach all our goals, bring all our objectives back, destroy Hamas, and have assurance that no terror body will be in charge of Gaza. Gaza will no longer be a threat for Israel. We will bring security both to the south.
He's like, I promise we're going to be so violent, bro. I promise, please.
And we will continue fighting
please, fear
until the absolute complete victory. And we're doing this thanks to the bravery of our fighters and our sons and daughters, the heroes of Israel, and their sacrifices. And I also
Did you
remember,
say, I bet this old fuck can't even hit the gritty?
This victory has a heavy weight, heavy cost. Our heroes who have fallen in order to protect the home. I spoke this with Avichai and Tali Barazani.
Yeah, I did hear this. Israeli here, I don't know if you know this, but a few days ago, instead of continuing the discussions and decisions about making of atrocious war efforts, attacking Gaza, negotiating for hostages, getting Israeli citizens back to their homes, etc., our Israeli officials decided to vote on the question of whether terror should be executed or not. Absolutely insane. Did I mention they did it while hostages' families were in the room? Yes. I also saw that a bunch of the hostage families freaked the fuck out, started screaming at them. Itamar Ben-Gvir also literally kissed one of the hostage family members against his will. Like, he walked up to him, hugged him in the fucking top of the head, and kissed him. Like, to show support to him, you know what I mean? To show, like, fake sympathy to him, which is insane. It is so insane, brother. It is so psychotic. I'm telling you. It is hard to understand what the fuck is going on in Israel. It's just like you can't comprehend it. Okay. Oh, here's Yoav. Let's see what Yoav has to say. My man, he's gonna be like, everything Netanyahu said is bullshit. We're going to raise Gaza.
Hamas opened a war against the state of Israel. They thought that they're going to tear apart Israel. They'll plant the flag of Hamas in the middle of the Negev in the south of Israel after their horrific crimes.
Tom Segura used the clip.
Because we have been so obsessed. So obsessed.
What do you mean?
Do you not think that African Americans played a significant role in building this country? Oh, okay. All right. Well, do you think white people are better than black people? Let's just get right to it. Do you think white people are better than black people?
Better in the sense that...
What, better in what sense?
I'm about to tell you. That they create and black people destroy.
Holy crap. Wow. Oh, my God. Wow. You have black employees. How do they sit here and listen to you peddle this garbage?
It's the truth.
So we've been playing this guy's while, and then I think I just texted you about it. Or I don't know if we're on the phone.
No, my producer Kirsten saw that she's like, look, Tom's found Jesse Lee Peterson and Tom and Christine. And I was like, oh my God, I got to tell him.
And then you tell me, you go, I did his show. And I'm like, what?
That's crazy.
And when you say this,
go ahead.
Well, when you say this,
why were you in a Christian shirt? It's one of my favorite shirts. I haven't worn it in a minute, but are you kidding me? I never apologize for that. That's a real gym in Florida.
So I was like, what are you talking about? You go, yeah. And I think it was the night before a flight. So on the flight, I watched the whole thing on the flight, and I laughed so hard because I'm watching you like somebody I know, and I'm seeing you being like you're just like, cool, it's good to be here. Like you're just like being yourself and just, having a conversation, doing like basically a podcast. And then he starts to drop, his stuff. And I just see you're like, wait, what? And having you go like, is this a bit? Are people about to run out? It was so great.
My manager sent me that, first of all. I was like, hey, these people are interested in having you on. And all I did was look up real quickly. I'd seen some guests, and I was like, oh, Jordan Peterson. I just saw some people that
Oh, okay, that's it. So they just like start talking about JLP and how crazy he is. He is, though. Azan, did you see this? Apex tried to offer $20 million to someone to unseat Rashida Tlaib. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. JLP is fucking nuts, dude. He's nuts, though. That's it. There's not really too much you can talk about. The update is from 4 law enforcement officials told Tom Winter and Jonathan for New York that no explosives were found in the vehicle that crashed in the Buffalo area border checkpoint. Cause still to be determined, but law enforcement officials are not calling this terrorism. Someone is there. I mean, we don't know yet. This is all breaking news, so that's the reason why I haven't like touched the the car bomb possible or car explosion thing on the border. Okay. So that's the reason why I didn't touch it, even though Fox News apparently has been running that it's like 100p a fucking Hamas attack or some shit. Fox News called it terrorism. Chaos of breaking news. Yeah, Justin, vehicle explosion at Rainbow Bridge in Niagara Falls between U.S. and Canada border was an attempted terrorist attack with a lot of explosives in the vehicle at the time, according to Fox News. Of course. This is low-key. Part of the reason why, if something is not a constant, like an ongoing bombing campaign in Gaza, for example, like in a situation like this, or a mass shooting, the only reason why I will like look at it immediately, and I will reiterate my perspective on the matter, the only reason why I will look at it is if there is like legitimately a shit ton of misinformation flowing around. But I usually wait for, obviously, journalists to cover it. And at the most, the thing I will look for is police, like what the police are releasing in their own like live press conferences, shit like that. Anyway, Laura Loomer called it Islamic terrorism about 50 minutes after it happened. Spider is looking gal. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a lot of the irony, of course, is that people have this narrative where like Hassan is always covering breaking news and he's always getting shit wrong. But like, no, I think there's a pretty solid. I think I have a pretty solid approach to this kind of thing, regardless. So, as I was saying, really interesting to see like how the tide is turning on the Israel's endless bombing campaign. But, of course, we have to cover this part of the story, which is, since day one, the U.S. calls for restraint weren't about the morality of collective punishment, but simply the PR disaster would create for Israel and the United States. This is why they pushed for using smaller bombs and humanitarian pauses as they quietly kept sending more munitions. I'm going to cover this Politico article, and you can cover your eyes as the top of the hour ad break comes in by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Or you can get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I cannot wait for Evan Hill or Eric Toller's analysis on the tunnels that were uncovered. I am excited to see what kind of information comes out of this. You guys know what my position is. I do not give a fuck if there's a complex tunnel structure underneath the hospital. Ridiculous that they had not shown enough evidence leading up to this moment. But the complex tunnel structure underneath the hospital still does not mean that you can blow up the hospital on top of it. Complex tunnel structures exist under the entirety of Gaza. This is not an appropriate action to take. It is also not one that is permissible by international humanitarian law. It does not matter. They are simply doing this not to like defend their actions to a genuine court. They will never see a genuine court of law. They will never actually have to withstand an international tribunal. They are simply doing this for propaganda for the Western world to go, see, there's tunnels under the hospital. Hamas is using the hospital as a base, and they're secretly hiding under the hospital. There are tunnels under every fucking structure, pretty much. There's 400 kilometers of tunnel networks underneath Gaza. You cannot blow up the top of Gaza so you can get to the tunnels. Okay? That's not a thing you can do. I do not know if these are the tunnels that Israel built. They do look very patchy and shitty, which implies that they are relatively consistent with the tunnels that Hamas has built in other places.
Shifa hospital compound. We're underneath the ground.
Fuck.
We are approximately between the Qatarian building is above us, and this is the way to the street. Meaning this is a way that goes outside from the hospital. We are talking about a tunnel which is more than this, only this specific area is more than 300 meters of a tunnel. So this area goes directly outside of the hospital, approximately to one of the areas outside, maybe a mosque, maybe an apartment, and it's blocked. It's blocked and sealed. They knew that we were going to come here more than a month ago, and they sealed it.
Wait, so they haven't been using it? What the fuck? Wasn't that the whole point? Dude, come on. That is insane. They sealed it to hide the tunnels. Yeah, no shit. That means they're not using the tunnels. The fuck? it's a headquarters. They do so much commanding and controlling from there. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. Oh my god.
And now we're going to see the infrastructure of the tunnel. This tunnel is a complex tunnel. It's not the ones that we know. It's more convenient for long living, like you have toilets and you have rooms that were built in order to contain people. But this room is an operational room that had communication with electricity provided from the sources of the hospital, meaning the hospital is providing electricity. This room was evacuated and all the gear was evacuated. I guess it was evacuated when they knew or understand that we're going to enter into Shifa Hospital.
So when you're looking at a video like this, like when you're looking at tunnel structures, if it is like tunnels that Israel had built, if it's structures that Israel had built, it would probably be for mixed utility, which is that, yes, it would look a little bit better than this, most likely. I don't know. I don't know who built these, but it would look a little bit nicer. But also on top of that, the spacing that you have to have, it's pretty consistent. 2 meters high, 10 meters in depth underground is what the Hamas tunnel structures look like, right? Now, having said that, if these were the tunnels that they were using for hospital purposes, then the tunnel structure itself would probably be a little bit wider because you need to be able to like pass stretchers through, for example. I mean, depending on what the usage is. 2 meters high, 2 meters deep? No. The tunnel itself will usually be 2 meters high. However, it's 10 meters in the ground. The tunnel will be much wider and look like a copy of a ward above ground. There are so many narrow that you can't move patients in beds and have medical equipment down there. The conditions are pretty bad. Exactly. Which leads me to believe that these were, at a certain point, I don't know exactly when, but these were most likely tunnels utilized by Hamas or other Palestinian militant factions.
You can see
but the fact that they have,
in front of us are going,
like the fact that they have actually sealed tunnel entrances implies that they most likely did this a while ago and were not able to utilize these tunnel systems, which once again doesn't justify, even if they were utilizing the tunnel systems underneath the hospital, still doesn't justify fucking unironically blowing up the hospital above it. You can't do that and cause so much chaos and death and destruction on a medical facility. So no matter what happens, that's still completely unacceptable under international humanitarian law. Are you a tunnel expert now? If only you understood. If you're coming in here and you are specifically coming in here to be like, fuck Hassan, like, I love Israel, like, he's so dumb, and you listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, you would understand that I'm actually literally reconfirming what the IDF is saying here. But because you have no interest in it, you don't even understand what I'm saying. You think that I'm saying, like, this isn't a Hamas tunnel. This is not a Hamas tunnel at all, because you're just upset and you just want to fucking yell. I am a tunnel expert. I'm an expert in your mom's tunnel, if you know what I'm saying. Okay? I've been tunneling your mom every goddamn night. But how can you even reconfirm anything? What do you mean, how can I even reconfirm anything? My job is to look at information that is being presented by every side and give you analysis. Do I know a little bit about like what the Hamas tunnel structures look like? Absolutely, I do. I've looked at hundreds of them. And not only that, but I also routinely communicate with people who are themselves people that are infinitely more knowledgeable than myself on issues like this. So yes, what kind of stupid thing is this? No one could ever know anything if you operated on these boundaries. Why am I getting derailed by some dumb motherfucker? Oh my God. So not only a JDAM whisperer, but a tunnel expert. Gotcha. Holy moly. Dude, go back to the fucking community of people that don't know who Recep Tayyip Erdogan is, okay? And thinks like Bashar al-Assad is Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who also simultaneously is the fucking leader of Israel, okay? Please. What kind of idiotic situation have I found myself on? Don't waste your time on that last guy. He's so stupid and annoying that even the no-lives on Reddit that hate you can't stand his ass. I know, I fucking, Jesus Christ.
Inside the tunnel you can see a small kitchen. So it will provide them food, water, etc. All these facilities of water and food are coming from the hospital, meaning they're using the hospital infrastructures. They're using the hospital infrastructures in order to provide this terror mechanism to stay alive and survive.
Is there a way to analyze whatever material was used to seal the tunnel to check how long ago it was sealed? Yes, I think you can probably do like, I mean, there's different tests that I assume you can use in this situation. You can look at the chemicals. I'm sure there's like some mechanism, like it's not carbon dating, or maybe it is carbon dating actually. I don't know if carbon dating works for something that.
I want to show you more rooms. More rooms.
Is this supposed to justify hospital bombings? Yes, it is supposed to justify the actions taken against Al-Shifa, but also against all of the other hospitals as well, neither of which is permissible, neither of which is appropriate, and it doesn't really matter.
The room, where you can sleep, eat, make command control. It also has an air conditioning. This air conditioning goes above the hospital. One of the reasons that allows us to understand this complex is that we found the engine of the air conditioner, of course, outside, next to the Qatari compound.
I don't think it's carbon dating.
Electricity, full electricity. The gear that was inside here was evacuated before we entered. But look at the ceiling. This is not just a regular tunnel. This is a high facility compound.
This is a terror tunnel. Terror.
Also, more toilets here.
See, this is why it's most likely not like built by Israel or some shit, as people originally suspected, because Israel had built some of the tunnel structure underneath the hospital. Because you cannot put a fucking patient through this hole. Like, there is no utility in this situation. You know what I mean? There is no, this is not like a mixed utility tunnel.
They tried to seal it also with sand and other components that we will not.
Have you seen the vitriol that has come out of these towards healthcare workers and the Doctors Without Borders organization? It's wild how gross people have become towards some of the most charitable people. Yeah, people are fucking insane. And I think that a lot of people are recognizing that. And this level of like counter propaganda is not going to work. I know that they're trying to do this, but this only makes them look dumb in the most charitable way of interpreting their genocide. Is this supposed to mean we bomb over ground and look how ineffective it is to kill Hamas because they have tunnels? Exactly. It only shows me that like you have to adapt. If your enemy is fucking using tunnels and your job is to get to them, and the only thing you're doing is like blowing up fucking hospitals on top of the tunnel structure, which the tunnel structure looks literally intact. So it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, what are you doing? You're just demonstrably showing your failure. All you've done is shown the world that you are a failure, and you didn't really give a fuck about the tunnels. You're just using it as a post hoc rationalization for wiping out entire fucking chunks of Gaza so you can inevitably occupy it. That's it. But because most people cannot work because most people can't like work away from the perspective of like the people on top of these tunnel structures are actually innocent civilians. They don't see it that way. They see it as like possibly complicit actors that are also scary Arabs and Palestinians and maybe those who are aligned with Hamas, barbaric terrorists, that they turn around and say, no, this is good enough justification. Hassan, noted tunnel expert now. Is there anything this man is not an expert on? Oh my God. Guys, I am not a tunnel expert. I've never said I'm a tunnel expert. I'm not a missile expert. The irony is that many people who have fucking said, Hassan, remember when you said it was a JDAM? Literally did not see anything beyond the 20-second clip where I say, I am not a missile expert by any means. I am not a missile autist in any means. I'm talking to other people who are, however, to develop better analysis on this matter. It is so fucking weird, dude. What the fuck is going on? And I'm also saying these are Hamas tunnels. I'm saying these are Hamas tunnels most likely. Why are you fucking... You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Who are the experts you're talking to? Most forensic analysts that you are relying on, I'm talking to. It's so stupid. Why would I give you any of the people that I talk to in mainstream media so that you can go and fucking endlessly harass them? You are a cyber stalker psychopath who is not even interesting because you don't have a name. I do have names. I'm just simply not going to give them to you. I do. But you are a bad faith, uncharitable dickhead who is in here to derail. So, of course, you do not deserve the dignity of a response, which I've given you thus far. Yeah, let me go. Hey, guys, here, dude, here, hold on. I got it, dude. Here, hold on. We got it. All right, let me bust it wide open. Let me crack a bag of Adderall and read through this tunnel article on Wikipedia so I can be a tunnel expert in the eyes of dumb motherfuckers. All right, guys, we're good. I'm a expert in tunnels now. Are you happy, chatter? Open up a notepad and start jotting notes. I know. Why am I getting so fucking derailed here today? Anyway, they got their karma. Congrats. Yeah.
Be able to enter here. We evacuated the sand. We open up those entrance.
Yeah, listen, if you're coming from a community that watched the GeoConfirm thread and took it as like 100% correct, and then came in here to talk about it wasn't Al-Shifa, it was Al-Ahli, by the way. If you're coming in here from a community of people who didn't even fucking know what Israel was, where it was on a fucking map, who the leadership was, completely oblivious to 75 years of occupation and more, and still was just like rehashing things that they saw on OSINT Twitter from GeoConfirmed, who GeoConfirmed himself openly admitted was wrong. If you're coming from that fucking community, there's plenty of dumb shit and dumb fucks in that community as well who've gotten things wrong over and over again. It's just that you are like moths to a motherfucking light, and you hammer on in this idiotic way, thinking that like you are not wrong 95% of the fucking time. You gullible fucks. Shut the fuck up. It's so weird. Throughout this process over the past month, I've had experts, historians, literal members of the fucking Knesset. I'm constantly in contact with journalists who do forensic analysis for media companies. I will not be talking about who said journalists are, but there are members that I trust, that I think are very sound and smart. You, on the other hand, are coming at it from a perspective of not knowing a single fucking thing on the matter. You are intellectually uncurious, and your goal is to simply derail. That's it. Forensic anal mentioned, yes.
We can go in, but they're trying to ruin this tunnel in order for us not to be able to enter.
Yeah, people who have worked backwards towards this conclusion of like trying to justify everything, coming in here to just like yell at things that they misunderstood.
You can see the stairs here going down. Electricity from all over the sides are electricity.
That's wrong, actually. Every video was geo-confirmed. Only thing they missed, which is the most important one, is the rocket was shot by an interceptor. Once they confirmed, they took the thread down and made a new one with posts of Iron Dome launchers. Brother, I'm sorry, but that was my brief insight into OSINT Twitter. And the way that you are describing this event, the way that you're describing what happened on that day is ridiculous. Plenty of people literally were like, that's so stupid that you think that a missile that like misfired that you're watching fucking perish was capable of like blowing up the courtyard of a hospital, which it wasn't. That was so utterly incorrect. It was incorrect even with the little amount of information that we had at the time. I was there. I was telling them with Archie that they had a launcher. What? Wait, oh, were you the guy who sent me the Archie thread originally? No, the guy he's talking about is another like OSINT guy who was correct, who like the New York Times personally gave props to. Yeah, near Gaza, and they didn't until way hours later. Exactly. That thread was so damaging because that thread, the GeoConfirm thread, was so ludicrous, such a ridiculous fucking, such a ridiculous thing to just like push for. It was demonstrably incorrect. And yet so many people went along with it, and it spread like fucking wildfire, and it doesn't matter. It was like, the guy himself openly admitted it was wrong and deleted the thread and said, my bad. Which is so weird, because there sounded like a JDAM, didn't it? The explosion from afar with the whistle of whatever the fuck was like falling on the hospital was consistent with much larger munitions at the time, because we thought before we saw the impact crater, and this is not my perspective. This was not a perspective that I shared. This is a perspective that I shared with others as well. Was that why are we still talking about this? Oh, this is so stupid. I'm getting derailed. I'm getting so fucking hyper derailed. Shut the fuck up, trolls. All right, let's continue. I'm a tunnel expert.
Electricity compound, of course, all this electricity gear, of course, comes out from the hospital. The hospital provides, in that sense, electricity to this stir mechanism of the tunnel. This is a unique signature of the arches. The arches are a unique technique by Hamas, building the tunnels. It's something that was designed in the last 15 years. This unique every area that we see arches are we understand that it assembled, that it has a tunnel next to it. This is how we revealed some of the tunnels, so it's a unique structure of Hamas tunnels in the last 15 years. The warriors, it took time to make sure that this area is not booby trapped. We were worried that it was booby trapped. Cleaning this area, opening it so we can go inside, was a huge task for the forces of the special units that were here. Where the warrior is standing here, it goes directly to the street, meaning it again goes out from the hospital to the north side of the hospital, where we found another tunnel which has an elevator. Like
this is to the reason why they're showing all this is so that they can try and justify bombing the hospital, like, you know, shooting at the hospital, saying that like this was an operational command and control center under Al Shifa. We had no other option but to like go in there and do all of this shit. And even in this video itself, they openly mentioned that the tunnels were sealed months in advance, according to his take. So I don't know. And that's basically it. Where's his command center again? Yeah, they said it was a Hamas headquarters. They're uncovering more tunnel structures underneath the hospital as well. None of it really matters. Are there chatters bots? Maybe. Yeah, the spokesman prefaced this video by saying Hamas literally abandoned the tunnel structure a month prior. They're saying that like they tried to do something where they originally claimed that like the doctors were coordinating with Hamas to like hold off the IDF from entering the hospital so that they could like in secrecy seal the tunnels. So
this is why all the battalion's commander, all the senior commander terrorists came here to command the operation, went outside, went back to the hospital to do command and control.
I'm so tired of the super pipeline, pro-Palestinian protest, pro-Israelis viewed as support for terrorism. IDF and Hasbara put out propaganda. Please educating people that terrorists use bad methods to do things, which a lot of time can be bad things. Welcome to Israel. The goal, he said that they were sealed months ago, or at least a month ago. The goal of this is clear. It's to show you some kind of post hoc rationalization and post hoc evidence that justifies bombing a hospital on top of it. It does not. Nothing justifies that. Okay? I'll give you guys more updates on the tunnels when actual experts analyze the footage. And it's not just me looking at it with my own virgin eyes, as I am not a tunnel expert by any means. Okay? This is only one of the tunnel structures that's underneath the compound. But ultimately, all of this, no. The former prime minister said they built those tunnels and bunkers themselves on CNN. No. We don't know if that is the tunnel structure that Israel built, because it doesn't look like it can be used. To be clear, he said one of the entrances, and I believe there are 3 that was sealed around a month ago. Yeah, he said one of the entrances was sealed, and the other ones they've had to like get to by basically doing shit like this. So I don't know what level of utility these tunnel structures had. Okay. Israel Defense Force exposed further parts of Hamas tunnel network under the Shifa Hospital, publishing videos and additional entrances to underground hideout rooms. Infographics show the estimated tunnel route under the so-called Qatari building at Shifa. This video shows another tunnel entrance near Shifa. Video published by the IDF soldiers inside the tunnels at Shifa. Yeah, but it is like odd that they had to dig through it and find the entrances. Possible explanation is that they assumed the sealed entrance wouldn't be booby-trapped, whereas the other ones likely were. I mean, I don't know if they have actually found a single fucking booby trap thus far. They usually do booby trap some of the tunnels, but I think those are fake tunnels. Like they have bait tunnels. They have tunnels everywhere. Some of those tunnels they leave once the Israeli forces come through that region and they booby trap it. No, this is them breaking into the tunnel halfway through to prove that it's near the surgery building. They had already entered the tunnel from either end. So if it was for access for Hamas's use of the hospital, then the access would have been discovered from within the hospital, so it doesn't really matter at all. No, I think that some of I think they uncovered at least one entrance that is inside of the hospital compound. But regardless, so the idea of it showing is that they failed to destroy the tunnels as they use it as a justification for genocide. Yes, or rather, I think it's more nefarious than that. I think the real reason why they're showing all this stuff is specifically to say, no, you don't understand. We had to kill 14,000 people so we could get to these tunnels and we could like shut them off, even though it seems like the tunnels were not in operation already. But even if it was, they're basically saying like the casualties of the Palestinians who you think are innocent are actually totally valid kills because they are standing on top of these structures and defending them by standing on top of these structures and defending them. The last video is Manny Fabian's thread, I think, shows the entrance to the tunnel basement. Oh, here, this one. Oh, it's the Qatari building, yeah. I think this is the one that they were at as well. Or wait, no, this is just the same one. It's the same area that the other guy went to. It's the same one. Your channel is not showing up on Twitch's main page. It is most likely because you're on mobile and mobile is wonky and it's like kind of busted. That's probably what it is. And it's been an ongoing problem for mobile. Yeah. On desktop, it's fine. Yeah, Jamal Bowman's story we're going to talk about as well. Wait, what the fuck? Am I blocked by Richie Torres? No way. He blocked me? That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. The fuck? I led the trip with Jamal Bowman. It's a fact. There are checkpoints in Hebron where security separates who can walk where by religion. Other checkpoints keep roads sterile of Palestinians. I've been there dozens of times. Join me. The president of J Street said. Isn't that illegal? I don't think so. So, second to last video here. Video shows another tunnel entrance near Shifa. So the tunnel entrance is not in Shifa. It says near Shifa. How near? No, there's definitely tunnels both underneath the compound and also specifically on the edges of the compound or even in buildings surrounding the compound. Guys, there's tunnels everywhere. Okay? No, this is like, that part is 100% correct. I don't know if this is the Shifa Hospital or one of the buildings inside of the Shifa Hospital. They're just simply saying, or Manny Fabian is saying that this is near Shifa. I think they're doing it to show proof that Hamas was using Viet Cong tunnels under the hospital. I think the only nefarious one is Netanyahu, but I don't think he ordered a video made. Wait, what? No, Netanyahu is not the only nefarious person. There's plenty of people in the IDF that's also, and plenty of people in, there's plenty of people that are certainly nefarious. Infographics show the estimated route of the tunnel under the so-called Qatari building at Shifa. Yeah. So this is the this is the exit of the tunnel structure, which is in the hospital compound area. That's why they say it's near it, I think. And then this is where the tunnel structure goes to. Anyway, we have not talked about the Niagara bombing. I don't know enough about what's going on there. It seems like it was I don't know. According to the police, they are not ruling that this was a bombing thus far. Anyway,
my wife and I were walking down Main Street here, and the car was coming flying back here, like over 100 miles an hour. We could hardly even see me. It was going that quick. There was a car in front of him. He swerved around it, and then it looked like he hit the fence, and this fire started, and then all of a sudden he went up in the air, and then it was a ball of fire like 30, 40 feet high.
Bro, if it was a fucking Tesla, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind.
Never seen anything like it. It was really incredible.
Do we know what kind of car it was?
We were walking up this way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then describe it again. So
okay, so we were walking up...
Turn towards us. Turn towards us.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So we were walking up the road, and we seen this car coming down towards the border. And he was flying over 100 miles an hour. There was a car in front of him. He swerved out, went in front of the car, hit the fence, went flying up into the air. He hit, I think there was an elevation part. He went up into the air, and we just seen the fireball, and that's all we could see. It was just covered in smoke everywhere.
So the car was coming from the U.S. into Canada, towards Canada?
Yes, it was going towards Canada, yes.
Okay, did it actually hit towards the bridge? Where was that elevated area?
There was a fence there that's fenced off around there. It looked like it hit part of the fence because it's all damaged. And then it went elevated up, and then it went up into the air, and then it was just a fireball and smoke everywhere.
And did you see officers like pulling weapons or doing anything like that?
Not till later. I had never seen them pull a weapon, but it took about 10 minutes for, like, the border police were there.
I love the dude. Going back to the IDF thing, I'm sorry. This is such a dude. IDF is posting the funniest shit. I can't get over this. We'll cover this shit in a little bit. Okay, hold up, dude. Look at this. Look. Dear world, is this enough proof for you? Dog, you killed 6,000 children. What are you saying? You killed 6,000 children so far. What is this? They literally took bodies out of the hospital only to give them back so they can do a mass grave again. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, dear world? What is this? What kind of small bean shit is this? Now, that sounds like some fucking propaganda. No, it's not even good propaganda. That's what I'm saying. Of course it's propaganda. This is the IDF official Twitter account. Like, what do you mean? Ooh, small bean had to fucking kill all these kids. Dear world, is this proof enough for you? And it's like, no, man, this still doesn't make it right. Like, what you've done is so fucked up. Far right won the Dutch elections. Oh, great.
Obviously.
Anyway, let me continue with the fucking the Israel-Palestine stuff, and then I'll get to the border explosion.
Now to breaking news overnight on a deal to release some of the hostages held by Hamas during a brief ceasefire. Matt Gutman is on the scene for us with the details.
After this, I'm going to cover the Politico article that shows America's real interest in the matter and why they behave in the way that they have been behaving.
Good morning, Matt.
Robin, good morning. We are at a base just outside of the Gaza Strip. You may be able to see the smoke over those tanks. Israel continues to hit positions even as that ceasefire nears that hostage deal being brokered. Israel to get at least 40, possibly more hostages back as early as tomorrow. This morning, roughly 50 hostages held by Hamas and other militant groups are set to be released from Gaza. Hamas and Israel finally agreeing on the deal, officially approved by the Israeli government overnight. That release would include around 30 children and some women. In exchange, Israel has agreed to release 150 Palestinian prisoners, women, and teenagers. The exchange set to happen over the course of a 4-day pause in the hostilities, the first in over 6 weeks. Hamas says the ceasefire will allow hundreds of trucks of humanitarian relief, medical aid, and fuel to enter most parts of the Gaza Strip amid a deepening humanitarian crisis there. U.S. officials say 3 of the hostages set to be released are Americans. 3-year-old Abigail Moore Edan expected to be among them.
Until we actually see Abigail and other children come out of Gaza, I really don't think I will let myself really believe that she's free.
Abigail's parents killed when Hamas terrorists stormed Kibbutz Kfar Aza on October 7th. She was in her father's arms when he was shot dead. Her birthday this Friday.
We all pray that Abigail will actually be home to celebrate her 4th birthday.
Throughout the negotiations, which were brokered by Qatar, President Biden was in constant contact with Prime Minister Netanyahu. But Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu making clear that a temporary truce does not mean the war will stop. Israel saying it will continue the war until it eliminates Hamas and brings all the hostages home. For weeks, families have been demanding that the Israeli government prioritize the return of hostages. Outside the Israeli War Cabinet building Tuesday, loved ones waited in agony as Israeli officials debated the deal for hours. Hadass Calderon hoping that her children will be among those released.
I fight for this deal, but
Israeli hostages versus Palestinian prisoners. Yeah, 100%. By the way, that dynamic is actually really important. I'm glad you caught that. So I briefly mentioned this last night, but there's two different ways that Israel can apprehend people that are Palestinian. Okay, we've talked about the different types of IDs, the different types of identification, and the amenities that you get in both Israel proper or in the occupied territories, whether it be Gaza or the West Bank. Obviously, Palestinian citizens of Israel have the highest, after Jewish citizens of Israel, the highest amenities. They are under the civil structure. They go to the regular courts. Obviously, there's a tremendous amount of racism against them, and they don't have all of the same full legal rights. However, they are in a much better situation than the Palestinians living in the West Bank or the Palestinians living in Gaza. Now, in Gaza, all of the people that are Gazan Palestinians are apprehended as enemy combatants, military tribunal, and it's a really gruesome process. In the occupied territories of West Bank, the Palestinians that are apprehended can be apprehended under indefinite detainment, and the structure is pretty similar. It's still a military court. There's still no civil court process, and they can be indefinitely detained with secret evidence. Children, hundreds of them, have been indefinitely detained. This is not a thing that. Hold on, I'll show you real quick. I'm going to give you the article. What's my take on the deal? It's a good first step, and it could have happened weeks ago. It's the same exact deal. It's a good first step, and it's the same exact deal that could have happened weeks ago, but Netanyahu kept wanting to pummel Gaza to satisfy his bloodthirsty urges. So it's really fucked up. Hold on, I'm going to show you. So here, this is an Al Jazeera article that covers it a little bit as well. Good time to remind people that Israel doubled its hostages under indefinite detention where the conditions are gruesome immediately after October 7. These are mostly civilians who were arrested over secret evidence and held under openly torturous conditions by an occupying force. Israel doubled its number of Palestinian prisoners to 10,000 in 2 weeks. Okay? Since October 7, Israel's arrested 4,000 laborers from Gaza and more than 1,000 people in the occupied West Bank, Palestinian officials say, including children. Prisoners are subjected to starvation and thirst. They are prevented from accessing their medicine, specifically for those suffering from chronic illnesses that require regular medication, adding that matters became worse when the prisoner administration cut off water and electricity. Adamir also reported, this is the Palestinian prisoner civil rights group, Adamir, also reported the prevention of the access to medical care. This is an Al Jazeera article for those of you who are wondering. I'll cover the article really quickly. They also shut down the prison clinics. They also prevented prisoners from going to hospitals and external clinics, despite the presence of some cancer patients among the prisoners who require continuous treatment, said the rights group. They also shut off access to a canteen where you can buy like toothpaste and other amenities. During periods of calm, under Israel's 56-year military occupation, 15 to 20 people are arrested on a daily basis, which is an insane number. But since October 7th, the daily arrest rate of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem has gone up to 120 people, according to Palestinian officials. Now, this is done under administrative detention. The unlawful combatants law is the equivalent of administrative detention in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. The unlawful combatants law is the one utilized in Gaza. The administrative detention is the one utilized in occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, which allows Israel to hold Palestinians from those areas indefinitely under secret evidence. Most of the 1,070 people arrested in those areas since October 7 are being transferred to administrative detention, Francis said. They are signing off on dozens of administrative detention orders every day. Some of these people, by the way, some of these scalps that they basically collect, oh, by the way, hundreds of people have died under these gruesome conditions. Where is the proof? Where is the proof that thousands of people are detained in the West Bank and East Jerusalem under secret evidence? Or do you mean where's the proof of their wrongdoing? Is there proof of those numbers? Why were they detained? There is, as a matter of fact. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but Israeli human rights groups document this alongside Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. It is an apartheid regime, after all, so this kind of racist nonsense happens quite frequently. But if you don't want to take my word for it, perhaps you can take the word of, like I said, B'Tselem. B'Tselem has statistics on this thing. Hold on. Let me give you the B'Tselem numbers for you so you can maybe, hopefully, shed yourself of the weird skepticism that you have. Like, don't take my word for it. Administrative detention. Here you go. Administrative detention is the incarceration without trial or charge, alleging that a person plans to commit a future offense. It has no time limit, and the evidence on which it is based is not disclosed. Israel employs this measure extensively and routinely, and has used it to hold thousands of Palestinians for lengthy periods of time. Here's another B'Tselem article on minors in Israeli custody. While detention orders are formally reviewed, this is merely a semblance of judicial oversight, as detainees cannot reasonably mount a defense against undisclosed allegations. By the way, this is not in a civil court structure. This is a military court as well. Nevertheless, courts uphold the vast majority of orders. I believe 97.5% are upheld. A lot of men, women, and children, elderly. It's just kidnapping. It's legalese for kidnapping. I get why people are saying that the 150 hostages that Israel will be releasing are actually terrorists. How do they justify releasing terrorists while in the midst of a war on terror? Because they're not terrorists. There's only one person who, I believe, and I looked through the list, there's only one person in that list that actually attempted to shoot someone. Beyond that, it's mostly women and children. And I don't know why they tried to put that name in there anyway. I assume they put it in there as bait to be like, look, they're making us release terrorists or some shit like that. Anyway, where's that guy? Is he still in the chat? Or maybe he got permit? He got banned? Why did he get banned? Wait, what's his at? I want to look at what he said. I really commend you for taking the time to show random chatters the truth, Hasan, instead of belittling them like many do. I mean, it's the beginning of the broadcast, so I'm in a better mood than I usually am. That's part of the reason why I'm doing that, even though most of the people that come in here are totally bad faith and just in here to derail. Wait, why did you guys ban him? I'm going to unban him for now. They are bad faith. That person is definitely bad faith. And under normal circumstances, it's totally valid to ban someone. Totally valid to ban someone like that. It's just that most people that come in here that have no understanding of what's going on don't see the fucking barrage of like psychopathic bad faith derailers in the midst of this kind of coverage, in the midst of this series coverage. So they probably think I'm being a fucking asshole for no reason. Anyway, but it's important for people to see it, even though a lot of this basically comes from just simply not believing what I'm saying and not thinking that it's actually well informed, this perspective. Why? It's because you see clips of this stream. You don't actually see the YouTube videos. If you specifically see clips that were clipped out of context from the stream and not my full-blown comprehensive YouTube videos where editors will go in and actually put the proof of exactly what I'm saying in real time as evidence into the YouTube videos, you will probably assume that I'm in the wrong or something like that. I'm just trying to ask questions, see the bigger picture, and get banned. Nice. Okay, well, shut the fuck up. We unbanned you, little boy. Okay, we unbanned you. Does this help you understand a little bit? Maybe if you were a little bit more curious, like legitimately a curious person, you could have probably arrived at this information on your own. Anyway, but here it is. Here are the numbers. Administrative detainees by duration in custody, minors and adults. Overall, what are you doing, Kaya? Get out of there. Kaya, get out of there. At the end of September 2023, the Israeli Prison Service was holding 1,310 Palestinians in administrative detention. Also, in some cases, the military holds administrative detainees, usually for short periods of time until there's room for them in an IPS facility. At the end of 2020, the IPS adopted a new policy and stopped providing B'Tselem with the requested figures. Instead, it has since published some data on the IPS website every 3 months. The first year this occurred, wonder why they did that. The first year this occurred, July 2020 through to September 2021, the figures published were partial and therefore not included here. The figures from the military are received with significant time delay and provide no details regarding inmates' legal standing. The following figures were provided or published by the military and the IPS, so responsibility for their accuracy lies with them. So yeah, Regarding who's been released, Israel's Justice Ministry has released a list of the Palestinian prisoners who are expected to be released as part of the deal with Hamas. The list has 300 names, though only 150 will be released at the first stage. None of them have been convicted of murder, some convicted of attempted murder and aggravated assault. By the way, that's a really interesting way to massage that narrative, but it's fine. There's only, I believe, one person who was convicted of attempted murder. Others convicted of more minor offenses, such as contact with an outlaw group, setting off an explosive, stone throwing, and arson. Here is the article I was reading from earlier. Since October 7th, Israel has arrested 4,000 laborers from Gaza and more than 1,000 people in the occupied West Bank, Palestinian officials say. Ramallah, occupied West Bank. Israel has arrested so many Palestinians in the last 2 weeks since the start of its bombardment of the besieged Gaza Strip that it has doubled the number of Palestinians in its custody. They did this because they are holding them hostage. Okay? They're holding them hostage. There is no reason that they even have to give to hold these people hostage. They do it under secret evidence. There were about 5,200 Palestinians in Israeli prisons prior to October 7th when the Palestinian armed resistance group Hamas launched an attack on Israel, which responded almost immediately with a relentless bombing campaign. The number of prisoners have now risen to more than 10,000 people, Palestinian officials said on Thursday afternoon. Over the past 2 weeks, according to officials and rights groups, Israel has arrested some 4,000 laborers from Gaza who are working in Israel and is holding them in military bases. Separately, it has also arrested 1,070 other Palestinians in overnight army raids in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Arrests are taking place 24 hours a day, said Sahar Francis, the head of the Ramallah-based Adamir Prisoners' Rights Group. Most of the people from Gaza are being held at a military base called Sideh Teiman, near the Be'er al-Sabeh, Be'er Sheva, in the northern Nakab Desert, she said. Hundreds of others are being held in Ofer prison near Ramallah and in the Anatot military camp near the village of Anata in occupied East Jerusalem. You saw some of those gruesome images of the Israeli forces arresting day laborers, workers, not even in Gaza, but in occupied West Bank, and torturing them earlier this week in what became a horrifying Hitlerian TikTok trend. Okay? Palestinian lawyers and officials have highlighted the severe mistreatment and dire conditions under which detainees are being arrested and held. I also showed you that Itamar Ben-Gvir went to one of the IPS facilities and openly gloated about the fact that they are torturing them inside of the prison structure with sleep deprivation and constantly blasting weird Israeli music. The IDF, the Israeli occupying force, okay, Adamir is one of the orgs Israel labeled a terror org. They're a great advocacy group. Of course they labeled them a terror org. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Israel is the terror organization here. You suck my dick. Dangerous prison conditions. At a press conference on Thursday afternoon in Ramallah, head of the Palestinian Authority's Commission for Detainees Affairs, Qadur Affairs, said recent developments regarding prisoners are unprecedented and dangerous. We hesitated a lot about holding this press conference addressing yet another chapter of Israeli crimes on what our male and female prisoners are being exposed to in the occupation's prisons for fear of creating tension and anxiety among the families of prisoners and our Palestinian people in general. Prisoners are subjected to starvation and thirst. They are prevented from accessing their medicine, specifically for those suffering from chronic illnesses that require regular medication, he said. Adding that matters became worse when the prisoner administration cut off water and electricity. Adamir also reported the prevention of access to medical care. They shut down the prison clinics and also prevented prisoners from going to hospitals and external clinics. They also shut down the water and electricity for a brief moment in time as well. The most dangerous thing over the past few days was the physical attacks and degrading treatment. Everyone who was arrested is assaulted. Many of the prisoners have had their limbs, hands, and legs broken. Degrading and insulting expressions, insults, cursing, tying them with their handcuffs to the back, and tightening them at the end to the point of causing severe pain, naked, humiliating, and group search of the prisoners, he said. Aside from the 4,000 residents of Gaza Strip, most of whom are held at the Sideh Teiman military camp, about 6,000 Palestinians are imprisoned in the Israeli jails and detention centers. The 5,200 jailed before October 7 are largely residents of the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. But in the past 2 weeks, the Israeli army has arrested another 1,070 Palestinians during overnight military raids in those areas. During periods of calm, as I read earlier, under the Israeli occupation for the past 56 years, 15 to 20 people were arrested on a daily basis for crimes that range from stone throwing or even crimes that range from stone throwing to being suspicious. Under, once again, secret evidence. They do not reveal what evidence there is. But since October 7th, daily, the arrest rate of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem has gone up to 120 people, according to the Palestinian officials. The arrests take place through surprise military raids on Palestinian homes at dawn, humiliating searches of family members in their homes, destruction of property and belongings, as well as verbal and physical abuse. Do you guys have that video of the Israeli occupying force personally berating? And I'm from Israel. Most of the info I get is of my side. That's why I'm trying to explore. Thanks for explaining your statement. For sure, I will look for more info about it. I wonder if that guy is still in here or if he left. I'm glad that I unbanned that person, though, even though they were bad faith. The recent videos that came out from the occupied West Bank of female Palestinians being like apprehended. Oh, don't worry. I will get to the Abu Ghraib torture and prisoner abuse level shit in a second, because this is only the tip of the iceberg. Do you ever receive death threats? With some of your coverage and thoughts about it, a French humorist is getting canceled in France for receiving death threats, joking about Netanyahu comparing him to a Nazi without foreskin. I do get death threats, yes, all the time. Death threats all the time, nonstop. I mean, here, we can look at the guy that got fucking raided during a live stream in front of his family. Does anyone have the link to that? I wonder if the clip of you unbanning and explaining it to that guy will make it on Reddit. Of course not. That would require people to be charitable to my position. Here it is. A normal arrest under brutal Israeli occupation in the West Bank. Iyad Banat, brother of the late prominent Palestinian activist Nizar Banat, killed by the Palestinian Authority in 2021, was beaten and arrested by the Israeli occupation forces while being live on TikTok a while ago. In front of his family, in front of his children. Very barbaric and completely unacceptable. France has said that the Palestinians being held inside of Israeli prisons and detention centers are cut off from the world. There's no yard time, no contact with their families, no family visits, and no regular lawyer visits, she explained. Israeli authorities have also shut off access to canteens, which are necessary to buy basic supplies such as toothpaste, and limited meals to 2 a day instead of 3. The Israeli parliament on Wednesday approved the plan, currently effective for 3 months, allowing the reduction of the minimum living space allotted to each prisoner, previously set at 3.5 square meters, to accommodate a rising crush of prisoners. In a press conference by Palestinian civil rights groups on Tuesday in Ramallah, Adamir called on the International Committee of Red Cross to abide by its responsibilities as the sole authorized international organization monitoring the situation of Palestinian detainees, and called on the group to visit them, particularly those from Gaza in military camps. Israelis in sneakers, fake video apparently. No, that was the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank going into a person's home and arresting them live as they are literally doing like a TikTok live, okay, in front of their families. This is a very normal occurrence. It happens since October 7th around approximately 120 times a day. If you want to know more about this, a very good resource is Breaking the Silence, an organization that is comprised of former Israeli occupying force veterans who have left the service and now work against the occupation. They are very open about the torturous conditions that they subjected Palestinians to, specifically in the West Bank. Okay? I know that the main through line here always is there is no way that a force that I've been told my whole life that exists for good, because that's what the media has told me, is actually doing such atrocities. This is a shield. Israel, in many ways, actually shields itself from a tremendous amount of scrutiny that it deserves in its violent maintenance of an apartheid regime because of how brutal it is. People don't understand it. They look at... Sorry, I got... Richie Torres blocked me because he fucking said Jewish checkpoints are as fictional as Jewish space lasers. Here. What an insane... I mean, this is actually a great fucking... this is a great conversation to have right now in the midst of this, okay? Here. Fuck Richie Torres. Richie Torres can suck me, okay? Piece of shit monster. All right? While we're in the process of talking about the gruesome, torturous conditions that Palestinians are subjected to under Israeli occupation in their unjustifiable detention, indefinite detention, okay? And before we get to the Rashida Tlaib situation, let's talk about it. Let's talk about, where the fuck is it? The other thing that happened. Okay? Jamal Bowman went on television and talked about his J Street experience. J Street is the liberal Zionist organization. Okay? Here, let's hear it from him, and then you can hear what the naysayers are saying.
So we've been using a lot of rhetoric around a two-state solution for decades. And when I went there, I saw that we are nowhere near a two-state solution. Myself, as a sitting member of Congress, could not walk through certain checkpoints in the West Bank because I wasn't Jewish. So we're using rhetoric, but our policies aren't matching the rhetoric, and our policies aren't matching the urgency of the moment. So we've been using a lot.
So he said this, and if you are a member of the HasanAbi community, or if you've been in here for my coverage over the course of the past month or so, you've probably seen time and time again how I have covered the West Bank checkpoints and how this brutal permit regime actually is tyrannical and ruins the lives of Palestinians. It's by design. And yes, there are certainly parts where only Jewish people are allowed to go to, or rather, no Muslims or no Palestinians are allowed to go to inside of the West Bank. Ta-Nehisi Coates also talked about his experience with an Israeli occupying force person, okay, at one of these checkpoints. And not only that, but this is a well-documented situation. It's well-documented by Israeli human rights organizations like Breaking the Silence, as I mentioned already, comprised of Israeli veterans, and also B'Tselem, and many other international organizations as well. So why is it that so many dumb motherfuckers are able to just say that this is an outrageous lie? Eitan Fishberger, a comms expert, who has written for the New York Daily News, NBC News, NRO, Newsweek, DC Examiner, right-wing guy, who's written for Tablet Mag, says, an outrageous lie from Representative Bowman. Myself, as a sitting member of Congress, could not walk through certain checkpoints of the West Bank because I wasn't Jewish. There isn't a single checkpoint like this. He hates the Jews so much. He really does. Okay? So immediately, this is like, oh, you hate Jews. That's why you said it. It's like, it is so ridiculous. It is so fucking ridiculous to immediately go, oh, you must hate Jews. That's why you said this, when he's just simply talking about his own personal experience. Now, I factored in the fact that he might have misspoken here, but that doesn't change the reality of the fucking the checkpoint system in the West Bank. And to which I responded, I love how the defenders of Israel's apartheid absolutely rely on Americans not knowing how bad it is. The unimaginable cruelty also makes it less believable to liberals, except all of this is well documented by Israeli human rights organizations. And even if Bowman misspoke about his own personal experience, one must ask why there are checkpoints to begin with and different roads for Palestinians with different license plates. How can people simply not realize what's happening in the West Bank? Now, this is a fucking idiotic thing to immediately go, oh, anti-Semitism on. It is so stupid. Why would you do that? Why would you immediately hit the, classic Jew hate, real classic anti-Jewish behavior. Oh, wow, you're a Jew hater. You're a Jew hater. Like, what a ridiculous fucking thing. What a ridiculous thing. What a ridiculous button to hit immediately. You are devaluing real anti-Semitism by conflating it with unironic, truthful statements expressed by American congresspersons and their own personal experiences, which are being backed by the fucking trip that J Street put together. I led the trip with Jamal Bowman. It's a fact. There are checkpoints in Hebron where security separates who can walk where by religion. Other checkpoints keep roads sterile of Palestinians. I've been there dozens of times. Join me. He was responding to Richie Torres, Israel's bravest soldier and biggest defender. I'm sorry. It is so fucking stupid to immediately hit the, wow, you must be a Jew hater button in a situation where an American congressperson is openly describing his personal experiences. They are not. Richie Torres, I was stopped at one and I'm not allowed to proceed because I am Muslim. My wife, who is Jewish, was allowed to pass. Why would you fucking lie about something like this? Why? It is so easily provable. It has happened on camera time and time again. The Israeli occupying force is very arrogant in its maintenance of the apartheid in the West Bank. To conflate this with anti-Semitism is to devalue anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is real. It is a very harmful bigotry. It is so fucking psychotic. She literally says, only Jews walk here. He goes, why? The captain decided. Like here, that's just one video, and it's happened time and time again. Why? Why would you lie about something like this? Why would you so openly? They're being debate purpose by pointing out the checkpoints technically aren't Jews only, but more like no Palestinians. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the outcome oftentimes is the same. Hey, quiet. The outcome is still the same. You are upholding an apartheid. That's it. And yes, because of the rules that were set and because of how the apartheid is supposed to work, yes, of course, there are soldiers that take matters in their own hands and say, yeah, Jews only. Fuck out of here. Oh, hey, Hassan, I've been watching you since 2019. The recent discourse following since November 19th, 2023. Hey, Hassan, I've been watching since 2019. The recent discourse about this conflict seems to have gotten to you. Maybe you should take a break. Thanks, man. Thanks for your, long support. Baba yapacağım mı yemek? Bugün yoksa yapmayacağım. Annem yapmayacağım diyor. Evet. Eyvallah. O zaman yap lütfen. I like that the Hasbara trolls went from you're anti-Semitic to all of everything you're saying is wrong. Remember when we definitely didn't bomb the Al-Ahli hospital, even though we bombed the Al-Ahli hospital 2 days prior and then bombed a bunch of other hospitals since then? To, okay, maybe you should stop covering this because, like, I feel bad for you. It seems like you're sad and you're looking tired. Hey, man, maybe you should stop covering this stuff. You just look real tired. Seems like it's getting to you. Yeah, just unplug a little bit. Yeah, no, I'm good, man. Anyway, thanks for your concern, though. So, yeah, I explained all of this to you so you get a better understanding of, like, how these prisoners are being released and how they are being treated. They are hostages under the Israeli occupation. And as far as we know, their conditions are fucking gruesome. Far more gruesome than what, for example, the 85-year-old Kibbutz Be'eri lady explained how her conditions were under Hamas detention, as a hostage under Hamas. Now, the situation will vary from militia group to militia group, and obviously it's still unjustifiable and in a horrible situation to just fucking have to live in a tunnel structure at gunpoint. But, yo, ikide yaparsan yerim. Evet. Yeah. No. Yeah, no, not right now. I'm good. Okay, anyway. Talked about the Palestinians under apprehension. Also, that's the other thing I was going to talk about. Yeah, as far as while we're talking about administrative detention and also how people are detained at the top of the hour for 3 minutes unless they're subscribed. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But while we were talking about administrative detention, something to consider also is that there are really horrifying, torturous conditions that the Israeli occupying force subjects the Palestinians to. It's called, I think it's called a banana stance is one of them, or one that is dubbed in the grossest ways possible, the Palestinian chair, according to the Palestinian prisoner rights group Adamir. And some of these torturous conditions have also, some of these torturous conditions, some of these new and revolutionary ways of doing torture on Palestinian prisoners have also made its way to America. Also, in drafting the U.S. memos on torture, John Yoo borrowed the language on the 1987 Israeli Landau Commission, which defined practices of moderate physical pressure as not constituting torture. On August 2002, Department of Justice memo cites a 1999 Israeli High Court decision establishing a necessity defense authorizing violent interrogation methods. So yeah, forgot to mention that as well. So glad that John Yoo gets to go on MSNBC all the time now. So we're taking notes from them. I mean, the IDF also, post 9/11, trained a lot of American local police forces in anti-terror, counter-terror measures. One of the most famous things that the IDF utilizes the kettling and corralling technique, some of which you saw during the Black Lives Matter protests against the BLM protesters, where they would push an entire group of protesters into a corner and then gas that corner specifically. So, we are, of course, linked with the IDF in many different ways.
Her 12-year-old son, Erez, seen taken by Hamas.
I feel so guilty. I feel guilty. Why they have to suffer? Why they have to suffer so much?
And we just got back from the Gaza Strip, the Israeli military taking us to Al-Shifa, and inside the tunnels that are...
Oh, yeah, by the way, the detention was the same as the internment that occurred at the height of the Troubles, and the justification for it was identical. I just want to mention that as well. So, you know, this stuff has happened time and time again. It'll never stop. Did you read about the article that the Harvard Review decided not to run? Wild how we're descending into McCarthyism? Yes, I did see that. Here's the scene from Vice that has that statute. I mean, I don't want to look at Vice right now. It's a great movie, though. Yeah.
That are right beneath that hospital. I can tell you that they appear to be well made. There is electricity, lights, bathrooms, even sleeping quarters with air conditioning inside.
Hi, Chief Foreign Affairs.
So, a lot of back and forth going on with respect to the hostage swap that is going to happen. The ceasefire is slated to begin on Thursday, and it will continue potentially for 10 days as long as Hamas and other Palestinian militias are continuously trickling out other hostages. There are some conditions on this ceasefire, like not having any aerial support throughout certain times of the day for surveillance purposes. I don't know how well the Israeli occupying force will... Militias, terrorists, you mean? No, I'm talking about militias, because guess what? Militias can commit acts of terror, October 7th being an act of terror. But militias, when they're engaging in a defensive posture against an occupying force that's committing acts of terror, like the Israeli Air Force and the Israeli occupying force in general, are militias. Thank you. So yeah, you can sit here and cope all day, every day, but that is the case. I love that you are language policing and tone policing things that I'm saying here, because you've given up. You've given up on any kind of any other way of trying to fucking manage the situation. So you just go, terrorists, you mean, right? Yeah, sure, terrorists. Okay. How about terrorists? Well, who gives a fuck? As a non-Israeli Jew from a very pro-Israel family, also went to Zionist Jewish school in Europe. I'm grateful for how you opened my eyes to the horrible apartheid regime made by Zionists. I'm becoming more and more ashamed of the Jewish society in my country, as if they're all screaming lies and anti-Semitism at everyone that is slightly pro-Palestine. I mean, you shouldn't be ashamed of like Jewish people in general. There are plenty of Jewish people who are at the forefront of anti-apartheid protests. So, just there is a lot of there are a lot of people who demonstrate moral clarity every day. Okay. I love my Jewish brothers and sisters that have been at this game for a very long time. Anyway, I'm glad, though. I'm glad that there are a lot of people who can cut through the fucking bullshit, the bullshit propaganda that they've been conditioned into believing. It takes a lot of courage, and it takes a very strong moral compass to be able to sift through and parse through your programming for many, many years, and to recognize right from wrong. I've done this myself. Obviously, one thing that I've talked about regularly is the Armenian genocide. This is like it takes a tremendous amount of effort to be able to cut through that. I recognize it personally with my own personal experiences and my own upbringing, and I really respect people who can also see a different side. Can you source the claim that Israel bombed the Al-Ahli hospital 2 days prior? Chatter, I love you. Okay? I want to hug you. I want to kiss you. Please just fucking watch my YouTube video on it instead of all of the clips that you have seen thus far, and you will arrive. What the fuck is happening? Okay? You will arrive at all of the truth that you are looking for. I covered this. This is the funniest part about all of the clip chimpers that literally fucking run with like stupid ass narratives. No, don't say kiss yourself, chatter. Here, man, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Worst chatters I've seen. American nerds, this country's a joke. Comedian demolishes Piers Morgan. Israel just won't stop lying. Labor unions. There's a video, isn't there? Where is it? I don't know what to say at this point. Debating Piers Morgan on Israel. Does Israel-Palestine have a solution? Did Israel bomb a hospital in Gaza? Here it is. Yesterday. Here. Okay. A lot of your questions will be revealed in this YouTube video that is well sourced. Okay. But yes, here, this is the Anglican-run Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza, damaged by Israeli rocket fire as war continues. This was the Diagnostic Cancer Treatment Center in the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza. 2 days prior to the other Al Ahly courtyard explosion. Okay? It is so odd that it has been a month and people have not watched this video, okay? And they have just run along with narratives that they have seen online. For people, I think in the future, for people that are always coming in here with like clips that are completely out of context, the best thing to do is just direct them to a long and comprehensive video that I have put forward that is 30 fucking minutes long, that is heavily sourced. Every single thing that I say, for the record, on this broadcast, Terry, close by. Even if it seems like I'm pulling this information out of my ass in real time while I'm talking, is still, of course, sourced. And you can find that out on your own by watching the full-blown YouTube videos. This is the frustrating aspect of my coverage to onlookers that literally don't know. They don't think that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and they think I'm making all this shit up. So if you operate on just clips from the goddamn clip chimps that you see off of my live stream, you think, oh, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Your video doesn't have the sources in the description. I don't need your condensed version of what you read. I want to read the sources myself and come to a conclusion. Lamau. Well, I already showed you the source. And it's probably in this video as well because I fucking brought it up before. That's the problem. A lot of you motherfuckers say, oh, you're not doing the research, but then you don't actually do the research yourself. Just watch the video. If you don't want to watch the video, which is like an actual YouTube video and not some fucking drama baiting perverted bullshit, okay? Here. There you go. There you go. Here's HasanAbi Optimized. Help out. To be fair, your editors should always add sources in the description. That's ridiculous, brother. You can literally Google it on your own at that point. It's on the fucking screen. It blips up on the screen. You can look it up on your own. That's fucking nuts. You know how many fucking sources I use? In this video, you are only looking at tweets, lol. Oh my God, I'm going to fucking off everything. If you are an uninitiated dumbass, then yes, of course, it looks to you like I'm simply just looking at Twitter. The Twitter posts that I'm looking at are from actual journalists. What the fuck? You're just refusing. You're just refusing. I'm losing my fucking mind. It's psychos having a hate watch party right now in a chat somewhere coming in to derail you. You shouldn't give them attention. Their families regret their existence and they're seeking attention elsewhere. You don't have to provide it. Oh my God, you are a terrorist, a terrorist. Well, I've been trying to bring it up with them, and they're not all Jewish schools or even Jews, just very Zionistic. I'm not really sure how to bring it up. Terrorist, terror. So they moved from the goalpost to cite your sources to link your sources. I know. It's so frustrating, especially when I had already linked the actual source as well. Terror. Terror, babies. It's so, like, I want to do a video of, like, the most common bad faith narratives and just, like, address them. Because I do feel like there are a lot of people out there who are just coming in here and see me as like a person that is like originally they come in here and they're like, well, this guy seems to know what he's fucking talking about. So I'm just going to trust him, right? I'm going to trust him and I'm going to assume that he knows what the fuck he's talking about. And then someone else turns around and goes, oh, he just simply looks at fucking tweets and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Here's a clip that's like 25 seconds long. Make no mistake, do not watch his fucking 30-minute long YouTube video on the matter, right? And people go, oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. He is just looking at tweets. If you look at the tweets I'm looking at, I'm not looking at fucking James Hinkeldink or whatever the fuck his name is. I'm looking at tweets from, for example, earlier today, Emmanuel Manny Fabian. Why am I looking at simply tweets? Oh, that's right, because he's the Times of Israel military correspondent. Like, these aren't just random fucking dickheads that I'm looking at on Twitter. These are actually journalists that I'm looking at on Twitter. These are journalists that are embedded with the IDF, as a matter of fact. I don't even agree with most of their ideological perspectives, but it doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, when people come in here with misinformation, I correct them, even if it's misinformation that favors the Palestinian side. And there certainly is a good number of that as well. But because people are so desperately, undesirably uncharitable That there's just no reason to fucking make this coverage. There's no reason to just look at it at all. At this point, it's just literally about derail. Having sources in the video is completely fair. You were citing real journalists. It's completely unfair to say, oh, it's just Twitter, doesn't count. Not only just journalists, but like literal eyewitness accounts of doctors and shit like that. You know what I mean? I think it's like saying Wikipedia doesn't count. Yeah, I've mentioned that Wikipedia in this conflict is still going to get you, even if it is like massaged in a certain way, even if the narrative is like definitely, it's the information on Wikipedia that you arrive at is definitely like, at least, you know, to a certain degree, one-sided or biased. Because of the objective cruelty of the apartheid regime, it is like virtually impossible to arrive at a conclusion that favors the existence of Israel in the way that it currently does. Okay? No matter how biased the situation is, like, even if, let's say, your starting position on this conflict without knowing a single fucking thing about Israel or Palestine is, yeah, let's just genocide all the Palestinians, I don't give a fuck, you will inevitably work your way back from that conclusion to, okay, maybe we should do a two-state solution because of how fucking gruesome the conditions have been. So no matter where your starting point is, and Noah Opinion is a great example of this, a person who didn't know anything about this conflict whatsoever, who then turned around and like invented BDS after reading one fucking interview with a settler. It is virtually impossible to be knowledgeable on the matter and still maintain the position that like we must wipe out every single Palestinian unless you are also hopped up on a tremendous amount of Islamophobia. That's it. That's a good point, but my streamer who's almost 40 likes to shit on 25-year-old female streamers, and his best friend is a former Identity Europa member told me you suck, so I guess I'll believe him instead. I know. I mean, it's hard. Hasan as bad as the constant. I know. It makes me sad. It makes me fucking sad because it does end up dampening the impact. Okay? It does. All of this like uncharitable bad faith shit smearing has had an impact. There are plenty of people who are primed into, you know, having white supremacist ass fucking implicit biases that they don't even fucking recognize, that get primed into going, oh yeah, this guy is bad. He probably does love terror. HasanAbi, Lamau. You know what I mean? Charitability is something that I need desperately because the arguments that I'm describing are from a position that is oftentimes unheard, from a position that is unfamiliar to many people in the Western world. This is the reason. This is why I need charitability. And plenty of communities have been able to so effectively brick said charitability. Even when you think about the Pokemon cookie situation, which is so stupid, right? Such a stupid fucking thing. Nobody watched the video that HasanAbi Productions posted of me talking about it. And they immediately went, oh, Hasan is just defending these cookies for an hour. What a fucking idiot. And everyone went, oh yeah, retweet. Hasan is a dumbass. In the video itself, I mentioned that, of course, there's an influencer tax. In the video, I show that it is comparatively identical to any other streamer merchandise or anything like that. But it doesn't matter because it's like a super easy way to just go, lol, you're bad, fuck you, simp. It's a much easier narrative. And it sucks because every moment that I'm like combating bad faith chatters is a moment that I'm not able to go through the actual news stories of the day. Keep going, Hamas. We love you.
Correspondent and moderator of Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan, has closely followed the negotiations and joins us now. Margaret, good morning.
Good morning to you, Vlad.
Based on your reporting, Margaret, what can you tell us about how this deal came about?
Vlad, this was a very small group of negotiators over the past 7 weeks. It's been really intense pressure being exerted here. The U.S. was talking to Israel's leaders, its intelligence agency, and it was Qatar that was the conduit to Hamas. Egyptian intelligence also helped. So together, they put pressure on Hamas to provide proof of life for the 50 civilians expected.
This is crazy to be like, yeah, they're the ones who fucking put pressure. Like, what do you mean? I'm sorry. I mean, there's definitely a lot of fucking, I'm sure there's a lot of reactionary assholes in the Hamas command structure too, but they've been trying to get this fucking deal off the ground for weeks at this point. And it is the identical deal as far as I understand. I might be wrong on it, but everything I've seen is that this deal that finally came to be is the identical deal that could have happened fucking weeks ago.
To be first released, and then they got Israel to agree to allow in cooking oil and fuel for hospital generators to run and to release those Palestinian women and children from detention centers, and then both sides to halt fighting for these short-term ceasefire.
I think we as a community are too quick to bite the heads off chatters who may not be trolling and may just be ignorant. I'm one of the worst offenders, and I'm trying not to do it so much. We're better than that, and a lot of us also used to be pieces of shit. Exactly. I think, like, I've been, I've lost my charitability to people that I immediately assume are like bad faith derailers. Does anyone have the Politico article? Because I want to cover the Politico article where the branding camp basically openly admits, fucking admits that the hostage negotiations were halted, and there were concerns on the ceasefire. Okay. There were concerns on the ceasefire that, like, people will see the casualty numbers. Oh, here it is. Biden and admin officials see proof their strategy is working on a hostage deal. So, couple things that I want to mention on the hostage deal. Okay, thank you. Couple things I want to mention on the hostage deal. Number one, for weeks and weeks and weeks, they said Hamas are barbaric Nazi terrorists that are identical to ISIS that you cannot negotiate with. Now, all of a sudden, they are capable of negotiating with them. So, which one was it? Were they barbaric terrorists that are simply interested in being anti-Semitic, or did they actually have demands? Their actions might be violent, and they certainly were on October 7th, okay, and acts of terror for sure, okay? Having said that, did they have like a rational perspective beyond that, or was it simply, or were people constantly telling you that these guys were ISIS and there was no reason to try and deal with them, and the only way to deal with them was by bombing the shit out of Gaza and killing every fucking Palestinian child you could get your hands on? All of a sudden now, oh yeah, there is a negotiation process. Now, here's what's important. I thought that a ceasefire could not have happened. For weeks, Genocide Joe said, ceasefire, no way, Jose. Don't. That's anti-Semitic. That allows Hamas to win. And all of a sudden now, the ceasefire has come. And now they're going to try and take fucking credit for it. Okay? And all of the dumbass Biden dick riders on Twitter are going to go, dude, our statesman, our elderly statesman, he did it. We did it, Joe. Kamala Harris style. Oh, we did it, Joe. Really? Where was this? Where was this energy on October 8th? Everybody knew what was going to happen. Are you going to read the article? Yes, I am. Some officials say the agreement is a vindication, while others insist it was just a necessary move at this point in the war. Some of the Brandon administration officials quietly say the hostage exchange agreement is the clearest signal yet its strategy towards the Israel-Hamas war is working. Okay. Under the breakthrough deal, 50 women and children will be released by Hamas in exchange for 150 Palestinian prisoners. Women and teenagers were held by Israelis. 4 to 5 day pause will allow them safer transfer and ease of delivery of life-saving aid to suffering Palestinians in Gaza. Amid so much wreckage and chaos, the hostage deal, which was finalized late Tuesday, might prove a rare bright spot in a dark time. 3 U.S. administration officials said there's no explicit victory lap to take, as around 200 hostages will stay behind in Hamas's grasp. And it would be uncouth to celebrate any win after Hamas killed 1,200 people on October 7th, leading Israel to forcefully respond with a military campaign that Hamas-led health ministries claim killed more than 13,000 people. Negotiations need to take place for the sake of the hostages, not because Hamas isn't barbaric. Negotiations needed to happen literally on October 8th, but they didn't happen because Israel wanted to engage in a endless bombing campaign and a forcible occupation. A bombing campaign that ended up probably killing a shit ton of hostages themselves, 2 of which Israel has already confirmed. But I'll suggest that President Joe Biden shouldn't shy away from what the policy has accomplished to date. It's vindication, said one of the officials earlier Tuesday before the deal was finalized, but there's more to do. Increasing demands from progressive-minded Democrats for a ceasefire and an end to support Israel's retaliation fell on deaf ears in the White House. Biden and his team repeated again and again that the only way to make the meaningful humanitarian progress was a hostage deal to cool passions and temporarily stop bombs from falling throughout the enclave. And for the record, after Yosef Lifshitz, you know they are not going to let any of those hostages actually talk to international media before doing some press, before doing some PR coaching. That was a major flub for Israeli PR. Having a 85-year-old peacenik from one of the kibbutzim that was attacked by Hamas, turning around and being like, yeah, actually, these guys treated me well and took care of me. And also on top of that, Also, on top of that, were not the barbarians that you claimed that they were, because why the fuck would they be, by the way? Even if they are fucking barbarians, why would they treat the hostages as barbaric monsters in that situation? They want to make sure that they stay alive. It's their fucking chip. It's their bargaining chip. Why would they kill the hostages if they literally fucking took the time out to kidnap them? So stupid. The deal may still fall apart, with U.S. officials insisting nothing is really final until the hostages are brought home and the guns go silent. Still on the verge of the administration's biggest diplomatic victory in the conflict, questions are swirling internally about how much credit Biden's approach deserves. Another 3 administration officials, including one senior official during an on-record interview, said that working to secure the release of hostages and pause the fighting for 4 or 5 days was simply necessary, as Israel's retaliation against Hamas for the October 7 attacks has devastated Gaza and sparked a humanitarian crisis. It's not a question of vindication of strategy, said David Satterfield, the U.S. lead on humanitarian issues in Israel-Gaza war, during a live Tuesday interview with Al Monitor. It's the right and necessary thing to do. They would have murdered the return hostage if given the chance. Wait, what? Better than nothing, but too little, too late. They would have murdered the return hostage if given the chance. I mean, they did murder a bunch of hostages. Israel, I mean, as far as we know. Anyway, all the officials were granted anonymity to discuss sensitive internal discussions and state negotiations. On Tuesday morning, Biden said nothing is done until it's done, adding that he'd spoken recently to Netanyahu, as well as the Emir of Qatar. But things are looking good at the moment. The hostage talks have been complicated at times by the sheer range of parties involved, including Israel, Hamas, Qatar, and the U.S., as well as various outside groups that tap their own diplomatic channels, said one former U.S. official familiar with the discussions. The large number of hostages who range in nationality and age, and some that need pressing medical needs, added another tricky variable to the mix. Hostage negotiations are always challenging, the former official said. This one has been very complex. But the administration remains wary about Netanyahu's endgame. Oh, here. The Biden administration insists that Israel has no obligation to defend itself, but should minimize civilian harm in the process. Over recent weeks, the U.S. worked to get 108 trucks a day into Gaza from Egypt and is in touch with humanitarian groups on how to further alleviate the suffering of Palestinians in the enclave. Here's a separate Politico scoop that came out yesterday. The United States of America offered intelligence to the Israeli Air Force and the Israeli Defense Forces on where these humanitarian aid groups were operating inside of the Gaza Strip. Israel responded by bombing them. So just want to make one other thing clear. There's another Politico scoop and another Politico article. Now, what you might be asking yourself, why is American media also... Oh, here, this is what I was going to show you exactly. Here it is. Without reading, see if you can guess what the IDF did with that location data. U.S. has sent Israel data on aid groups' locations to try to prevent strikes. Among the sites provided to the Israeli government are medical facilities, including Al-Shifa Hospital, which Israeli forces raided last week. The information included GPS coordinates of a number of medical facilities and information on movements of aid groups in Gaza to the Israeli government for at least a month, according to 3 people familiar with the communications. All were granted anonymity because they feared speaking publicly would make it more difficult for aid groups to operate in Gaza. Still, Israel has launched operations against Hamas in or near aid sites, including hospitals, leading to the destruction of buildings and the blockings of fuel and other critical supplies. It's unclear if the U.S. has compiled a formal no-strike list or if it's just providing one-off guidance. But officials have helped transmit coordinates of groups that provide food and medical care in Gaza and operate out of hospitals, smaller offices, and live in guest houses. Among sites provided to the Israeli government are medical facilities, including Al-Shifa Hospital, parts of which Israeli forces took over on November 15th. In public statements, U.S. officials have stressed that aid groups are struggling to operate in the Gaza Strip because of Hamas, noting that the militant group uses civilians as human shields and operates tunnels underneath hospitals.
We do have some...
Yeah, a month ago, Hamas officials were talking about how they were willing to release all civilian hostages if the bombings stop. This was literally on October 17th.
We do have some more
October 17th, 2023. It's been 1 month since then. What happened? 10 days in. Bro, they killed 1,200 people. Okay. There it is. Law, you think they're just going to stop? I love this argument. Bro, they killed 1,200 people. Okay, Israel killed 13,000 people in retaliation. So should all the hostages get murdered by Hamas? Would that be valid? Do you think it's valid for Hamas to just now openly, on television, film the execution of the 230 hostages that they have? 13,000 Palestinians have died. They've been killed by the relentless bombing campaign. I hope not at all. Then why do you think Israel should have one genocide chip? You know what I mean? 1,200 people were killed. So that means Israel can do a little bit of genocide. Come on. Please try to think about it. chatters, don't yell at this person, okay? They can try to prevent it from happening again. Yeah, why did cast lead not actually stop this from happening again then? Why did 10 years of rigid blockades or 15 years of a crazy blockade not stop this from happening again? Perhaps at a certain point you have to realize, trying to do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results is the definition of insanity, right? And maybe if you're not insane, you will recognize that the numerous sieges which Israel considers mowing the lawn, okay, numerous sieges into Gaza, don't actually stop Hamas from growing. It actually creates more Hamas. It makes Hamas more violent. Something that I mentioned time and time again in this in the process in the beginning is that the standard of violence is dictated by the occupying force, okay? This is something you have to remember. The first Intifada was fought with stone throwing. And the occupying force against the first Intifada, it was stone throwing and strikes, the first Intifada. That's how it was fought in the 90s in the beginning. Second Intifada was suicide bombs. Think about how that escalation occurred. Think about why that escalation occurred. Think about why Hamas even exists. If you do not, but the philosophy hasn't been escalated, what do you mean the philosophy? Yes, it has. The maintenance of the apartheid has always been violent, and it has become more increasingly violent over the course of the past 56 years of Israeli occupation in the West Bank and Gaza. It has gotten worse and worse year over year. This is the last incursion that is the most violent. It exists because Hamas fundamentally doesn't want two states. You're wrong. That is also untrue. Not only is Hamas's interest in this matter completely irrelevant, but it's also untrue. According to the 2017 charter of Hamas, they are completely open to a two-state solution. You might not want to believe them, but if you're going to use their words from 1988, when they had like 3% support, to justify that like they don't actually want it, okay? They don't actually want two states, then use the fucking 2017 charter. I don't really place a lot of emphasis on what Hamas claims they want, because I recognize that it is an aberration. Hamas in and of itself is simply an expression at this point. It's an idea. It's a tactic. It's a tool. It's terrorism. The idea that like Hamas fundamentally doesn't want two states is a hilarious one, because Hamas exists in an occupied structure. Last time people voted was in 2005 because George W. Bush wanted to do an election, because George W. Bush wanted the Palestinian Authority to control the entire Palestinian territories, and against the wishes of the Palestinian Authority and Fatah and his own fucking CIA-backed cutout individuals inside of the Palestinian territories, he still forced a fucking election. The election was lost. Hamas won on the anti-corruption ticket, not the we're Islamist and we want to fucking destroy Israel ticket, like the way people claim it is. Okay? They won on anti-corruption, and then George W. Bush escalated the conflict by trying to do a coup d'etat, which failed. Hamas seized all power in the Gaza Strip. Israel's blockade had started before this already, before they even pulled out the settlers from Gaza. But after this, they pulled out the settlers from Gaza because they thought that it was too costly to keep the 5,000 settlers or 8,000 settlers there, and just relocated them to the West Bank, where they already had a much larger protective force, an occupying force. They started bombing relentlessly. Anyway, I'm not going to do the Dutch election far-right thing yet. Politico is such a lib rag, they didn't even mention the top of the hour ad break. Oh, Jesus Christ. So I ask you. Oh, here, by the way, here's what Biden was saying. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. He said, no possibility. Breaking reports that an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon has killed 6 Hezbollah members, including the son of Mohammed Ra'ad, the head of Hezbollah's parliamentary bloc, according to Lebanese sources, by the way. Yeah, I got fucked here. We're going to get back to the Politico article, and I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You already know. You already fucking know. Where were we? Oh, here's the ceasefire is actually Biden's doing argument. And it is Biden's doing, for sure. Like, there is pressure from the American government. The annoying part is that the American government gave no red lines time and time again, and now they're going to fucking gaslight us into believing that they were actually peaceniks behind the scene, desperately trying to fucking cultivate a ceasefire against a relentless Netanyahu administration that just did not want to listen to him. And the reality is much more dire. America could have forced a ceasefire the first day. After all, it wasn't Kirby, but Anthony Blinken, who tweeted after talking to Hakan Fidan, the Turkish foreign minister, on October 8th that there should be a ceasefire immediately. A tweet that he deleted. For 3 weeks, Hassan has explained and refuted all your statements that you're literally a closed-minded propaganda lost soul arguing on behalf of mass unalivers of the weak argument. Use an objective point of view and look at the even bigger picture than October 7, bro. Yes. The National Security Council pointed, here. It could be that Biden administration is trying behind the scenes, but they probably aren't getting anywhere. When the Israelis feel that they're in an existential threat situation, the amount of American leverage drops, said Robert Ford, a former U.S. diplomat, Saul Babajim, who served extensively in the Middle East, including under President Barack Obama. I wonder if this guy has also said some Islamophobic-ass bullshit. I'm Israeli, and I stand with Israel. Okay, good job, man. I'm proud of you. Thank you. We know, bro. Brave of you. It is brave, dude. It's brave. It requires courage to fucking say, 14,000 people, almost 6,000 children killed. I stand with that. I stand with the ruthless, efficient baby murder machine. It's brave. So I commend you for your bravery. Takes a lot. It does, though. It actually does take a lot out of you to get to that point, to be that inhumane. So I guess, it requires a shit ton of propagandizing against all directly available evidence that's right in front of you to just look to all of that and go, no, actually, I am a ruthless monster. Anyway, on Tuesday, U.S. officials announced a deal between Israel and Hamas for release of hostages and pause in the fighting was imminent, but such a pause would likely only take effect for a few days, and Israel has given no indication it would adjust its targeting on sites afterwards. This is insane. Everyone keeps saying, no, we're going to be extra ruthless. We're going to be extra ruthless. We're going to keep bombing super hard after it's all is said and done. Those who work for aid groups in the region say Israel's deserting practices it has used previously to protect humanitarian groups. There's really no justification for the lack of functioning deconfliction. Oh, this is the other article. I'm looking at the wrong article. Sorry. That's the article that shows that America's been providing data to Israel and Israel keeps targeting them. But the administration remains wary about Netanyahu's endgame and seeming lack of plan of what to do once Hamas is defeated. There was no sense that the pause would turn into a lengthier ceasefire, senior administration official said. And there was some concern, and this is the most damning part of this article, there was some concern in the administration about an unintended consequence of the pause, that it would allow journalists broader access to Gaza and the opportunity to further illuminate the devastation there and turn public opinion on Israel. From day one, they've said the Israeli government has no plans on what to do with Gaza once they're done with their bloodthirsty, monstrous bombing campaigns. And the American government has kept trying to restrain them while simultaneously saying no red lines, no ceasefire. And I've told you time and time again that this was not a moral consideration, America saying use smaller bombs or maybe do some humanitarian pauses. Okay? I told you. It has nothing to do with morality. It doesn't even have anything to do with... It doesn't have anything to do with how normal human beings would act or react to a situation like this. And everything to do with PR. Okay? As I said here in this tweet, since day one, the U.S. calls for restraint weren't about the morality of collective punishment, but simply the PR disaster it would create for Israel and the U.S. This is why they pushed for using smaller bombs and humanitarian pauses as they quietly kept sending more munitions. Israel is unlikely to ramp down its military operation in Gaza. When the temporary pause ends, experts say, Israeli officials have vowed to continue the offensive until it destroys Hamas, arguing in some cases the campaign from the enclaves north to the south helped the hostage negotiations by making a halt more attractive. That's not true. A month ago, Hamas said that they wanted a fucking ceasefire. And a month ago, when Hamas said that, remember what the American State Department and the Israeli government said? We do not want to temporarily cease fire in exchange for hostages. Hamas is simply drip-feeding hostages to us one at a time every single day to try to implement a ceasefire that goes against our better interests. The ceasefire only happened, and the hostage negotiation only happened because the family members of the hostages in Israel have been endlessly campaigning for it since October 8th. That's why it fucking happened. And America could have stopped it at any point. Just remember that. What is this? Pro-Israel student group Hillel posted I love Hamas stickers around the University of British Columbia campus and falsely attributed them to a pro-Palestine student group. Hillel BC says independent contractor distributed offensive stickers on campus. Update, the person who posted the I love stickers at the UBC and falsely attributed to a pro-Palestine group was associated with Hillel. Nice. Hillel claims it has since terminated its relationship with the contractor, but who was it? Typical, yeah, blacks rule shit. Typical. Always. Anyway. So just wanted to give you guys all of that and have you, develop a little bit more of a better understanding of the situation. But let's continue.
Ceasefires that could last 4 days or more. Now, we have come close on at least 2 occasions, once at the end of October and a few weeks ago. But this is the very first time both sides have publicly agreed to the terms. To help close this deal, President Biden also picked up the phone himself.
And so, Margaret, what do the phases of this deal entail?
Well, each day, both sides have to take some steps. So once the official halt to fighting is underway, Hamas is expected to begin releasing women and children. First, at least 3 Americans in this first phase. As I said, they provided proof of life for at least 50, but it is believed by the U.S. that Hamas could potentially release more civilians. Those men and foreign passport holders and soldiers would be in later phases. So Hamas has an incentive to continue releasing people because the halt to fighting will be rolled over, extended each time. Israel said for every 10 hostages, 1 more day of ceasefire. And for every hostage they release, Israel will release more Palestinian prisoners. So last night, Qatar said that number of prisoners will be increased in later stages.
So I guess, Margaret, after the negotiated
they're not Americans, they're
period of
dual
time,
nationals,
which could be extended, do you expect that there will be a full resumption of Israeli strikes once all the hostages are returned?
Well, Israel's prime minister said the war's not over, so he's signaling the potential full resumption. And it has been one of Israel's concerns that in any kind of pause, Hamas could regroup. But this cessation of violence, the diplomacy around it, could provide some diplomatic opportunity. Big picture, the Biden administration has been pressing.
The thing is, the people that don't want diplomacy in this situation aren't the barbaric rapist hordes of terrorists in Hamas. Okay? I know that is how people have structured this argument because it's one that benefits Israel's psychotic bombing campaign in Gaza. For those of you who are at least racist enough to believe that, like, you can kill every Palestinian because of the actions of Palestinian militants on October 7, right? But ultimately, the people fucking up the negotiations process haven't been Hamas. It's always been Israel. And for the record, the people that Israel is releasing are also hostages. Except because they are the state and because they are America's ally, nobody considers them to be hostages and everybody says they're prisoners. They're fucking hostages too.
Israel.
That is precisely the reason why I gave you the background. So you understand the conditions in which these people are being held, the Palestinians, and also so you have develop a better understanding on the false bullshit, that the secret evidence that is used to apprehend them.
And the surrounding Arab countries to help plan for a day after Hamas's collapse, including who will govern the 2 million Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip.
Margaret Brennan tirelessly working her sources the last couple of days.
Do you have proof on it being Israel that ruins peace talks? I always see the argument on places like Twitter, but that it's always Hamas/Palestine's fault for everything, and would like to have someone to just shut them up. I mean, look to what I showed you. On the 17th of October, Hamas said that they wanted to do ceasefires and release hostages. That was 10 days after October 7th. Why didn't it happen? Hamas time and time again since then openly stated that, they wanted the bombs to stop. Sorry. Hamas said time and time again openly that they would release hostages one at a time every single day in order to trigger a forcible ceasefire. Okay? In order to trigger a ceasefire on the Israeli front purely from the logistics of releasing the hostages, because you can't release the hostages even if you want to when there's an endless bombing campaign that could potentially kill them. Israel recognized that and said, no, we will not let Hamas take advantage of the ceasefire deal. We will not let Hamas force the conditions of a ceasefire by using hostages. Gilad Erdogan says some more unhinged today. Oh, I love him.
Picture
My favorite, dude. Oh, my favorite fucking psychopath at the UN. Still shamelessly wearing the fucking Star of David, too. The Never Again Star of David. That shit is so crazy, dude. Like, I don't know how any Jewish person looks at that and doesn't immediately fucking feel disgust in their heart. Like, what a psychopathic way to literally undermine the Holocaust, the atrocities of the Holocaust, to so cynically weaponize and invoke the Holocaust to say it is literally, like, I mean, I'm not Jewish and I fucking am disgusted, but I'm saying, like, especially as a Jewish person, like, how the fuck do you look at this and go, this is not despicable behavior? Like, saying that if you don't believe me when I say UN workers, World Health Organization, and like UNRWA workers and hospital workers are all Hamas terrorists that deserve death is akin to my own personal Holocaust. Not letting me kill 6,000 children is my own personal Holocaust is insane. Shame on this motherfucker. Yeah. Which, by the way, in the midst of this song and dance, he also literally went to Texas to an evangelical's congregation, an evangelical pastor that is a fucking Holocaust revisionist himself. So you know his ass is familiar with Holocaust revisionism. After all, Benjamin Netanyahu is a famous Holocaust revisionist. So gross.
This is Yihya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas. And the child he is holding is a victim of UNICEF's indifference. Executive Director Russell, have you never seen this picture? Are you unaware of the terror summer camps that Hamas runs every year in Gaza to indoctrinate children to murder? So many Gazan children were born into a culture of hate. How many UNICEF reports have been written on this?
This is so funny because, dog, they don't need to be indoctrinated at fucking summer camp, you fucking idiot. You're killing their parents at a rapid clip. The idea that, like, Palestinians that I am calling dogs and subhuman and exploding on a regular basis have to go to school to learn how to hate me is insane. They hate you and they have every right to hate you. We here in the Western world cannot comprehend this. Okay? We literally cannot comprehend this. Like, can you imagine? Your world is shit. Everything you know is death and destruction. You don't have PTSD, you have permanent. There's no post-traumatic stress disorder because the trauma never ends. There's a whole different classification for you. Okay? And these dumb motherfuckers are running around going, it's a CRT. They are saying critical race terrorism. They are teaching their children to be terror babies. CRT. Really, dude? It's CRT? It's terror camp? That's what fucking causes them to be full of hate towards you? Or is it the fact that you're fucking killing their entire lineage, dude? It's pure projection. It's pure projection. Because Israelis have to learn Islamophobia because they're the dominant power. That's it. When you are the dominant power, you have to learn to hate your victims. You have to constantly have a feedback loop where you educate your entire population with racist agitprop to justify it. America does this very well as well. Our white supremacist education structure creates an environment where even black people under our common curriculum end up learning their own history from the lens of white people. It's whitewashed. Israel does this in an offensive posture against Arabs and Palestinians. They have to. Because if they don't do that, you will never arrive at 94% of Israeli Jews saying that currently the bombing campaign in Gaza is not hard enough and it should be they should be bombing Gaza harder or just right. Okay? The reason why he's showing this fucking photo is to just go, terror babies. Terror. There are babies of terror. We must eliminate them.
None. I'm telling you, none. While we teach our children to love and accept others, the children of Gaza are taught that the murder of Jews and Israel's annihilation is their life goal. They are educated on this in their schools, yes, including UNRWA schools. Why has this child abuse never bothered UNICEF?
That's crazy. We teach our babies love and acceptance. Does anyone have the child choir from yesterday, the choir? The Israeli Children's Choir? Please tell me you got it.
This is the worst.
Someone's got to get that fucking link. Yeah. Meanwhile, kids are singing Annihilate the Palestinians on TV. Meanwhile, fucking Israeli children are posing with fucking weapons all the time. Israeli children talk about how they dream of being a member of the IDF one day. Okay. Here. Song and video created by Israeli public relations firm Rosenbaum Communications. English subtitles added by the Electronic Intifada. You know some kids in Palestine do it too, right? Yeah, no shit. They're fucking innocent. These are children, dumbass. And so are the Palestinian children. You know it's not a ceasefire, right? It's a humanitarian pause. You know some kids in Palestine do it too, right? Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I know. I'm saying these are innocent children, just like the Palestinians are. Ban me? Question mark. No, you fucking dumb bitch. You self-important moron. I am not going to ban you for being an annoying little fucking dipshit in the chat, okay? Holy moly. Just watch. I love the I love the schizophrenic, narcissistic losers in the chat being like, I saw that, and I think that's disgusting. Next. Yeah, bro, there's 20,000 people in here. You think I'm serving just you? Is that what's going on? Am I just telling you? Sick, man. I'm glad you saw this and found it disgusting. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Okay? These mid-ass songs being sung by a bunch of children, okay, that have been abused and indoctrinated still does not justify violently murdering them, okay? Lyrics aside, this song sucks ass. I know. It's terrible. But you don't fucking go around going, these are terror babies. These are babies of terror. You don't do that. You don't do that. There is no Gilad Erdan equivalent going to fucking the UN and being like, Israeli children push for death and destruction of Palestinians on a daily fucking basis, and therefore they must be wiped out. And therefore, when we wipe them out, it's just. It's justifiable. As a matter of fact, since October 7th, there's been one fucking official on the Hamas side that has come out and has said October 7th was awesome and we want to do it again and again, and it's totally justifiable because of the Israeli occupation. Every single person has been talking about that nonstop. Okay, the dude in Lebanon. How many fucking elected Israeli officials openly on a daily fucking basis say we have to kill every fucking Palestinian? We have to raise Gaza. We have to kill all the Palestinians. We have to nuke Gaza over and over and over and over again. There's no Palestinian civilians. They say it every fucking day. And it's being supported by damn near the entirety of the Jewish Israeli population, 94% it seems. And yet, not a single person who is reasonable would consider, you mean like baby settlers? That's literally what you said about the baby settlers? No, I said the opposite, you fucking idiot. You saw a 26-second clip because you're a fucking moron. You're a hateful moron. I'm not an idiot, you are. Well, only one of us got duped by a 26-second clip, chimp. Baboon. The argument I was making was exactly the opposite. They say children in Gaza grow up violent and hateful, but children in Israel are indoctrinated to hate Palestinians and value themselves less than human beings. Yes. The point is, you actually have to. You actually have to indoctrinate your children on the Israeli side because they're the dominant force. Okay? You think 94% of Israelis support these statements? You know there's a lot of backlash to the statements of stupid ministers, especially the nuclear dude. A lot of people in Israel are sick of this government. Then why say most Israelis support this? Because the latest polling conducted at Tel Aviv University showed that 94% of, not all Israelis, 94% of Israeli Jews, 94.1% of Israeli Jews said that Gaza either wasn't being bombed hard enough or was being bombed just adequately. The majority of Israeli Jews polled said that Gaza wasn't being bombed hard enough. 54%. Okay? I don't know why we have to go back to this over and over and over again. Here it is. Gershon H. Gordon, Faculty of Social Sciences by Tel Aviv University, the Palestine-Israel Pulse. No, this isn't a joint poll January 20. This is not the right one. This is not the right poll. This is another poll that you're bringing up. This is also the wrong poll. This is the Israeli Democracy Institute. This is a different poll. 54% of Israeli Jews polled by, I think it was this institute still, the MA in Conflict Resolution and Meditation. 94% total of Israeli Jews said that, I think it might have been this maybe. Is it this the poll? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. Nearly 50% polled it. Not at all. Oh my fucking God, that's evil. I think this was the one. No, it wasn't even this one. It was like even more recent than this one. Or was it this one? Oh, it was this one. Yeah, 12 to, what Israelis think of the war with Hamas. This poll showed. That's the difference between libs and Israelis. The Israelis don't hide their intentions, but libs running defense for Israel are trying to. Yes. And the thing is, make no mistake, I don't believe that this justifies nuking Israel and killing like a bunch of Israeli people. Just like I never advocated to kill settler babies, you dumb fuck. You just got a 26-second clip, and I know exactly where the clip is, without ever thinking perhaps there's more to the subject matter. Here, this is the... How do you characterize the IDF's use so far of its firepower in Gaza? Appropriate use, 36%. Too little firepower, 57%. 57% of the Israeli Jews that were... Comments on the video say the translations are wrong. Yeah, that's really interesting because that was my first assumption too. Maybe the translations aren't correct. And then from what I understand, Snopes actually went and reconfirmed it. So maybe it's not incorrect. Understand why I say fascism robs you of your soul and fascism ends up hurting you? Do you think these children will grow up to be normal after this? How much brainwashing has been conducted leading up to this? How much indoctrination has occurred? And for what purpose? Because remember, you have to do this kind of shit in order to justify the cruelty and the oppression and the subjugation. The cruelty and the oppression and the subjugation that Palestinian people have to live under. That's how you arrive at the 94% number I gave you earlier. That's how you arrive at 57.5% of Israeli Jews polled by the International MA Program in Conflict Resolution and Mediation say too little use of firepower by the IDF in Gaza. The difference is this is not considered terror children. This is considered regular children of purity and light and prosperity, fighting against the children of darkness. Just pure supremacist values. That's what it is. Fascism robs you of your soul. It rots your morality, okay? It rots you as a human being. You will never be the same. That is the secondary impact of living under a violent apartheid ethno-state. built on Jewish supremacist, ultra-nationalist values. Okay? Friendship song in 2023. That's why it's like additionally crazy when this guy's like, terror babies. They are babies of terror. It's pure projection. Pure projection. And it's the same supremacist principle in America that assumes that black people don't learn about white supremacy through direct interactions with the police force or through their own experiences with racist people and how racism is seen as permissible in American society. And instead, they learn it at school through CRT. Okay? That's not how this shit works. It's insanely infantilizing. And it's unironically white supremacists to assume that black people only learn about how bad slavery was or how bad racism is at school, and we have to stop them from learning it at school. And that black people don't actually have the lived experience of recognizing what racism looks like. It's disgusting. But unfortunately, what can you do when enough people do have that, enough people have sipped on that dumb juice, okay? Then yeah, it might as well be the truth.
News that a deal between Israel and Hamas will allow the release of dozens of hostages held in Gaza in exchange for many more Palestinian prisoners in prison in Israel. The agreement will also bring more humanitarian aid into Gaza. It could begin with a pause in the fighting as soon as today. Earlier, we asked U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan about the deal. President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, joins us now. Jake, good morning. Good to see you. I want to get right into this. I want to dig into sort of the granular details that will be of interest to these families of the hostages. When will the pause in fighting begin? Who's expected to announce it? And when do we expect to see these hostages reunited with their families?
Well, first, we don't have a precise hour for when this will go into effect, but we expect sometime in the next 24 hours a pause in the fighting. It will be announced by Qatar, the small Gulf country that has been at the center of these negotiations alongside the United States. And then over the course of 4 days, 50 women and children will be released day by day, a group of them each day for those 4 days. And Palestinian prisoners will be released in exchange for that. And we will watch each day as families are reunited with their loved ones. And then we will keep working tirelessly until every last hostage being held by Hamas gets safely home.
There was some concern that Hamas could use this pause to their advantage, in allowing them to regroup. Are you worried about that, Jake?
Well, there definitely is a tension between creating the time and space to get hostages out, which is a huge win, first for the families, but also for Israel, for the United States, and for other countries. And on the other hand, allowing this time where Hamas can regroup, it can rest, it can reorient itself, and yes, take advantage of this time. But this was a cost that Israel was prepared to pay because the human benefit of reuniting people with their families, especially women and children.
So fucking stupid, dude. Oh man, Israel's so fucking awesome for finally stopping the bombing campaign. Meanwhile, every single fucking tunnel structure they find is intact. It's like shit, dude. Doesn't seem like the bombs have been reaching the fucking tunnels, dog. Whether used or unused, really. Half the time you're refusing to go in there too. So the idea that like, oh man, things are, you know, they're going to have some time to rest here. Not one word about Gazan civilians in this news. I know.
Children was so profound and compelling.
Yeah. Do you have any numbers, Jake, on exactly how many Americans are being held hostage right now and how many will be released in this
I don't
want to
think about what may happen in the next couple of days that will disrupt the ceasefire process to prove once and for all that you simply cannot deal with Hamas terrorists. You know what I mean? I am terrified of that for sure. The process has been delayed by 1 day to Friday already. So we'll see. Meanwhile, as far as I understand, according to on-the-ground sources, the Israeli bombing campaign has started already for this day, or rather has never really stopped. If it was 2 million dogs starving in Gaza, Western news would be more worried than they are now. Oh, yeah. Or, you know, like the dog eating festival in China or whatever, like whatever the fuck it's called, which is real, by the way. That's not like xenophobic shit. Straight up, that is real. Like, think about how much news coverage they show on that and how fucking unimaginably cruel and unusual it is. There's more consideration for dogs in China than there are for fucking Palestinians in Gaza. Turkey is doing another freedom flotilla with the IHH. just like last time with Marmara, Mavi Marmara. They're going to say those guys fund terrorists. They may or may not have passed. It is an Islamist charity in Turkey. They did a protest outside of America's base in Incirlik where there's nukes. And now they're sending the flotilla. Without the actual Turkish Navy escorting them, that doesn't mean shit. They'll probably get fucking destroyed again, like they did last time.
Well, we know that there are 9 American citizens and 1 green card holder who are missing. We don't know for certain that all 10 of those people are alive. And we have been very honest about that with the American people, what we know and what we don't know. What we believe is among those 10, there are 2 women and 1 child, and we expect that they will be released in this group of 50. But again, until we actually see them, until they are actually in the arms of their family members, we cannot be certain. And we want to be straight with the American people about that.
Jake, do we know, the United States, if Hamas has an accurate number and an accurate location of where these hostages are being held? Because we've seen some reports that suggest that other militant groups may be holding some of these hostages.
It's a great question. We do assess that other militant groups, even potentially criminal organizations, are holding some of the hostages, and that Hamas is working to try to ensure that it can deliver on its side of the bargain. We can't say for certain.
Notice how the rhetoric shifted? Potentially criminal organizations? Like, so what's up? All of a sudden, these guys are militants, huh? Guys, remember? Yesterday's terrorists are tomorrow's governors, okay? Terrorism is purely a political designation. After all, a gigantic chunk of the original Israeli leadership were unironically terrorists. They did acts of terror, anti-state violence. They did acts of terror against civilian populations that were unarmed. And then they became leaders. All of a sudden, when they're negotiating with Hamas, they're like, well, these militants.
That Hamas will step up and deliver. That's why this is a trust but verify approach.
I'm struck by the trust but verify, because how do you trust people, Hamas in particular, who are not known for keeping their words? How concerned are you all about this?
Are
and
they
what
not?
are we doing about that?
Hold on. Let's examine
Look,
that.
I think that's
Let's examine that. Are they not? If anything, you might not agree with their tactics, but they almost always keep their word. Every single time where they do a fucking where they lob missiles into Israel, they literally say, here is the time and place where we're going to start lobbing missiles into Israel if you keep blowing up the fucking Al-Aqsa Mosque. Literally. Like, they keep their word almost all the time. And why shouldn't they? They believe their cause is just. You might not agree with it. I don't agree with their tactics. But the notion that, like, they don't fucking keep their word is ridiculous. Why would they not? Why would they? That's why the guy can fucking go, the dude in Lebanon could go and be like, I think that we are justifiable if we did 1 million October 7th due to the occupation. If there's one group of individuals who don't fucking keep their word, at least like, and there definitely has been instances where, there's definitely been instances where like Hamas doesn't keep his word either, right? But if we're looking at the percentages here, fucking Israel is way worse on that front. Get the fuck out of here. That's why the terrorism designation is so important, because you go, why would Hassan agree with terrorists on this? Why would Hassan believe the terrorists on this? The Hamas-backed Gazan Health Ministry don't believe their numbers. And it's like, but believe Israel. One party lies all the fucking time. All the time. Nonstop.
A very fair comment. Maybe the better way to talk about it is don't trust and verify. Let's watch and see who actually is produced on each day. And that's how this deal's been structured. We will make sure that they are held to their word, and we will make sure that they have to follow through on what they have said in order for this deal to be fully effectuated.
Jake, in 20 seconds, I mean, do you see a chance to build on this diplomacy for lasting peace in the region if this all goes according to plan?
Well, we believe a couple things. First, it will enable the delivery of a substantial amount of humanitarian assistance. Once there's a pause in the fighting, it's easier to move that around. That will help civilians in Gaza. Second, there is an opportunity, as I said before, for Hamas to be able to actually extend this pause by releasing more hostages. That's something that could be built on for, as you say, lasting peace in the region.
All right, Jake Sullivan, always appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have more now on the deal between Israel and Hamas that could free at least 50 hostages held in Gaza, including some Americans. The youngest American hostage is 3-year-old Abigail Moore Idan. She could be among those freed. Abigail was kidnapped on October 7th after her parents were murdered by Hamas terrorists in their community near the border with Gaza. With us now are Abigail's great-aunt Liz, Hirsch Naftali, and her cousin, Liz's daughter, Noah Naftali. Thank you guys for joining us this morning. I notice you're wearing the number 46, which means what to you both?
So 46 is the amount of days since innocent civilians were abducted from their communities. And 46 is the amount of days that our niece, Noah's cousin, Abigail, has been a hostage.
And what are you hearing, Liz, about what is happening to Abigail? When she will be released? Is she among the hostages? What exactly do you know?
So we have heard really nothing other than what people are hearing in the press, in the news. What we know is that Abigail is a 3-year-old hostage. She's turning 4 on Friday. And that the first group should be children. Abigail is an American-Israeli child, and we are hoping and praying that she is in one of the first groups.
Dude, that is out of fucking control, okay? Like, stop being weird as fuck, dude. This is a 3-year-old. Have some fucking sense of respect, okay? Some, like a little bit of decency. I mean, there's plenty of people who also said that it's, like, really fucked up that what's going on. But Jesus Christ, dude. So many of you love LARPing. Like, I know it's like really fucking stupid to constantly harp on this shit, but there are definitely people that love LARPing as violent revolutionaries that are unironically to the right of Hamas themselves. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Come on, dude. Have a universal principle, okay? Sympathy for a fucking 3-year-old that's being held hostage, please. As about to fucking turn 4. There weren't that many people, but it's like still frustrating to even have one person say shit like this. Don't Google the lady talking. No, I'm not going to Google the lady talking because I don't care about her. I care about the child. Okay? What? Hundreds of 3-year-olds died on the other side? Exactly. And that's really fucked up. What do you mean? You think it's like, it's okay to kidnap a 3-year-old kid? No, of course it's not okay.
Groups, but we only can know that's our hope, but we haven't had any confirmation. We haven't seen any lists. And so we are going with the belief that because she's 3 years old and no child should be a hostage, no child should be in this situation, that she will be early in the releasing.
But for the first time, Noah, you must feel some degree of hope.
I wonder if she feels that way about Palestinian kids, though. You know what I'm saying?
Hope, at least cautious optimism. You know,
like she says, no child should be held hostage. Question I would ask is, okay, there's hundreds of children currently locked up under indefinite detention in Israeli facilities for literally no reason, like no evidence whatsoever. It's called secret evidence. They don't ever have to reveal it. They have no legal recourse. It's a military tribunal. It's a military court. They're being fucking tortured. Do you think that's okay? What do you think about that? I would love to hear her perspective on that. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't believe that, but I think she's more of a reactionary American. I don't know. I don't know if she's liberal
Please let this be true. We know how quickly it can turn. Tell us about what you're thinking, because you were in Israel on October 7th.
Yeah, we are cautiously hopeful. Every day, 46 days since October 7th has felt like October 7th for us.
Yeah.
As we wonder and pray, and as our hearts are with our little cousin.
Yeah. Now, you were not with her when she was taken, but you have been in contact with family members. What were you told about what happened on October 7th?
The wildest part is, like, if you ever listen to Palestinians, both on Twitter or off Twitter, even when you listen to fucking, like, the Al-Qassam Brigade people, half the time they're just talking about, like, what they want to do once the occupation is over, like, they can be free. Palestinians on Twitter regularly talk about how they do not want to fucking forcibly expel the Jews. And then sometimes there are LARPers in the fucking left, in the West, in the Western world, that assume a more aggressive stance than the motherfucking Palestinians who have experienced some of the worst unimaginable atrocities under the banner, under a flag that has the Star of David on it, and they do not have anti-Semitism in their heart. So why the fuck are you chirping in a way that, like, comes across as anti-Semitic? Yeah, Palestinians IRL as well. It blows my mind. I will straight up, I will say this much. It blows my fucking mind, especially with all of the Palestinians that I've met, that they're not even remotely anti-Semitic. I'm sure there are anti-Semitic Palestinians out there too, but it fucking blows my mind. If a flag with a Star of David on it was slapped at slapped on the side of a fucking F-16 that ends up dropping a bomb on my house, I'm gonna be like, okay, Jewish people did that. Like 100%. And even then, they are literally not. Like they're not anti-Semitic for the most part. So why is it that I see fucking random dudes, ostensibly on the left, saying shit that's more aggressive than a Palestinian whose fucking family has been eviscerated? Chill out. It's not a religious conflict. It never has been.
Abigail's mother was shot in front of her children, a 10-year-old, 6-year-old, and Abigail. She ran out to her father, who picked her up in his arms and was gunned down while holding her. We thought at the beginning that Abigail had died, but we later found out.
Yeah. They are anti-America for understandable reasons. That's the funniest thing. That's also the funniest situation is that like half the fucking time, this is so heartbreaking, by the way. But half the time they are just shitting on America, like nonstop. I mean, Hassan Nasrallah, the fucking secretary general of Hezbollah, is like, yeah, there's Arab anti-Semites out there. They're fucking stupid. They're stupid for being anti-Semitic. Our problem is not with the Jews. It's with America. It's not even with Israel. It's like it's America. Israel does whatever fucking America wants in the region, and he's right. He's literally right. That's why all this song and dance is so wild to me. Like the whole back and forth. Like, oh man, we should try really hard to do a ceasefire, and then they couldn't do it, but they did. Oh, thank God. Look at Joe Brandon, elderly statesman. He did this. Thank you, Joe. Last week, he's like, the only good Palestinian child is a dead one. No ceasefire. No way. Jose. Like 5 days ago, he's like talking about fucking how we cannot have a ceasefire. What the fuck are you talking about? And then everyone's like, wow, our brave elderly statesman, he loves peace. He loves peace so much. He did this.
She survived. Her father was able to shield her with his body. She crawled out.
The word children is being thrown around. I don't think there are 3-year-olds in Israeli detention. Are you sure you want to argue this point? Because I know there have been 5-year-olds. But are you really going to do the actually it's a phobophilia argument? So it's okay if it's a 10-year-old? That's not a child. A 14-year-old? That's not a child. A 16-year-old? That's not a child. That's what you're saying? 16-year-old adult? Is that the argument you want to make? 17-year-old adult? I can't cite a source, but they're as young as 12 that can be officially corroborated. I mean, they literally have caged, unironically, babies in the past, like actual babies. They've also broken the hands of fucking 5-year-olds in the past as well. PalestineChronicle.com. 3-year-old Palestinian boy detained by Israeli soldiers in Hebron. Video. The child, Asad al-Din Ibrahim Abul Hawa, 14, from Tor neighborhood in occupied Jerusalem, was injured by the Israeli army during an Israeli raid. Meanwhile, an Israeli court decided to keep in detention a wounded child who is currently at an Israeli hospital receiving treatment for severe burns. What is this? This boy does not look like an adult. Thread. Israeli authorities have agreed to release 150 Palestinian prisoners, including children, as a part of a 4-day truce agreement with Hamas. Now, here's the question, though. Why did you immediately run to that assumption that, like, the government could not be simply this fucking violent, right? And I get that, for the record. I get that. I understand it, dude. Dude, when I first started learning about this shit, I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no way they did this. There's no way. Like, no way they sniped children, like, deliberately. You know what I mean? In 2018, the March of Return, not that at that point I already had made up my mind, but, like, every single new thing that I find out, and there is still a litany of new information that even I was unfamiliar with. Even if my heart says that is too evil to be true, I still verify. Because the reality is, sometimes it is fucking true. And many times, in the case of Israel, it is true. Problem is, like, the minors up to age 16 is currently 32. And even then, and minors in the administrative detention number is 18. Problem is, we don't even fucking know the actual numbers because these are given by the Israeli security forces. They stopped tracking it adequately. I told my dad about the sterile rows the other day, and I had to repeat it like 3 times for him to understand what was actually being said. Yeah, that's the more this war continues, the more this bombing campaign continues, the more people will wake up to what the apartheid is. Okay? Every single day, there's a new fucking hater that comes in here to be like, Hassan, seems to me like you're quite the anti-Semite. I've heard a lot about your anti-Semitic tendencies. And then they just like stick around for a little bit and they go, holy fuck, what is happening in the world? I'm almost certain that we have doubled the number of Israeli leftists in Israel over the course of the past month and a half. Now, of course, that's not a profound feat when you consider that there was only 12 of them and now there's 24. But we hating Jews? Come on, dude. Ridiculous. Yeah, people are going to be like, wait, the Palestinians didn't commit crimes? Yeah. Are there Palestinians who commit crimes? Of course. Those stats don't also include people who were detained as adults and remain in custody until they became adults. Oh, yeah, that's the other part. Yup. Here. Ahmad Manazra is still in prison despite his worsening health. Palestinian prisoner arrested as a child. Ahmad Manazra is a famous case. He's 20 years old now, and he's developed serious mental health problems since his arrest as a child 7 years ago. He was arrested at the age of 13. He's 20 now, and he's served a prison sentence under unlawful, indefinite detention for 7 fucking years. They harshly interrogated him when they first apprehended him without a lawyer present in 2015. He was 13 years old. He's been in prison ever since and in solitary confinement since early November 2021. He's been diagnosed with schizophrenia, is suffering from psychotic delusions, and is severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. What? Check this. I already banned, but still should be addressed. Hassan, you want to be precious about toddlers in all life? Dude, there's a fucking fight for survival out there. Tons of Palestinian kids are dead. They're being exterminated, and we're supposed to feel bad about some 3-year-old spawn of an occupier whose government doesn't even care and is held hostage and wants to be used as a PR prop. This is what I mean when I say these are like LARPing-ass lefties, okay? This is the LARP, okay? Yes, you should. You absolutely should care about the Israeli 3-year-old baby because the 3-year-old baby has no fucking perspective on life. That is a disgusting fucking take to have. And let me tell you something. You're no different than the fucking supposed Zionists that you hate when you say shit like that. Okay? Now, obviously, the backlash that you will receive if you were to say stuff like this publicly in the Western world will be unimaginable in comparison to the backlash that any Zionist on any given day can say about Palestinian children. Let's be for fucking real for a moment. But that doesn't change the morality of your perspective. Okay? Especially when you are outlapping the Palestinians who are directly victimized. That's crazy. That's crazy. I've never heard a Palestinian say those words, okay? And it's unimaginable because, like, the reality is, if you're Palestinian, like, holy shit, dude, this is your life? Like, of course you're going to fucking feel some type of way, okay? Of course you're going to feel some type of way. It is the most normal feeling to have. I mean, think about the anger and frustration that Israelis feel towards Palestinians after fucking subjugating them, okay? If you can understand, if you have Israeli family members, if you have like ultra-Zionist family members, members of your family that live in Israel, and you see the hatred they have in their heart, and if you can understand in some ways where that comes from, like, from the fear of the Intifada or whatever, right? Then you can certainly understand why Palestinians would have all of the fucking... all of the reason on the planet to be fucking incredibly hateful. It is just shocking to me in general that I don't hear it from Palestinians. It's like shocking. I hear it from Western leftists, but I don't hear it from Palestinians in that way. And I'm not discounting that. I mean, I'm sure there are.
From underneath him and went over to the neighbors who took her in, and they were also taken hostage, a mother, a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 4-year-old who goes to preschool with Abigail.
Liz, how did you find out that she did in fact survive? Because
at
first you were told by who that Abigail had died, Noah?
By her older brother, who thought that that's what he had seen.
Yeah.
There were this 6 and 10-year-old, when they ran home, they locked themselves in a closet for 4.
By the way, Israel released the ages and the numbers, the names of the people that they have that they're slated to release, because Israel has a process for the next 10 days. You can go to the courts. If you have been wronged by any of the people that they're about to release, you have 10 days to appeal that decision to release them. As far as I've seen, I looked through it. I looked through the names and like what they had done. And there's one person that was that was caught and convicted of attempted murder. But beyond that, it's mostly like women and children, suspicion of like talking to a terrorist or fucking throwing a rock or whatever. Appeal to the Palestinians? No. There's a list of 300 Palestinians that Israel said they're going to release. 150 in the first batch, and then slowly but surely they're going to release the other 150 as long as Palestinians keep releasing prisoners. Okay? Now, here's the thing. The list is out there for everyone to read, and the reason why the list is out there for the Palestinian hostages, the political prisoners that Israel is holding on to, for moments like this is so that if there is any victim of their violent acts or whatever, they can go and appeal in a court. An Israeli child did not choose to be born in the occupying nation, neither a Palestinian one in the occupied. Fucking unhinged take, not to want to care about a 3-year-old toddler. Exactly. As if that toddler is alone is upholding the apartheid. Yeah, 100%. I mean, dude. One other thing that I have to mention here that is like kind of lost in the conversation because we only talk about this from like extremely self-centered Western perspectives and not the Israeli one, is that half of the people that got fucking slaughtered beyond like the Arab, the Palestinian citizens of Israel and beyond like the Thai workers or whatever, half of the fucking people that got slaughtered in the kibbutz were literally fucking like unironic anti-apartheid activists and shit. Okay? Half of the people that are now advocating for a ceasefire have still maintained that moral clarity. Okay? Now, here's something important to understand. Those people that are maintaining that moral clarity, who know their, whose family members are most likely also peaceniks themselves, are seen as lesser than some other types of hostages. You know what I mean? Because these are like there is definitely in the reactionary Israeli right, there's this attitude of like, fuck around and find out. Like, you treated them like humans and they came to your fucking house and they killed you. They slaughtered you and then they fucking captured your family members. Like, there is this weird gloating as well. Like, these hostages are lesser than, you know what I mean? In the eyes of the Israeli government, these hostages are, they're important, but like not all that important, It's really fucked up. Come on, dude. Kill all the kids, kill them all. Like, this person is like 100% fucking baiting. Doesn't realize that they'll probably get banned platform-wide when they say dumb shit like that. All right. The Hezbollah in memoriam posts are so wild to me, though. They always post like this. They always post these like these photos of the people that like got killed, like that got martyred by Israel. Find them in their most handsome. Anyway, even if they're banned, they still won't be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Hey, oh, fucking got him. Fucking got my ass. Yeah, that's right. Can you please say something about trans people who stand with Palestine? I'm trans and 100% with Palestinians, but I hear every day how Hamas would throw me off a roof. First of all, it's just pure racist. Like, that's the Hamas is ISIS shit, okay? Yeah, Hamas is homophobic for sure. But ultimately, you know who is more homophobic, I guess? If Hamas is executing one fucking gay person, you know how many fucking gay Palestinians Israel has executed? We don't know. We don't know the actual numbers. But again, you cannot defeat homophobia by killing every gay person first. You just have what is known as empathy, okay? It's normal. It's normal to demonstrate solidarity with people whose living conditions are god-awful, who you, by way of paying your taxes, have contributed to their living conditions because our taxes go and fund these bombs, okay? It's perfectly normal to demand liberation and emancipation for Palestinians and even Hamas that might not want the same for you. This is a normal thing. This is a normal perspective. I say all the time that I want universal health care, which also include Nazis. I get death threats on a fucking regular basis from Nazis, but I still want them to have health care because I understand that that is the most effective way to combat reactionary sentiment from spreading. Ridiculous. Yeah, Israel is so pro-LGBT that they're doing the gayest genocide of all time. They're so fucking gay, dude, with their genocide. Not only are they gay as hell with their genocide because they, like, dangled the fucking LGBT flag in Gaza, but then they also, like, do semen extraction, okay, which is not even gay. At that point, it's, like, necrophilia. But, like, that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean anything. You can do homofascism over a group of individuals that are led by homophobic victims of homofascism, but it doesn't change the dynamic, okay? A lot of these nations do not have time to go and fight for civil liberties for their own citizens because they're too busy fucking ducking bombs from Israel. You dig?
14 hours with a phone. They were our reporters. They were the people that were telling us what happened.
That's how you got your news.
That's how we got our news. Mm-hmm. And what ended up happening is it took a couple of days for the kibbutz to be cleared, for us to understand and for people to get in. And we learned an eyewitness had actually seen this mother with her 3 children and Abigail being led out of the kibbutz, out of their neighborhood. And then we did not find out any more information.
Oh, also, speaking of transphobia, at least, Iran is unironically less transphobic than America. They're very homophobic, and they will forcibly trans you, but they're definitely not transphobic.
Information. So we know that they were taken, and the next thing we learned is that they are hostages.
Yeah.
But we have not, we're living in the dark.
Yes.
You know, they are literally in the dark. These are people that probably have not seen daylight in 46 days. And we, in America, families, Israeli families, have very little information and are also in.
That is not an argument I would ever make, Hassan. No, man. The point is, we have an incredibly fucking weird Western-centric way of identifying homophobia and transphobia when it's very different in other countries. Like, for example, I had to sit here and for hours cover, like, gender in India, okay, and gender in Pakistan, and even gender historically in Japan. People literally think, oh no, all these other places, like, we're the most progressive, duh. All these other places, like, they are definitely way more regressive than we are. And then you realize, like, gender across the board is so different culturally, okay? Is so different culturally. And yeah, there are plenty of fucking places where, like, people are way more open to trans existence and historically have had trans people exist in society. So it is this, like, weird, very American perspective. The only thing that is different between an ISIS member and some fucking psychopathic white ISIS here in America, Al-Qaeda member, is the material conditions. Our fucking fascists go to Applebee's and get into a fucking food coma every night. Their fucking fascist reactionary Salafist brigades end up actually taking over entire areas and throwing gay people off the roofs. But that doesn't mean that our fucking fat-ass fascists wouldn't do the same thing if they were dropped into a similar environment. The only difference is our fat fucking fascists are too busy chowing down on motherfucking Applebee's jalapeno poppers to actually go and fucking execute gay people in the goddamn streets. There is, like, some semblance of a order here in America. Anytime I hear from some fucking psychopathic homophobe like Ben Shapiro say the dumbest thing on the planet, like, oh, well, Hamas will throw you off of a roof. Hamas will throw you off a roof. I'm like, bitch, you would too if you weren't 5'4" and living in fucking Los Angeles or Nashville, Tennessee. You would do that as well. You'd be the guy telling everybody to do that if you fucking lived there. The fuck do you mean? Your homophobia is adjusted to American standards. You are literally one of the most homophobic Americans out there. Why the fuck are you shitting on homophobia when it's like brown people doing it? This is something you have to understand. This is not about, like, our own fascist movements being way more modernized and way less barbaric than fucking reactionary fascist movements in other countries. It's just about material conditions. Oh, anyway, it's also virtue signaling. These motherfuckers don't care about gay people, dude. They want to fucking kill. They want to kill trans people. Like, they literally openly talk about it. And then they turn around and go, it's really fucked up. Like, what? So why is it fucked up? Is it because you want to kill all the trans people and you're, like, messed up? You're upset that, like, maybe Hamas in your hypothetical is killing trans people in your stead? Is that why? Only I get to kill trans people, not Hamas. Hypothetically, I should be able to go kill the trans Palestinians, not Hamas. It's the same principle behind the bombing of the Al Ahli hospital, not Al Shifa, Al Ahli. I felt like I was going crazy when people were like, well, this one was Hamas. This one was Islamic Jihad. And I'm like, okay, but you're more mad about Islamic Jihad's, like, supposed misfired rocket than, like, the fucking thousands of people that Israel killed before and after? What is the argument here? That it's, like, only all right if Israel kills Palestinians? That, like, Islamic Jihad can't accidentally kill Palestinians? It was so weird. For a month, they said this. Like, it was so stupid. And so many people went along with it. It blew my fucking mind.
In the dark. But now you can at least hope that she's together with the family who was with her. If she is, in fact, released, who will get her? Where will she go?
She will go to her aunt and uncle
Who
and
live in
her
Israel.
grandparents who live in Israel and who are taking care of her older brother and sister and giving them the love and support that they need after losing their parents.
Yes. I mean, I can't imagine the trauma of this little girl at 3 years old who knows that both of her parents are dead, and then she's being held with the neighbor family. At 3, guys, you know so much at 3. What can you tell us about her, Liz?
Well, the thing that Abigail's a 3-year-old, but she's the youngest of 3. And so she had the character that was running around and keeping up with her siblings and running around playing soccer. And she was always in the front. She was not sitting back. And one of the things that she ran that house. She was the one that was running the house.
Yeah.
And, you know, we know that for her to come back, for her sister and her brother, is their one hope. I mean, this is one of the things that we just keep hearing is that they know exactly what happened on October 7th. Yes, they witnessed it. They are 6 and 10. They understand. But the one thing that
I'm not even trying to be mean, but if you live in Israel, don't you support the government financially at least? Bitch, if you live in America, you support the government financially. What the fuck are you talking about? Brother, I give Israel more guns and more weapons than like the average Israeli citizen does due to the amount of taxes I pay. Okay? You feel me? You understand where I'm coming from? Philion wants to come on the stream sometime? Fuck yeah. Love Philion. This is the other reason why I'm so fucking passionate about this topic is because it's like, it's my money. It's all of our money. How disgusting. I hate it. You should stop paying your taxes as financial advice. Yeah.
they also are the piece that they can only hope that will come to give some sort of an ability for a closure and to move on,
that they'll get their
is that
system
Abigail
back.
comes back.
Yes, we all hope that.
We all hope it.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Liz, for coming in. Of course, we will stay in touch.
And I just want to say that tomorrow is Friday is Abigail's 4th birthday.
Yeah, and I know you're also worried about the other hostages. It's the first 50, but there are still many.
Michael Hastings fan. You know I know him, right? Or knew him. He was my coworker. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Yeah. Every time I drive by the place where he died, it always freaks me out. It's not in the wiki, so no. Why would I literally be in the fucking Wikipedia of Michael Hastings when I was a goddamn intern at the time where he worked at TYT or worked with TYT? But it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up because I drive by like where his car exploded after fucking hitting a tree all the time. Anyway, all right.
ايش فايدة الهدنة وانا ما فيش رجوع لبيتي الى غاية
I'm waiting on Mike Isaac to come on. He was supposed to shit. Okay. He was supposed to come on at 3:30, I said. Okay, good. It's not 3:30 yet. Israeli media now reporting ceasefire possibly postponed until Friday, at least after disputes arose last minute. No, I saw. I Reuters already reported on it as well. You're late. News. The ceasefire and the deal with the hostages were postponed until Friday because of disputes that appeared at the last minute. An official in Qatar told the Palestinian newspaper Al-Quds. Why did they have the duct tape with the Sharpie numbers in the last bit? To reinforce the point that 46 days have passed by where their loved ones were taken hostage.
إني أنا أفقد أولادي وأفقد أبائي وأفقد أموالنا ومحلاتنا. إذا الهدنة هذه على الفاضي.
كويس لصالح الجميع وربنا يهدي البال. يعني ايش بدنا نعمل؟ نرجع لبيوتنا، احنا نايمين في العراء.
احنا بدنا ديارنا، نرجع على بيوتنا، نرجع على شوارعنا، نشوف شوارعنا، نشوف الدار اللي دمرت، نشوف بيوتنا. هاي اللي بدنا اياه. احنا مش بدنا هدنه عشان ندخل مساعدات وشويه اكل.
مروحين على بيوتنا، ما فيش بيوتنا اصلا كمان، وشردنا ومش عارفين الحين وين بدنا نروح. حتى لو روحنا على بيوتنا بيوتنا فيش، وين الناس تروح؟ تعتفت الناس وشردت، وهذا حال والله وضع حال سيء جدا. ومبر كل الاطفال عيانه، واللي بقح واللي بسل واللي بنتم، هذا وضع والله واحد ايش بده يحكي.
81 today. He made a few jokes about his age during the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon. And late tonight, this picture was posted on the president's Instagram account. It's a birthday cake ablaze with candles. The comment reads, "Thanks for the birthday well wishes today, everyone. Turns out on your 146th birthday, you run out of space for candles." The White House tonight leaning into what is considered one of Biden's biggest political liabilities, his age. Right now, he is showing poorly in the polls, particularly among younger voters. They backed him in 2020 by about 20 points. Polls now show that support collapsing. A new one from NBC shows the former president, Donald Trump, leading President Biden 46 to 42% among 18 to 34-year-olds. What's more, 70% of young voters disapprove of Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. The White House press secretary was asked about that disapproval today by our MJ Lee. This is what she said.
But what I'll be very clear about is we're not going to govern by polls here. We're going to, or poll numbers. We're going to focus on delivering for the American people. That's going to be our focus.
The war and young voters are the focus of John King's latest installment of his series for 360, All Over the Map. The series tracks the presidential campaign through the eyes and experiences of voters who live in key battleground states. Tonight, Michigan. And John King joins me here now. So, John, what did you find out this time?
Look, imagine you're back in college. You're 18, you're 19, you're 20. 81 seems pretty old. And it's not just the number. They think he's just far away from them on the issues. They think he doesn't understand their issues. Even though he's tried to do some things on college debt, they think they don't get it. So age was an issue anyway with this bedrock piece of the Biden coalition. And now, John, when you go to campus, you see the protests about the Israel-Hamas war. On both sides, people raise questions about how the president's handling it.
Okay, dude, if you're literally pro-Israel and you're young and you don't want to vote for Biden, I want to study your brain, okay? If you are in the minority, because this generation, the HasanAbi head generation, is fucking unconditionally in support of Palestinian emancipation, which is the righteous cause, which is the just cause, which is the right side of history for sure. But if you are one of those people who's like, I love Israel, what is it? The I'm Yisrael Chai or whatever. And then you fucking turn around and you're like, but I hate Joe Biden. I want to know what's going on in your head. I want to understand how the fuck did we arrive at that situation? Because you should be loving him like 100%. Bro, Joe Brandon is literally more popular than Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. Joe Brandon right now, if he ran for fucking president of Israel, he would dominate, okay? He would dominate. The only guy that's more popular in Israel than Joe Brandon, and I don't even know if that's still the case, was Donald Trump, okay?
Midterms are done. Finals just ahead. There is a rhythm to life on campus. And this fall, a raw divide.
I am an Israeli, Jewish Israeli American.
Maya Siegman is a sophomore at Wayne State in Michigan, studying social work, chatting with friends here at the Jewish campus organization, Hillel.
Hillel, there's a police officer down the hall.
Mm-hmm.
That's not normal.
It is now.
Siegman traveled to Washington last week to join thousands.
The thing that sucks is there are so many like Jewish progressives who are just completely not progressive when it comes to Israel. And you know, there's a lot I know that it just hurts my soul to see them so fucking lost in the sauce. And I'm sure they feel the same way about me, where they look at me and they're like, I can't believe this guy that I looked up to, or this guy that I thought was like such a brilliant fucking rabid fighter of anti-Semitism, who is now so aggressively anti-Israel, and I had no fucking clue. Which, by the way, for the record, he hasn't said anything that's genocide apology. Jesus Christ, Chad, she's just Jewish. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Chad is saying. I'm specifically talking about like my own personal experiences. There's a lot of progressive people. There's a lot of progressive Jews that are just like, that are Zionists that 100%, I think, probably look to what I have to say and go, you're fucking an anti-Semite. And it hurts my soul. Oh.
Thousands in support of Israel. Now, back on a campus divided.
The division is very clear. The tension on campus is very high.
Wayne State spent...
You guys have never watched any of your Israel-Palestine coverage before? Yeah, I mean, I have been a fucking defender of Palestinians and Palestinian emancipation for many, many years. Very vocal advocate, so I don't know.
200 acres in downtown Detroit. Ibrahim Ghazal among the 24,000
Yeah, Hillel,
students.
isn't Hillel? I think Hillel is the one that's the more Zionist organization.
I'm American. I'm Palestinian.
Ghazal calls anti-Semitism horrible and disgusting.
Do you feel the flip side of it? Or are there more...
In terms of Islamophobia?
Yeah, usually fucking every time I see like a Palestinian college campus kid, it's like this. He's like, anti-Semitism is unacceptable. It's the worst form of bigotry. And then unfortunately, not due to any cultural reasons, but certainly due to the permissibility of Islamophobia. On the other side, I do hear a lot of fucking violent Islamophobic rhetoric from people who don't even know that they're being Islamophobic. And certainly there are people who are being anti-Semitic without even realizing that they're being anti-Semitic. Okay, 100%. But the reality of the situation is that like one side's complaints certainly fucking fall on deaf ears. They're Zionists, but Hillel is more so a religious place for Jews on campus. Like they host dinners and services and events, but yes, they're Zionists, but that's not their main thing. I mean, a lot of stuff is like that. Like a lot of the Jewish organizations on campus are not presented directly as like a hyper Zionist institution that is there to usually reinforce Zionist perspectives. Like Birthright is not promoted as like, we're gonna fucking brainwash you with the hopes that you fuck someone in the IDF and like become the most rugged defender of Israel. It just simply kind of works out that way in most circumstances. Or what do you call it? Or the tree planting thing. Shots fired at friend. Wait, what do you mean? Who am I? What are you talking about? They're talking about Ethan. Is that what happened with Ethan? I have no idea what Ethan's like how Ethan met Hila. For the record, what I'm talking about is like a common meme. I didn't know that Hila met Ethan while Ethan was on Birthright. I did not know that. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, I think you guys are being like parasocial and drama baiting. 100%. But it is a very common meme, which is what I was referencing, not necessarily like Ethan's situation. Anyway, but yeah, no, that is usually that is like the unspecified, unmentioned reason for Birthright is to help American Jews become way more Zionist. But anyway, regardless, they don't present it as such. They present it as like a fun opportunity to go to like a desert destination, just as the tree planting missions, right? Think about it. The tree planting. There were some Jewish HasanAbi heads in the chat that were talking about how like my whole life I thought I was just like doing a good thing. I was just planting trees, not realizing that the fucking tree planting operations are like a continuation of the Nakba and the things that came after the Nakba to like wipe out Palestinian villages and plant trees on top of them to like completely remove any kind of surface evidence. It's like a very weird way in which a lot of Zionist operations like they mask what the genuine purpose is. You're correct. I went on Birthright. It's 50% matchmaking, 50% real estate shopping, 100% brainwashing. Yeah. Ethan has talked about the icky parts of Birthright. Yeah, he said the whole thing is like it's just find a Jewish spouse low key. Yeah, I mean this is where my perspective of this. Where are you getting that info from? What do you mean? What I'm talking about with Birthright, or are you asking me where am I getting the tree planting thing from? The tree planting thing is just real. In the aftermath of the Nakba, Israel went and planted trees on all of the Arab villages that they destroyed, ones that they razed to the fucking ground, basically. And what they ended up doing was just planting European-style trees, pine trees that were not even native to the environment. It's like an OG ethnic cleansing maneuver, you know? All right, hold up. I will be talking about Sam Altman. Right now, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be talking about Sam Altman and OpenAI with Mike Isaac of the New York Times. Hold on. I'm going to call him right now. Start it. Hello? Can you hear me? Ooh, okay. I can see you. You look great, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, I can hear you as well.
You got me?
I got you. You won't be able to see me because I have my camera on my stream. Is that okay? Or do you want me to
totally
cheat?
fine. I mean, it's sad that I won't get to look at your face, but I'll deal.
Okay. All right. Well, for everybody, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike Isaac in the building. New York Times tech reporter, writer of books. We are going to be talking about AI and OpenAI specifically and Sam Altman. So I thought, well, I actually originally asked Noah. I was like, who do you think I should ask? It's like, who's a good guy to talk to about this? And he was like, go ask Mike Isaac. And I was like, he was supposed to come on my stream at a certain point, so he owes me.
So I swear to God that it was what was it? It was Elon, right? And it was like the most insane breaking news that it was not actually me bailing on, or it was not me ducking you. It was me just like constantly getting pulled into news. I swear to God.
Yeah.
But I do owe you, so this is consider us close to even.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're here, and of course, Chad is probably gonna have a lot of questions for you as well. And so starting off with, I mean, I guess what the fuck is OpenAI? What is going on? What is going on there? What's happening in Silicon Valley? Why are they like that?
This is actually really good for me to remember, just because like I've been tech reporting for like 14 years and like am steeped in all this shit, and like people are like, oh yeah, of course Sam Altman, but like normal people don't know who this guy is.
Breaking news overnight,
right? Like most people don't know who this dude is, I think.
Yeah.
And so it's been good to like step back. So so Sam Altman, he's this longtime sort of tech entrepreneur in the Valley. He is pretty well liked by most folks, but it's more important that he's pretty powerful, at least among startup land. He co-founds this company called OpenAI like 8 years ago with a bunch of other folks. And I think like people didn't pay a ton of attention to it just because all of their shit is very like, this is us trying to protect the world from AI that's going to kill everyone. And it always sounds like crazy, or at least to a lot of people it sounds crazy is what I'll say. But you know, a few years ago, or at least 18 months ago, AI suddenly became like this hot thing. The company blows up. Microsoft invests $13 billion in it.
Can we talk about that real quick? Because like, as far as I understand, and I know Mike Barbaro, my favorite podcaster, covered this this morning on the Daily with one of your colleagues, where they talked about how the structure of OpenAI originally was a nonprofit.
Yes.
And the nonprofit structure was controlled by 6 individuals, some of which had actually contributed to the data and the technology behind the artificial intelligence.
That's right.
And then later along the way, I think literally after Elon Musk pulled his finances from OpenAI, stopped backing it, Sam Altman turned around and looked for donors. Which Microsoft was one of those donors, and I think like built, I guess, a for-profit entity outside of the company, or inside of the company technically, but the for-profit entity was still managed by the nonprofit 6-person board.
That's like the whole. That's kind of the reason we're in the mess that happened over the past 5 days, but like. The whole point of the beginning was to form it as a nonprofit because in their like idealist mind, they're like, we want to create AI that's good for the world. That, and again, this is why they did it. Like whether you believe any of this actually works or is true, like that's fine. But I think their reasoning was, we don't want it to be profit driven. We want to be ideals driven and have the sort of money not be a part of it. We don't want that to sort of drive the equation.
Yeah.
And then they found out basically that the amount of money required to do this type of computing for large language models is fucking astronomical. Like data centers that process this stuff, first of all, people are competing for that computing power. It just costs tons of money, and they weren't able to raise it through donations alone. So they're like, all right, we need to Frankenstein a sort of LLC attached to this on the back of it. Which is how they started being able to raise like investment rounds and money from companies like Microsoft. Sequoia's in there, which is a blue chip venture capital firm. And so like over time, it became a nonprofit that ended up being very profit driven, attracted a lot of employees based on the promise of money, attractive investment based on the promise of money. And so like, I think that's the heart of the tension now is like idealism versus the capitalism that kind of infiltrated the company, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But this distinction is important as far as I understand, because like Microsoft had a clause that they could not use it for profit, like all the data that they've actually like pumped $13 billion into, which I don't really understand how they would have like been able to force that to happen anyway. I think that like ultimately it wasn't going to work out regardless.
Yep.
Why is this part important though? Because the 6-person board on the nonprofit side that controls everything at OpenAI apparently started getting a little worried about AI's future. Sam Altman, at least according to the New York Times, had always maintained this posture where he was like, I'm taking the AI thing very seriously. And I think that, you know, we have to go and talk to global leaders and try and make sure that this doesn't get out of hand and it doesn't have like negative long-lasting consequences on mankind. Some of which I think maybe even went a little too far with the whole like, I created this machine, this behemoth that's going to like end the world or whatever, you know, like I thought that it was like a little bit too much marketing even.
Yep.
But then also simultaneously, he thought that it was a positive thing as well. That could be very beneficial, this technological development. Yep. And the guys that consider it to be too terrifying or too destabilizing of a force decided to oust him, as far as we understand. I mean, he's a weird guy, Sam Altman, from what I like, as far as I understand, like, you know, his background and whatnot. He's not exactly like a super normal dude anyway, but none of these tech guys are really.
That's kind of par for the course out here. I think everyone's like used to a level of weirdness or whatever. And it's certainly extremely weird people on the board. I mean, you know, whatever. They're computer scientists, so it is what it is. But
yeah.
I think your read is right on Sam in that a lot of his sort of showboating around, like he went from like a relative figure only in Silicon Valley to like meeting with world leaders and, you know, getting these huge sort of profiles in different publications, including the one that I work for. And like his celebrity grew. And so Congress called him in, he started testifying. There was definitely an element of strategy to the idea that you're poking holes at, which is this is going to kill us and only I am the one able to control it, sort of thing, you know? And and that's a way to, it's also a way he was lobbying the government basically to say, we need to control it. We need to sort of like have regulations come down on how people use data or how people use or what LLMs are allowed to do. And so that the sort of underneath argument there is a form of regulatory capture where anyone who could compete with them or any smaller upstarts that could come and catch up won't be able to because the big guys are already kind of sitting in there. So I think that's like,
do you think that, can I ask you a question? Do you think in your own assessment that the regulatory capture element here is akin to like Sam Bankman-Fried also cooperating with the government to be like, hey, we really got to get a hold on crypto to be the guy who ends up holding all the reins. It's not dissimilar to how is it Gerber that has like that has maintained like this sole distribution of sunscreen in America, because like the sunscreen in the United States of America is like unlike any other European or Korean or Japanese country. Sunscreen in the United States is regulated by the not the FDA, but it's regulated as a drug. So due to that, new sunscreen can't really enter the market, and therefore American sunscreen does not have is not competitive in comparison to other nations, like sunscreen from other places. So it's just an example of regulatory capture. I mean.
No, totally. I think that is exactly the. I mean, we saw like a version of this with like Facebook and their way of fighting TikTok and sort of. I mean, the folks who are at the top, the sort of incumbents or the people who have sort of already made it, always want to try to like pull the ladder out from underneath them so that the would-be competitors won't be able to do it. And exactly like the analogy that you're talking about is like, all right, we own the market, or at least for OpenAI, I think it's more around the amount of data they've already ingested and not allowing others to sort of act similarly. That's really tricky because like they're currently enmeshed in like potential lawsuits or whatever. But I think for them, they're just like, how can we sort of make this safe and not let companies like Meta, formerly known as Facebook, do this. It's super wonky, but like open source version where basically anyone can create chatbots and the LLMs are all sort of, the code is all out there, and their philosophy is rather than one or a few companies having it, everyone should basically have it, if that makes sense.
Is OpenAI, in its origin at least, like, I feel like part of the reason why it was a non-profit, it was a not-for-profit, was because like they wanted to open source it, one, due to the fact that maybe some of them were genuinely like old school internet guys who believe in open sourcing. Like OBS is what I use currently to stream, and I love OBS and I love open source software in general. But then the other reason probably was because of the insane magnitude of data that you would need and the cooperation that you would need from others, and you know, they wanted to get that free labor basically off the ground. So I suspect that was like the reason why they wanted to bring it to the table as like as open as possible, while simultaneously like did not want it to be captured by Google, for example, as a main competitor, which was, you know, launching a competing product. So overall, it seems to be like there's these competing interests, but now Sam Altman coming back, what does this mean for OpenAI?
So I think you're totally right. Just on like the early foundations were pretty idealistic, and like, look, for all the criticism, I'm very skeptical on whether this stuff is going to kill us all. I'm more worried, or I'm more focused on what jobs are going to be taken immediately. And I still think AI is not that great in doing a lot of stuff, so I don't think it's necessarily immediately on the horizon of stealing everyone's jobs, but that seems like the more practical thing to think about in the short term. I think this whole past 5 days in this battle is kind of a reflection of the idealism of keeping AI safe, but harnessing the power to help the world. That's this one camp's ideas. That battle versus the accelerationists who want to just speed it up, put the foot on the gas, and get it out there as fast as possible, and have fewer guardrails, or at least like slower, faster development than the other camp. And it seems like the Sam Altman camp, i.e. the accelerationist put on the gas camp, won at least. You know, I will say that the board of directors, which is a whole other thing, is going to be reimagined. So they're trying to like put some checks and balances on whether Sam can just sort of do whatever he wants anymore, like he used to be able to. So that'll be kind of reined in. But Sam is back, and he also has like 95% of the employees behind him and threatening to walk out if they try to fire him. So he has a lot of power here, and I think they're just going to keep moving really fast. Now, whether you think that's dangerous or not is a whole other, you know, is this bullshit or whatever. But it's
I don't fully understand like why people love Sam so much. Like I don't get it. To me, he seems like yet another classic like Silicon Valley guy who is like I guess a little bit more charismatic than the average Silicon Valley guy. So he becomes the king of the nerds, even though he's not like the brain behind the operation at all. It's always like the marketing guys that dominate this fucking space so much. Like I feel like there's 3 different types of guys in Silicon Valley. I'm going to be very reductive here, but in your experience, I want to hear if you agree with me or not. You have the obvious, like the engineer guy who is virtually impossible to communicate with and has a very hard time like presenting his case. Yep. You have the fucking VC guy who is the annoying douchebag finance bro. And then you have the marketing guy, the guy that wears the turtleneck, who loves, you know, Steve Jobs being the marketing guy, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, or rather Mark Zuckerberg more so being like the techie guy kind of in between. And then, I don't know, I guess Elon Musk would be more so like the finance bro guy, but he kind of falls in the other category as well. But people say he's a brilliant engineer, but ultimately he's not like engineering any of the products that he's like just purchasing simply as an angel investor or whatever. So
that's right.
On that front, like I don't know. I guess Steve Wozniak would be the engineer guy. So on that front, and many other people that you never hear about, What is Sam Altman in those three categories? He seems like the marketing guy, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think he would even say, I mean, I don't know him that well, but like I think he would even say like he's a what they call a non-technical founder, right? So he's not an engineer, he's not there creating code, but his like superpower is, and look, like there are probably more charismatic people in the world, but maybe we're grading on a curve as far as Silicon Valley goes. And I think that like he's good at marshaling this support for himself as this visionary. And if you get him in a room and sort of he talks about his vision and stuff, like people, earnest folks in the Valley who just are like, I want to create something and build or whatever, who love hearing that, really soak that up. And I think he's very smart in playing to that. I think he probably believes a good amount of it too, but I think he knows how to like sell and like win certain audiences over. That's also why, if you followed the tweets around this whole saga, he got a lot of sympathy and played the press pretty well, if you ask me. Like if it's kind of, it all happened really fast, but like you could see how his perspective was coming out in a lot of these stories. But you're exactly right. He's a marketing guy. I think I think all of these companies know that they need a version of the marketing guy to really sell their product, in the sense that if you have the nerdy guy up there and can't really just explain what they're doing, no one's going to care. So I think that's his real strength for sure.
Yeah, no, it's like if you go to Stanford and you're like an English major in Stanford and you figure out how to do like decent technical writing, you can be like the next billionaire Silicon Valley god, because at least you can like clearly craft sentences together and sound like you're smart and intelligent. People will think you're brilliant. You're a god.
I have friends who do. I was just gonna say I have friends who are writers who are kind of also have moved to tech stuff, and they'll go into a tech company and like just write. They'll be asked to do like a basic like press release or whatever or something, and like write it in like, or a blog post for a tech company. Write it in like 2 hours, and the tech guy asking to do it will be like, how the fuck did you do this? This is amazing. But like, you're right. These are not basic. These are skills that liberal arts majors at least learn and are valuable. And you could probably, if you combine it, you could probably do pretty well.
Ironic that we're talking about fucking OpenAI and ChatGPT while simultaneously talking about liberal arts majors, because like the reason why this is hailed by so many STEM lords is because like they believe this is an opportunity for them to also exercise their creativity, because it works in a way where they could just like, I don't know, type a couple almost like lines of code, like it almost codifies the artistic process for them, or at least the many different aberrations that have come out of this like AI bubble. But that's the point where I personally think it's like a decent, it could be a decent tool, but of course I understand that like this is mostly going to be utilized to displace a ton of workers and make the workplace more efficient. And with that efficiency will come, obviously, the elimination of redundancy. So that's another thing I want to ask you. You have Lawrence H. Summers. Why the fuck is Lawrence H. Summers, one of the country's most prominent economists, your words, in the New York Times, why is he a late addition to the list of potential board candidates?
So we have been trying to hammer down the where did Larry Summers come question for, I guess, God, I don't even know what day it is. I guess like 24 hours now, whenever it was announced, not even like 18 hours ago. And we don't know the exact reason. We don't know why he was reached out to. The thing that some folks we talked to were saying was, well, first of all, Larry Summers has been on a number of tech boards in the Valley. So he's been on Square, which I think is now called Block. He's been on Lending Club, which is basically a finance company masquerading as a tech company. Some data analytics one. So he's like kind of already dipped his toe in here. And I think guys out here, specifically guys out here like him, and sort of like that, what they position as like independent thinker, and like someone who sort of embraces certain forms of capitalism and how it works, and And he has connections, right? He's connected to Sheryl Sandberg. He was Sheryl Sandberg's mentor when he was at the Treasury, and Sheryl Sandberg's name was floated. Sheryl Sandberg's COO of Facebook, former COO of Facebook. Her name was floated as a candidate for the board during this whole cycle. So like, he's been around the orbit for a while. He also, I've seen, I don't know if you've seen these like speeches he does on like how white collar work is going to be affected by AI, and like, so he's like got some nascent interest in it. But I think they admire him, and I also think they needed someone who wasn't like deeply connected, because this board was so dysfunctional and fucked up, and they didn't have any like people that weren't like directly had like their interests represented or connected to Altman or connected to the other side. They were like, who can we find that we believe is neutral enough? And they, I guess, landed on Larry Summers.
Yeah. I do love, I mean, I love having a guy like that on the board of this is tech giant. But so what's your assessment then? You think OpenAI, I mean, it's interesting, but people are, I guess, exaggerating its impact a little bit, like maybe for marketing purposes, as a matter of fact, because that's what I think. I think that there's definitely an element of like, ooh, this is very scary, by the way. Look out. And the reason why people do that, I think, is just to like, to hawk their product a little bit. Overall, I do think that AI, when it's better flushed out, will genuinely change the world. Possibly not in a very good way. Possibly in some very bad ways, due to the likes of Larry Summers, who have already said it's a great opportunity to level a lot of playing fields and will shake up the white collar workforce.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you in the thing I've been thinking is like, it is both overhyped and underhyped at the same time. And by that, I mean, the last thing I'm worried about is playing the tape all the way out to like Skynet. Like, that's like people who, to your point, like, it's a marketing vehicle. Like, this is so powerful, it's going to fucking kill us all. So of course you want to be a part of it, or of course you need to like pay attention to it. Right. And like, I'm just like not there yet, as much as like all these computer scientists like are saying like, no man, you don't get it, whatever. I just don't think we're there yet, particularly because the general application of AI that we see in like basic chatbots or models that are trying to have generative AI conversations, like human conversations, are not that great. They're not great yet, At the same time, I agree with you that there is a swath of jobs that can be directly affected by the introduction of a lot of this stuff. The new version of Photoshop, I don't use Photoshop, but I have artist friends who do, and they got like a preview to try it. Some of the AI generated features are like these like AI fill areas.
Yeah.
And they were like, holy fuck, this is something that I have spent years learning and use every day in my job, and I'm very concerned this is going to automate me out of the job. So it's like smaller tasks that are still bread and butter for a lot of people, or like legal tasks. I don't know. There's like probably a lot of examples that exist and can be automated out of existence that are concerning and will displace a lot of people. And we shouldn't take that lightly. That's the part I'm more worried about, I guess.
So what's the speculation? Why? I mean, that's the big question here. Why did Sam Altman get displaced for a brief moment before 95% of the workforce said that they were going to quit and join Microsoft's team? And Microsoft even said, we're just going to recreate OpenAI with Sam, which, by the way, I don't think they would have ever been able to do that just with Sam, but they could potentially try and recreate it with the rest of the employees, who then said they would join Microsoft and recreate OpenAI. At which point, even some of the 6 that had originally pushed for his ouster were that went back and said, "Yeah, okay, we want Sam back." But what was the original reason in your mind? I mean, this is again not reporting. This is pure speculation at this point.
Yeah, I would say informed guess is this was a real power struggle at the top by a number of folks who slowly became uncomfortable with the growing celebrity and influence and sort of fast and loose way Sam played with talking to the board and telling them stuff. Like one example is he was trying to spin up a chips hardware startup with by pitching SoftBank, which is a huge financial sort of investing magnate. I think they're hedge fund. I'm not exactly sure if it's the right term, but SoftBank, which has billions and billions of dollars on the backs of his relationship with OpenAI, which again is ostensibly supposed to be a nonprofit, right? He has a side project with Johnny Ive of Apple, formerly of Apple, where they're trying to build another device, which he also sort of like said, well, I can use my OpenAI sort of clout here to do this. And I think my guess again is like he grew too. It was kind of an Icarus story in the sense that he flew too close to the sun way too quickly, and it just bothered the people on the board who are uncomfortable with that and like appreciate slower, more methodical movement over time. But at the same time, they also posed for photos and enjoyed the sort of glamour of being at the hottest startup in the valley, at least in AI land. So everyone's a little conflicted. There's no heroes in this story is what I would probably say.
So is OpenAI's future going to be one that is for profit openly now, or is there still a not-for-profit structure that's in place? Like, so what do we think is going to happen with this shakeup?
I think that's still a open question, only because the board that they have in place, the 3-person board, and reinstating Sam was literally to just get that minimal structure done as fast as possible, and then work out all the details after Thanksgiving, particularly because they all haven't slept in a week. And I have not slept that much this week. And so like, I think everyone was like, we're super fucking tired. The entire world's coming down on us. The pressure is crazy. We just need to like get part of this done and then decide and then negotiate out what the rest of it looks like with governance. What does our board look like? What are we still a nonprofit? Are we ditching some of these other parts of it? And that's going to be a fight. I think that's going to be weeks of negotiation, if not longer, just because there are some really strong personalities on that board. Adam D'Angelo is a super strong personality that's going to keep pushing back to the nonprofit sort of roots of this whole thing. The CEO of Quora, by the way, that's one of the people on the board.
CEO of what?
Quora, the Q&A.
Oh, Quora. Okay, got it. Yeah. Oh, the best website online.
It's my favorite fucking website.
I didn't realize he was so woke. Like,
yeah.
I guess Quora is kind of like Wikipedia if you want to learn all the wrong things. It's the Wikipedia for when you want the wrong answer, like 100%.
Did you see that one about the like parachuting baby the other day, where like if you're falling off a cliff and a baby in a parachute has to ask you if you believe in God, and if you say no, then the baby lives and pulls a parachute. I don't know, man. This shit is fucked up, but it's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
It's awesome. I mean, it's funny to think about, but like, I mean, I guess Chat GPT does have a lot of Quora in it, in the sense that it does lie sometimes, and very convincingly, much like a person that is answering your questions on Quora. You know, it's great. It's very Reddit on that front too. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is so far it seems like this is palace intrigue, I guess, and beyond that, I mean, I thought that there was like way more powerful stuff going on due to this person being ousted, but it doesn't seem like it was. It seems more so that he was getting too big for his own britches due to people, especially as a non-technical founder.
Yes. Yes.
Due to people that were more serious about artificial intelligence and wanting to keep it the way it is. So, all right, we got some questions from the chat. Go ahead, chat. Right. I mean, number one, how do you keep your mustache the way that you do is like the first thing that people asked.
I love it. Say thank you. My father is Lebanese, my mother is Mexican, so I have like the uncanny ability to grow this 5 o'clock shadow at like 8 a.m. But I do have a mustache comb and some beard oil that I use pretty regularly on this. During pandemic, I had like a full like crazy beard. I kind of miss it, but then I don't know. I feel like the mustache is coming back. Maybe I'm not cool. I can't.
One of the chat said he's like Peso Pluma. Do you know who that is?
I don't know. Who's that?
His name is Hassan, actually, originally. He's a Mexican artist.
I'll look him up.
He does narcos corridos, but
Nice.
But like he's a Lebanese Mexican music artist.
No way. Shit. All right. I definitely Peso Pluma.
He's
All right.
popping. He's popping, dude.
Gotta check him out. That's right.
All right. What else, chat? Do you guys have any other questions? While Mike Isaac is here, can you talk about China's ChatGPT copy?
Yeah, that's a good one. So the last I have heard, so they keep a lot of that shit locked down, but like the last I had heard is that China's actually way far behind the US in this development, which is another sort of, it's another thing that like Altman has lobbied the government on by saying, look, you need to keep regulation on us fairly light, because the thing that they always do is say, if you don't want us to get beat by China, you need us to like win, you know?
Yeah.
And like Facebook does this shit with TikTok and Congress, and
It's
like,
just weird that it never works in the other direction, like where you never hear Amtrak be like, we need high-speed rail because otherwise China is beating us. They're like whooping our asses. It only
God, I
works
love
for
that.
deregulation in the tech sector. Sucks.
Which is exactly why the argument's disingenuous. But I think as much as I know is that they're investing a lot in it now, but they're not seeing the similar sort of breakthroughs that American tech companies are. And again, with the caveats that like this doesn't mean hyped up HAL 9000 shit is coming immediately, but like as far as like what's happening at Google or DeepMind in London or at the University of Toronto, like a lot of the smartest people in the world working on this stuff is in the West, and I think China's going to take some time to catch up. But I don't know. That's what I heard as far as like 3 months ago, and this shit changes fast.
By the way, this happened literally 3 minutes prior to you coming on the stream, but I don't know if you, Elon, or 3 minutes prior to us, me asking this question to you, but Elon Musk posted extremely concerning a Reuters article.
Please no.
Exclusive.
Did he really fucking say that?
Exclusive. Sam Altman's ouster at OpenAI was precipitated by letter to board about AI breakthrough. Sources. This is a Reuters. This is a Reuters article that was updated recently, but it came out, I guess it says 11 p.m. UTC.
Wow. Okay. Oh, you know what? I did see this. Okay, so I would be really careful about this shit. Elon also has like a horse in this race, so definitely be careful about what he's saying. Like he wants Sam to fail, and he was actually pushing for Sam's ouster because and then there was a way of him like sort of saying, should I come back in and be CEO? Bloomberg reported that, and we think that's right. And like, so he's like kind of hyping shit around all of this, so be very careful with him. But like, it's the idea that they had some crazy the world is going to end breakthrough and this is why we need to push out our CEO thing seems pretty far-fetched to me. I don't know, like I'm very like wary, and then Elon is a very unreliable narrator is what I would say.
That's great. I can't believe you would say that. After all, he's currently duking it out in the interest of free speech. Free speech being able to promote, blue chip companies and next to Hitler wasn't wrong posts on Twitter. So
they're on fire, man. They're on fire right now.
Yeah,
in a bad way. That's a bad thing.
I mean, they haven't stopped being on fire since Elon brought that fucking sink into the headquarters, and I think it was in New York.
Oh, that's
to
right.
do let that sink in, and the sink was just sinking the company. It turns out, but who could have guessed that? What do you think is the runway for Twitter at this point? Which I refuse to call X even to this day. And
I can't call it X. I still say Twitter in stories.
I love that all of the style guides and all of the mainstream media outlets is that They always say X, formerly known as Twitter. Like they refuse to call it X across the board.
Because no one knows what X is.
Yeah.
Like normal people who are not like constantly online like we are, there's still Twitter stickers in like shop windows near my house, you know?
Yeah.
I think they're super fucked, man. Like they're like, so they've been losing revenue so that they're trying to do, as you know, like the switch from ad revenue to subscriptions. It's clearly not working because you need millions of people to pay $8 a month to make up the hundreds of millions in ad revenue that he's losing by switching this. And this whole recent Media Matters sort of snowball effect with all the advertisers pulling out is hitting them harder than any sort of advertiser pullout so far. It's like he could not have timed his very crazy replies at a worse time during the middle of a war where everyone is already like super riled up, and also just sort of, and like he's like constantly accused of being an anti-Semite or a white supremacist all the time anyway, and then
he keeps proving every accusation by responding to like you know, Himmler's tit 1488 accounts being like Jews are doing white genocide, and then he goes concerning like every time, or this is the truth. I believe this 100% and unconditionally, and then you know, and then he's just shocked when people go, "That's gross. You're a fucking nasty fascist. What the hell are you saying? I don't want my ads to fucking run next to your disgusting propaganda, like Nazi propaganda." It's you know, but free speech,
which is a reasonable response. I would say like it's not a. If I'm an advertiser, like Twitter doesn't drive sales. Twitter is like a brand advertiser thing. It's basically like a hype train, right? So like it's not like Facebook where you actually convert people to buying your shit. It's more like putting a billboard on a sidewalk or something, just so people know. So that money is already kind of negligible to a lot of advertisers, and exactly what you're saying is like, when there's Nazi shit all over the place, we don't need to be there. You know,
it's literally it's Gab. It's 4chan.
Yeah.
It's just like it's completely turned into poll. It's awful. Like if I'm the CEO of Gab, I'm so mad that like my website no longer is. I mean, it was already on the.
Yeah.
It was already there was already an endpoint to a website like that because it just like gets polluted with like every Nazi pedophile on the planet. But now they're all on Twitter anyway. So and openly operating. So. That's one issue. I mean, even Paris Hilton, as a matter of fact, just recently pulled her advertisement from Twitter, which is devastating, absolutely devastating for Twitter. Where is it? Let me pull this up. The queen of pop culture, music, business, and TV is #Sliving on X. At Paris Hilton, welcome to the X family. We're excited to launch an official partnership with you and your next-gen media company, 1111. Together, we're going to create a launchpad for new initiatives in video, live commerce spaces, and so much more. Let's do this. Linda Yaccarino said this on October 2nd, and according to Media Gazer, the 1111 Media suspended an ad campaign on X 1 month after announcing a partnership with X. It's unclear whether the partnership is still on as of yesterday.
Yeah. I think I don't know if the partnership is still on, but I think it's sometimes one thing that they do a lot of the time is like pause for the storm to pass. But like, this is a bad one. Like, how do you like rewind? Like I don't know. Elon is trying to do everything he can. He's like, okay, all the ad revenue we get, which is slowly bleeding out the door, we're going to send it to, I think it's literally to donate it to Israel during the war. Is what his tweet said. And so he's trying to just sort of like basically pray that people forget or just prove that he's not anti-Semitic. But like, it doesn't seem to be working because they're already having meetings.
Here's a really good way to avoid all of that. Just stop saying anti-Semitic things and stop agreeing with anti-Semites. I feel like if you're the CEO of a company, it's like not that hard, you know? It's so easy to just like not do that, but he simply can't. I mean, he keeps getting in his own way. Also, here's a tweet from @safety. NewsGuard is about to publish a report in air quotes. I thought this was literally an Elon Musk tweet, by the way. The way this is written out is exactly like an Elon Musk tweet that I thought it was Elon himself writing this. They were about to publish a report in air quotes on misinformation on X. As a for-profit company, they will only share the data that underpins their purported research if you pay. NewsGuard Rating also uses these services reports to pressure companies to buy their fact-checking services. It's a profit over any principal model. X has not seen any of the data in their report before publishing. We encourage all media outlets to request the data underpinning their claims. And also simultaneously, U.S. lawmakers are asking the SEC to launch a fraud investigation into Elon Musk. So he's having a hell of a week right now. Meanwhile, what is Elon Musk doing? Oh, that's right. He's trying to sue Media Matters for correctly pointing out that big advertising agencies are buying ads next to Hitler posts.
Yeah.
Like over and over again. So it's great. I'm so glad that he at least destroyed the bots on the website. So now I only get 700 porn accounts, porn bots underneath all of my tweets.
It's always porn too. It's always the same. I've always wanted to do.
It's porn or it's Pusha T.
Or it's. That's a good one.
Those are the only two.
Story on who is that? Do you know who that Roxy account, that porn person? It's always, for me at least, I don't know, maybe this is revealing something about my cookies, but it's always the same bot with the same person in it named like Roxy or something that replies to every one of my tweets. And I want to do like a story that the Times will never let me do, which is like, who is this person and why are they like the face of porn bots? You know,
I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I don't even look at it. It's always like hidden, at least for me. So I'm just like, all right, at least it's hidden.
I guess I clicked down.
Someone said Roxy Red. Roxy is literally a real person. That's what they're saying.
It is a real person. Okay, thank you. Because I was like, is this an AI generated porn bot or is this a human being that also is a porn person? So like, thank you for at least solving that. That's wild.
That's good. We're doing crowdsourced
This is
journalism
reporting
here.
Yeah, this is journalism. Your chat is awesome.
All right. Well, Mike, thank you so much for coming on. I don't want to take up more of your time. This was a wonderful moment. Hopefully,
Thanks, dude.
we'll be able to have you back on soon.
I would love to. I will not shine you on again. Thank you for having me.
Anything you want to promote before you leave? Anything you want to hype up?
Shit. I did a book on Uber a few years ago called Super Pumped. If anyone wants to read it, it's still out there. And I'm trying to write another book right now, but it's super fucking hard because writing is the worst. So I'll bug you when I have to come and sell that at some point.
All right. Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for having me. Thanks, chat. Talk to you all later.
Bye. All right. Mike Isaac, also known as the Rat King, ladies and gentlemen. New York Times tech reporter. Great guy, very smart, very funny. Highly recommend you follow him on Twitter as well. On Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, the platform X. Yeah. Did you cover the Rainbow Bridge explosion? I did not. Why didn't I cover the Rainbow Bridge explosion? Because unlike Fox News, I do usually have a policy, unless it's an ongoing conflict, to not cover breaking news immediately. Here's a video to show you. Please don't ban me, good chatter. My friend, I'm not saying this is irrelevant news. I'm saying that it's not relevant right now because I don't want to cover it right now because it's a developing story and I don't know what's going on because I'm unfamiliar with the process. I need to do more reading. Why is this so fucking difficult for some motherfuckers to understand? I am not a 24/7 news broadcaster with a fuckload of producers that are behind the scenes feeding me information so I can read it to you. I don't want to cover. Right, no breaking news. Yes, according to this chatter with a lol W, I went back in time, grew my fucking hair out, knowing full well that I would have this policy in perpetuity. Okay, I know. Sometimes I do violate said policy when it's an ongoing issue, like an ongoing conflict that I'm covering. Over breaking stories like this, unless there's something that's like completely within my wheelhouse and I can just adequately diminish the fake news that are spreading, like if they were saying this is a vaccine injury or something, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, please. I'm not actually upset about the story itself. I'm just not trying to cover it currently. Please don't ban me. Anyway, I've been watching you since 2020. You've been very consistent on this issue. Yes. But hey, have you perhaps considered that I don't like you and I saw a clip that actually portrayed you in a negative light? and therefore I'm just going to come in here and fucking say shit cynically. Fucking got him. Anyway, it literally comes up every time there's a school shooting, which is unfortunately often. Yes. So, bro, I can't imagine how you made it through 2016 and the pandemic. Holy balls. I did. You did one time, January 6th. Yeah, that's true. I did. Well, it was because it was happening. It was unfolding in front of our eyes for an extended period of time, you know? People bitch more about Hasan than they bitch about kids being killed. Yes. People also bitch more about Pokemon's cookies than they do about children being killed. Because Pokemon's cookies is a fun story that you can like get easy dunks on and get your licks in and go, ha, look at me. I'm a revolutionary Che Guevara style Marxist Leninist, baby. How dare you, Pokemon, hater of the working class, do a cookie release for $7 a pop. I, on the other hand, am a Stalinist, as a matter of fact, which is why I have always consistently defended the working poor, and I find this behavior to be abhorrent. Anyway, I don't think it's MLs in this case, Lamount. No, I'm joking. I'm saying that people behave as though they're like, yeah, I'm a Maoist third worldist because I send death threats to Pokemon every day, dude. What the fuck are you talking about, son? I love this shit. I love not knowing any of this. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. It was like a blip on the radar that I talked about for an hour, and then everybody fucking lost their minds over it. I'm poor now because I bought Pokemon's cookies. Guys, I took a second mortgage. What? Poke should be more careful where she got the idea from, and we will sell the cookies for $7 a bag. Adolf Hitler. No! What the fuck? Yeah, tell Charlie that his PC bills will no longer be of value and will only get more expensive for his followers / chatters as they won't be able to run AI models. Well, all right. Anyway, HasanAbi says he's a socialist, but then he bought Pokey's cookies. But what is your stance on the cookies? My stance on the cookies is my stance on every other fucking influencer-backed marketing thing. I don't give a shit. There's an influencer tax on it always. It's going to be overpriced in comparison to like market substitutes. Always. Just don't fucking buy it if it's outside of your price house, if it's outside of your wheelhouse. It's purely for people who love the content creator and want to support the content creator and think it's awesome. And anybody who fucking loses their mind over it is, I think being ridiculous about it. Real shit. Were they good, Hasan? They're very, they're like healthy cookies, you know? I mean, they taste good. They're not bad. How watered down the term tanky has become. Anarchy 101, is Kropotkin a tanky? Yes. We're there. Bro, people say that about Noam Chomsky, brother. What do you mean? If you say Noam Chomsky is a tanky, then you've just lost the plot. Anarchides are so allergic to reading that they don't even read their own books. You know what I mean? Like, imagine being such a fucking anarchild that you unironically call your own people the tanky word. Don't come for the anarchists. We watching you. I know. The T slur. Like, I advocate to read Kropotkin. I think, which maybe that's why they think he's a tanky. I think he's a good book. Bread book. There's some good ideas in there. There's no end to exploitation without expropriation. You know? I agree. You just can't, we have to end it. Lennon talks about Kropotkin and State and Revolution. Yeah, no, Kropotkin's got some good fucking, good takes. Some good ideas. Is Bakunin a tanky? Okay, we're done. All right. Can you tell us more about how tunnels work? Oh my God. I tunneled into your mom last night, dude. So, we'll talk about here. Let's talk about the New York governor and the latest updates from the Rainbow Bridge crossing
Breaking news
explosion.
at the U.S.-Canadian border, where officials are now investigating a vehicle explosion at a major crossing point between the two countries. CNN's Bryn Gingras is gathering new details for us. Bryn, I understand the governor of New York just gave us an update. What's the latest?
Yeah, that's right. Kathy Hochul just...
Oh, before we get to that, can I just show you guys something? I want to have a I told you so moment. And this is Edgar Mentum also having a I told you so moment. But this doesn't usually happen. Presidential vote choice among Hispanic voters, pre-election polls of registered voters. Okay? 2023, we're looking at Hispanic voters, 39% of which are saying, pre-election polls of registered voters, 39% Republican. Highest since 1996, and highest in recent years especially. Okay? Just a interesting reminder here. March says, I'm one of them. Yes, March is voting for Donald Trump. On the other hand, they released the video of the crash. Okay, we'll watch it, I guess, in a little bit. Also, but this part is something that I mentioned to you guys before, and many of you said, Hasan, shut the fuck up. Presidential vote choice among black voters, pre-election polls of registered voters. I fucking told you this shit, and so many of you yelled at me. I told you, for years and years and years, the Democratic Party has, on and off, hemorrhaged black voters that turn into non-voters, right? But we have not seen this level of outward support from black men, especially, towards the Republican Party. And when I mentioned this before, many of you yelled at me. You said, you're not right. Important to understand where this comes from, why it's happening. I did everything right and they indicted me, but here, this is a I told you so moment right here. Okay? So that's something important to recognize. Not voting makes sense, but voting Republican, that makes no sense. Why? Why wouldn't it? If you don't give black and Hispanic voters anything for years and years and years and just simply wag your finger at them to defensively vote for the less racist alternative, why wouldn't they go for the guy who is at least like showing machismo and is fun and entertaining? Why wouldn't they do that? There's also another aspect here. You can't take criticism. No, I can take criticism. There's a difference between criticism and talking shit and trying to derail the stream. Many people, unfortunately, online, under the guise of anonymity, think that they are offering criticism when they're just like shit stirring and derailing and being bad faith. I'm sorry. I know that many Redditors think that they are engaging in accountability when they repeat the same copy-pasted talking points about how I'm rich but actually own a fucking big house, a $7 gazillion house, or own a Porsche, and I claim to be a socialist, so clearly I'm in the wrong for that somehow. I know that like Redditors think that this is actually very good and accountability, but it's not. It's just something I've heard a million times over, and it doesn't seem like you're ever going to understand that that is not a valid criticism at all. You know, socialism is not a poverty cult. In luxury items or purchasing luxury items has never been something that I think is inappropriate or wrong, no matter how much people try to find things to clip out of context to be like, oh, Hasan, clearly here he's making fun of someone buying a $12 million mansion for one singular person. So how dare he buy a normal house in any other marketplace that happens to be $2.7 million in Los Angeles, a place that he wants to live in with his family. Anyway, you can't take criticism as a Gamergate era non-argument. I know. You can't take criticism. Why won't you sit there and fucking listen to me talk shit? You can't take criticism. Which, what is your criticism? Oh, that you fucking said Russia would never invade Ukraine 2 years ago and then immediately apologize when they did. But I actually act like you never apologized. And if you show me that you did apologize, then I'll say, well, I didn't like your apology. It wasn't good enough. None of these are real. None of these are real criticisms. Anyway. Why do you have to apologize for an opinion anyway? Like, it had any fucking real world effect? I think the apology wasn't coming from the fact that I said that I was wrong. It was that I was smarmy and arrogant. Anyway, I think that, well, look where we're at with Ukraine, by the way. Never forget, if you are on the side of the State Department, you can be wrong 99% of the way, just like with Israel. Okay? The 1% that people do not consider to be fully fleshed out, they will always use against you. Same happens with Noam Chomsky. Same happens with Norman Finkelstein. Same happens with Elon Pape. Same happens with every single person that has ever pushed away from the consensus. Mersheimer, you know. I told you that what will happen in Ukraine if we do not immediately secure a ceasefire and peace negotiations is death and destruction. with the ultimate endpoint still being peace and a ceasefire. It's just it'll come after 500,000 people died. It wasn't that you were smarmy. It was that you were misleading those unaware in your audience. Yeah, dude, I know. I was misleading my Ukrainian fans. Yeah, my Ukrainian fans are being misled by me and not Zelensky and their own fucking local news also telling them that, yes, Russia is not going to invade. Don't be ridiculous. Yeah, at the time, what I was saying was identical to what Zelensky was saying, but, you know, they probably heard me say it. Yeah, it is pretty funny whenever motherfuckers are like, they try to make it seem like I did the war. Like I urged Russia to invade. Anyway, hey, guess what, dude? History is absolving me already, as I said it would. All of the unfortunate I told you so's are happening, and maybe even some of the I told you so's that I said since day one might happen that haven't happened yet. You know, it is what it is. Israel Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir to Channel 14 in Hebrew says, if Israel does not resume the war after the ceasefire, I have nothing to do with this government. Man, that'd be so sick. That would be so fucking sick if they didn't do that. And then the new video shows a car crashing into the checkpoint of the U.S.-Canadian border in Niagara Falls, killing 2 people inside the car. So people said this was an act of terror. Like, no disrespect to the dead, but like, what is happening? This is like where the terrorists, like, we want to make it as cool as possible. Is that what happened? Because like, as far as acts of terror goes, like, you know, it's usually pretty basic. You like drive a fucking Semtex full of like a Toyota pickup truck full of Semtex into a fucking checkpoint. This guy was like, I'm gonna do it Grand Theft Auto 5 style. Grand Theft Auto 6 hasn't come out yet. I might as well do my own fucking Grand Theft Auto 6 situation. I don't think it's a Tesla, chatters. Is it? It does look like it could be. Someone said it was a Chrysler. I don't know. Guy and his wife were going to a Kiss concert, but it was canceled. They went to a casino instead. The car was a Bentley. A $300,000 Bentley, according to CNN. Yeah, my thoughts are with the victims here who fucking, Jesus Christ, like, just did an insane thing. I mean, holy shit. I love that there's a replay of it. It does say something about our attitude that a car crash occurs and it's so fucking fiery and so crazy. And yet still immediately they're like, well, Hamas did this. Source, New York explosion, attempted terror attack. Fox News spent the entire morning saying it was an act of terror.
Crashed and then exploded. Now, we told you earlier that there was an explosion because there were explosives inside the car. And now
this is when they started walking it back.
Authorities are apparently walking that back just a little bit, saying it's unclear if there were explosives or how many explosives. And so you can see as the fog clears on this, Aaron, they're kind of getting a better idea of what's happening. So is there a potential that this thing was going at such a high rate of speed that it was going toward the bridge that might possibly it had maybe few explosives or no explosives and still created this explosive event at the bridge?
I'm going to say yes, 100%. Here's my concern.
Crashed.
Yeah. Unreal back-to-back tweets here. Bill Melugan says, breaking! High-level local police source tells colleague Alexis McAdams TV that the vehicle explosion at the Rainbow Bridge border crossing New York was an attempted terror attack with a vehicle full of explosives. 2 men in the car dead. I'm awaiting a response from CBP. Have been checking with every border contact I have for info on the car explosion at the Rainbow Bridge border crossing today. Bottom line, too much conflicting info right now regarding what led up to the incident / how it happened. Nothing concrete I can confidently report yet, except for the terror thing. See, now, these guys are reporters. They do have a set of duties, right? They have a set of duties, like, you know, haha, I said duty. But, like, they have a job. Their job is to, you know, make sure that they're delivering to you the most accurate information possible. Me, on the other hand, I try to do that as well, right? I try to do that to the best of my ability, but I'm not a fucking reporter on the ground. I'm a goddamn commentator. And not even one at, like, CNN or Fox News. I'm a goddamn commentator on Twitch. Anyway, this guy, Bill Melugan, also, remember the reporter who breathlessly claimed someone put a tampon on a cop's coffee, later debunked? Turns out he's learned nothing. Yeah, except Noam Chomsky voice. He doesn't believe that you might not believe that what you are saying is something you're reporting uncritically. But if you believed something else, you wouldn't be where you're supposed to be, sitting across from me right now. More vocal fry and slower. I mean, that's like, no, that's like the classic Chomsky, which is like, yeah, you think your beliefs are genuine, but if you believe something else, you wouldn't be sitting across from me right now. You know, that's why this motherfucker thinks like he's doing the right thing when he's reporting this stuff, and that's precisely why he still has a job. Amazing impersonation. Haters will criticize. Thank you. This is why I love Vivek. We have a major crisis at the southern border, but Democrats and Republicans alike are ignoring a fast-growing crisis at our northern border. In early October, I visited a vulnerable northern border. The number of illegal crossings here last January surpassed the preceding January apprehensions in the past 12 years combined. Human trafficking, drug smuggling, and illegal border crossings are all up sharply. We are a nation of laws, and when people abuse our laws, they must face penalties for their actions. You know what's really funny about this fucking idiot? Hey, dumbass. People think that people coming in from Canada are white. Are you stupid? You think America gives a shit about immigration? If all of our undocumented immigrants were coming in from fucking Norway, America wouldn't give a fuck. Immigration is not like a, or at least like immigration in the way that Americans understand it, is purely a white nativist policy. Idiot. Yeah, good luck telling Americans that like some white guys are illegally coming in from Canada. Even if they're not white, that's how we think about Canada. Canada is just as diverse as the United States of America is. However, nobody thinks like, oh, illegals are coming in from the Canadian border because we think those are white guys living up there. Okay? Dumb bitch. Anyway, yeah, he thinks he's on the team once again. Lots of rightful criticism for Fox News blasting out false claims of a terror attack at Rainbow Bridge, but I confess to being distracted by this Canadian journalist broadcasting truth, making up some sort of international race war out of a car crash in New York. Once the dust settles and people are safe again, Justin Trudeau must resign. We need competence right now, and he's severely lacking in that department. Canada is going to have to decide what we value more, our relationship with America or violent anti-Western immigrants. This guy took it to the next step. He took it to the next level. So, yeah, there you go. Open and shut case, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like you had a car coming in. I mean, all we needed to fucking see was the video, it seems, to immediately go, okay, maybe this wasn't an act of terror. Anyway. So, New York governor said that. Oh, here, for all the fucking, for all the Dutch that wanted me to cover their elections, here it is, far-right populist Geert Wilders, who is very anti-Muslim. He won the Dutch election, says the exit polling.
Fernand, good evening. What's the latest where you are?
So I'm at the VVD, what was supposed to be our election party, but instead they saw 13 years of VVD rule crumble.
Why do you use a Norwegian accent for a Dutch election? Brother, because the Dutch don't have an accent. It's like they literally speak like fucking Valley girls.
As the PVV doubled its take of seats from 17 in 2021 now to 35. Now this has been billed over the past few days as a very close race between 3 or maybe even 4 parties. But these results show that there was no close contest in any way. The party where I am, the VVD.
That's a wild thing to say. They absolutely have an accent. Dude, let me tell you something, okay? No, they don't even talk like calm Germans. No, they have fucking... Listen, the problem is... No, I'm telling you, they do not. They do not have an accent. It's like very marginal. It's like hard to pick up on. And the reason why is because they literally have dubbed, like they don't watch dubbed films. They watch it subbed. I've investigated the matter. Okay? I have investigated this matter personally. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, exactly. Journalist on screen is Dutch, no accent.
Tumbled from 34 down to 23 seats. And the second biggest party is actually the Green Labour Party, led by Frans Timmermans. He came in with 26 seats. But what this all gives us is a bit of a mess, because forming a coalition, which is what these parties will invariably have to do, could be quite tricky with this result. The two parties that came out on top loathe each other, would never work together. And so for now, it is celebration.
What do you mean, dog? I lived in Amsterdam. Stop gaslighting me. Okay. I'm telling you, a lot of the Dutch accents, unironically, when they speak English, When they speak their own fucking made-up language, it's unacceptable, okay? The sounds that are coming out of their mouths is fucking ridiculous, okay? It's like fake German and whatever the fuck it is. I don't know what it is, okay? However, as far as speaking to Dutch people in English, their accent in comparison to the rest of Europe is like basically non-existent. And the reason for that is because, and I've asked people why this is the case, the reason for that is because they, unlike many other European countries, including like in Turkey, for example, which is not a European country, all of these countries usually dub their movies and dub their cinema and dub their TV shows to whatever the native language is. The Dutch do not do that. They actually watch it in English with subtitles. And for that reason, a lot of Dutch people my age literally have English, like they sound American, like they've perfected the accent in comparison to the average German person or the average French person.
Time for Wilders. He just came on screen giving a speech. Press has not been allowed at his celebration party. Even the national broadcaster had to park a camera in front of the window of the cafe where he is celebrating.
I slammed my penis in the car door. Ich slammet mit dem Penis in die Car door. You did a perfect Dutch accent. It sounded just like this.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be looking at 9 ways to sound Dutch. An analysis of Dutch accents and Dutch phonology. And number 1 is intonation. The Dutch language's preferred rhythm is called trochaic. It goes dum to dum to dum to dum to dum with stress on every.
It's ridiculous, dude. What are we doing with this fake ass language?
But after the party will come the headache of putting together a government with this result.
What do you make of his initial comments since these results have trickled in? He said that Dutch voters have had their say and they clearly have had enough. He also is talking about returning the country to the Dutch.
Well, this is, of course, rhetoric which seems to have really hit a nerve. He wasn't anywhere near the polls. As little as a week ago, he wasn't even projected to be in the top 3. But then those TV debates came along and he had his moment. This, of course, a man with a lot of experience. He's been in politics for 25 years. He has this election toned down his rhetoric in order to be able to be allowed into government. For the longest time, a vote for the PVV meant you had no chance of him forming a coalition with anyone. But this election, with Mark Rutte gone, that door has been creaked open. Parties say that.
Have you seen this? Yes, I have covered Geert Wilders before. He's a fucking animal. He's a fucking classic, typical European piece of shit, racist fucking asshole.
Today, I have a message for the Turks. Your government is fooling you into believing that one day you will become a member of the European Union. Well, forget it. You are no Europeans. And you will never be. An Islamic state like Turkey does not belong to Europe. All the values Europe stands for.
At least he's honest. I mean, the rest of it is like racist, but like he is right as far as like saying an Islamic state like Turkey with like 80 million fucking Muslims is never gonna be allowed into Europe is correct, because Europeans are just as racist as this guy. Some of them just simply mask it. Okay, here's the thing, boys. Europeans are some of the most polite racists you've ever met in your fucking lives, okay? They will be so incredibly polite, and their racism won't be like American-style racism where it's like, man, you jihadi, haji, motherfucker, how about you go keep fucking donkeys or whatever. Like, European racism is like, I've done the mathematical equation to find out your skull phrenology from a mile away. That you have a 35% higher likelihood of having an IQ that is substandard. It's like, that is, of course, when they get like, openly racist. It's very, very weird. Okay. Very true. They talk about Albanians like they're from Mars. Yeah. Like American racism has no sophistication. It's just pure grit. Okay. It's like what you see is what you get. That's why I always joke about how like Americans don't even know how to be like racist towards Indians, right? Like they just don't even know. They're just like, that's brown. I think that's a terrorist, right? Like they don't even fully know. They're like, oh, 7-Eleven. Like, that's all they got for, like, Indian people and Pakistani people who are also Indian. I mean, think about it this way. They call fucking Native Americans Indians, dog. Like, that's how stupid and unrefined American racism is. That is, of course, before you get to, like, old school anti-black racism, in which case, when you open up the racist tomes, they have, like, literal diagnostics of, like, what percentage black you are. But beyond that, most Americans are like, what you see is what you get. Europeans, on the other hand, are insanely fucking racist and in very cutting ways, okay?
Freedom, democracy, human rights are incompatible with Islam. We do not want visa-free travel for Turks coming to Europe either. European governments that agree with this will be voted out of office by the people.
One of Switzerland's biggest political parties that oppose it literally said Kosovo Albanians are stabbing Swiss people. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Yeah. Anyway, it's always funny. It's always funny looking at European countries and their politics, because it's like a lot of Euros come in here and they're like, lol, America's so racist. Lol, you guys don't have healthcare. And then, like, you know, you got like a pedophile. You got like the pedophile Nazi party guy that you know, runs on the "we should kill Muslims" ticket. We should kill every Romani ticket is really popping off right now, you know? And it's like, yeah, it's really bad. It's really fucking bad.
Turkey voted for Erdogan, a dangerous Islamist who raises the flag of Islam. We do not want more, but less Islam. So Turkey, stay away from us. You are not welcome.
I love this video because it's like exactly the type of shit that triggers the fuck out of every Turk. You got obviously the Islamophobic shit that like pisses off a lot of Islamist Turks. And then you have the other side of it where all of the secular Turks get so mad because he's saying like Turkey is an Islamist country, right? You ended up pissing off every Turkish person with this take. You know what I mean? He was able to piss off all the Erdogan supporters and the anti-Erdogan Turks as well. He hit every angle because he's racist. It's that easy. He's an anti-Turk, racist piece of shit. But he's not just anti-Turk. He's just anti-everything, really. As a Moroccan, I find it funny that he's punching the Turks when most Muslims in the Netherlands are Moroccan. Haha. Did you see the more or less Moroccans clip from Gert? No. This is really funny. Gate agents at Newark wearing scarves, which look a lot like the Palestinian keffiyeh. Is there a message United is trying to promote? I love this because, like, this isn't even the fucking keffiyeh. It's just like they're just wearing like winter scarves with the fucking planes on it. Thank you, sir. I know a lot of people are making fun of you, but it's because you got upset about people working for an airline or wearing scarves that have little airplanes on them. I'm gonna get on the horn with the president and make sure all airports are on lockdown. No, I love hallucinating. I love being so fucking. This just proved your previous point. Yeah, I guess so. See, Americans don't know how to be racist. Like a European racist would look at this, okay, and go, it's highly suspicious that this plane pattern is I mean, I don't think a European would even look at the fucking keffiyeh. The European would literally look at this and go, I have analyzed the skull shape to figure out that this person is like, you know, from I don't know, the eastern part of Africa, and this person is like, I don't know. They would literally figure out their haplogroups to be like very specifically racist towards them. You know what I mean? Think about it this way. Europeans have to be super fucking racist because they're racist towards other white people. Like, imagine being racist towards other white people. Like, you live in America. So in your mind, you're like, yeah, you're white. It's just white or black, right? That's the dynamic. You got white and you got non-white. In Europe, they're like, oh, you're Turkish, you're Polish, you're Italian. Like, you were talking about Switzerland, which is really funny because, like, there is, and I didn't know this at the time, but there's like Italiophobia in Switzerland for the Italian ethnic Swiss. Like, Swiss people that are like ethnically Italian get like yelled at and are not considered real Swiss. which is really funny. I mean, yeah, there's fucking Italiophobia in Italy between Northern Italians and Southern Italians. These are concepts that the American mind cannot comprehend, okay? We've talked about this before. Serbs are literally so busy trying to shit on those who are literally like 0.003% different than them that they have no time to be anti-black, okay? When you've maxed out on anti-Balkan, on your hatred towards your neighbors to a certain degree, you literally do not have enough fucking, you don't have the capacity to be anti-black. It's so funny. Yeah, they maxed out on their racism towards the Balkans. Anyway, so yeah, think about that. Yes, America famously doesn't have a north-south divide. I think America's north-south divide is like not even anything. What are you talking about? America's north-south divide is not even remotely comparable. What do you mean? There is no north-south divide. There's a black and white divide, as I mentioned already. To be fair, Balkan races, there's a clear cultural divide. No, the fuck there isn't. No, the cultural divide does not exist between the north and south. The cultural divide exists between cities and rural areas. That's literally not true. Anywhere you go around the fucking country, you go to a goddamn city, you're going to get, you know, more or less the same fucking vibes. You have to be hopped up on so much like bi-coastal elitist liberalism juice to look at the situation in America and be like, well, there's a clear-cut north and south divide here.
Ik ben ervan overtuigd als er in Nederland...
He's a time traveler from the 1800s Brothers Laws. Yeah. Bro thinks people are racist against the Dixies, Lamau. Yeah. It's literally like people in Minnesota were being racist to people from Wisconsin, which is a laughable concept. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about Geert Wilders further. City-rural divide doesn't apply to all countries, man. Korea, for example, you are mixing nationalism with racism. Your take on some people in Europe is the same as the racist albino dude. Why negating their individuality? Who's the racist albino dude? So Serbs are not humans, just races? Oh my God. Leave it to a Serb to get so fucking annoyingly pedantic immediately. Oh my God, dude. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, my bad, bro. I Balkan posted, okay? Chatter, take it to 2 Balkan for you. My bad for the Balkan posting. It was a joke. It's a joke that I make with, you know, a wonderful Serb friend that I have that you've seen on this broadcast as well. Serb, Australian. Not Yugopnik, but he's great too. Serb motherfuckers be like, it's a war crime to make a joke. Anyway, just want to say shout out to Kometo and many other North African French streamers who are the only not insanely racist news source. Yeah, I actually talked to him. Remember the thing that I made a joke about and then like they misunderstood what I was saying? About how like I'm doing the great replacement by fucking your moms. And they thought I was like unironically like pro great replacement narratives, like as though it was real. And I felt so bad, and I like reached out to him, and I was like, "Brother, I'm Muslim. Like, the fuck? This is what I talk against. Like, I was joking." Anyway, Turkey is pretty much Europe. Azan self-report. Yeah, not really.
Nazi-tempels zouden zijn, dan zouden wij dat ook. Dan zou de wereld te klein zijn als dat zou toegestaan. Nou, dit is, gelooft u me.
He's like, but it would be sick if there were Nazi temples.
De islamitische ideologie is zo mogelijk nog gevaarlijk.
Geert Wilders is a Dutch politician with long-shot aspirations to be the next...
Bro, he said mosques are more dangerous than Nazi temples. That's a self-report.
Prime Minister of the Netherlands. The 53-year-old is known for his bottle blonde hair and far-right political views. He's considered one of the most stridently anti-Muslim politicians in Europe. The Dutch race on March 15th comes ahead of others in France, Germany, and elsewhere, and will likely be a big test of Europe's threshold for tolerance. Populists like Wilders have been fueled by nationalist appeals and hardline stances on immigration.
No way, you will not.
What's his take on Israel? I don't know what his take is on Israel, but I can already tell you he's a hyper-Zionist, okay? European fascists nowadays have fully swapped over from like being anti-Semitic to being like ultra-Zionist hardliners who just say like our enemy is Muslim. Always. Honestly, as a Muslim, how do you stay positive? Personally, my mental has been shit the last month, especially because I'm Palestinian too. I don't know. I've seen the waves come and go of Islamophobia. So things will inevitably get better again, I guess. It's been a long time. I don't know. I've been getting yelled at and being called a terrorist for so long that like it literally just goes right over my head. Like I don't even fucking hear it. I actually voted in the Netherlands. I went with SP, the Socialist Party. Mostly due to their Palestinian stance and recognition of the apartheid. Also the brainwashing you have inflicted on me in the past 4 years. Thanks. I have a SP hoodie that my dad wears all the time. I don't think he knows what it is. One of you guys sent it to me like a long ass time ago. Oh, you sent that to me? Clowny Smiles? Yeah. Fucking sick. But the rage I feel when I see racists enjoying donut is immeasurable. I mean, dude, can you blame them though? Have you seen the OpenAI drama? Warger, I literally had fucking New York Times tech reporter Mike Isaac on like an hour ago. Anyway, yeah, I like the fascists in Europe are usually both anti-Semitic and ultra-Zionist at the same time. So it's like Viktor Orban, for example. Viktor Orban is like an anti-Semite, but he fucking loves Israel, right? They love Israel, one, because like it's great. They don't want to be around Jews anyway, so like go to Israel, ew, right? But also they love Israel because it's like killing Muslims, and they hate Muslims, right? So that's usually why they're like ultra Zionists.
Make the Netherlands home. The Netherlands is known to be one of the most socially liberal countries in Europe, and the local Muslim population is well assimilated. Still, Wilders' message that the influx of migrants, especially from Muslim countries, is a threat to Dutch and Western culture has resonated. He has the backing of a large part of the electorate. He has called Islam a totalitarian ideology, not a religion, and compared the...
It's my favorite type of like supposedly liberal fascist, like guy who hates Islam because Islam is not woke. Liberals do this shit all the time in America. It's just like, I want to fucking die.
The Quran to Mein Kampf.
That Islam is dressed up as a religion, but actually is a totalitarian ideology.
He bickered against mosques, headscarves, and migrants.
Hoofddoekjes, boerka's, minaretten, uitkeringsafhankelijkheid, misdaad. Het houdt maar niet op.
And openly called Moroccans scum.
There is a lot of Moroccan scum in Holland who makes the streets unsafe.
Jesus Christ, dude. Guys, certainly there's nothing to worry about. That all of these fascist motherfuckers are winning elections and stuff. It's fine. He's been extremely pro-Israel, has been since the start of his career. Yeah. Wait, isn't he gay? Gert? Is he gay or is he homophobic? I think he is gay, right? He has an immigrant wife. Oh, one of these guys I thought was like, he's gay and homophobic. No, that's Pim Fortuyn. Inside every Nazi, there are two wolves. One that hates Jews more than Muslims, and the other hates Muslims more than Jews. Eventually, both are gay and homophobic. Yeah. Both of those wolves see the top of the hour ad break. What's the name of the Dutch who was anti-Islam and Islamophobic that became Muslim by actually studying Islam? I don't know. My understanding is that Israel was allowed in Eurovision because they were considered Europeans more than Middle Eastern, despite Eurasian nations being excluded. Crazy how racist Europe is. Who could have guessed after hundreds of years of running colonies? Yeah, shocking. That the guys who invented racism, like racism as we understand it, was quite literally invented in Europe, okay, as a way to justify colonial action. Shocked to find out that they are still keeping that shit alive. I think the thing that I hate, here, I ran the ad break, by the way. The thing that I hate about like European racism is that it's so like hidden under like pompous elitist rhetoric too. Like at least the American racist is like a dumb guy that you can make fun of. The British racists are usually like that too, like the EDO Islamic ray guns guys, right? Like you're like, oh yeah, you're fucking stupid racist idiot. You're inbred. Like European racists are so elitist. Like they treat racism like a mathematical equation, and they just look at you like, oh, your simple mind cannot understand the complexities that I am describing to you. You know what I mean? Like it's very annoying. Certainly there's still like dumbasses in all these countries too who are just like the dumb racists that you know and love, but you know, it's very annoying, very smarmy, very elitist, and it's condescending. And I don't like that. I hate the condescension on top of the racism. Yeah, it's the Sam Harris type of racism. Exactly. At least our fucking racists are dumb as fuck, and you could just like point at them and laugh. You're idealizing Euro racism. Most of our racists are hogs just like yours. No, I think about like people at the tippy top, right? Like American racist politicians are so openly stupid with their racism. Whereas European racist politicians, you look at them and you're like, I don't get it. Like, what are you saying to me right now? You sound like you're talking about uplifting European social democracy, and then you just made a weird pivot to like how the Muslim is actually stealing all of the welfare, but not even in that way. Like the Muslim does not integrate to the European society adequately. There's a difference between your racist nan and granddad and a professional racist like Douglas Murray. Yeah.
In 2010, he spoke at Ground Zero to protest against the construction of a mosque there.
A tolerant society like your city, New York.
Yeah. Sociocultural elitism that weaponizes racism. I mean, think about Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron is like a great example of like the type of racist piece of shit that like masks himself under like liberal politics, like social liberalism, while simultaneously being like deeply and undesirably racist. And he's not like as bad as fucking Marine Le Pen, but still.
Must defend itself against the powers of darkness.
He has had to stand trial for inciting hatred and discriminating against Muslims. Twice. The first time, in 2010, he was acquitted. But 4 years later, he led a chant at one of his rallies in The Hague demanding fewer Moroccans.
In deze stad en in Nederland. Meer of minder Marokkanen.
And he was eventually found guilty of inciting discrimination, but not of hate speech. There has been plenty of pushback against Wilders, including at the United Nations.
And I am angry too, because of Mr. Wilders' lies and half-truths, manipulations, and peddling of fear.
And opposition party leaders insist Wilders doesn't represent the whole country.
When I look to the international media, they're paying a lot of attention to.
Chatter is wrong about why Israel's in Eurovision. They're in it because one of their broadcasters is in the EBU. That's all you need to take part. Despite being called European, the EBU is global and even includes China.
Geert Wilders. And that's not the Netherlands. It's just a part of the Netherlands.
Wilders' one-page electoral program calls for closing borders for Muslims, shutting down mosques, and even banning the Quran. Most Dutch parties have already refused to form a coalition with the Party for Freedom, making it unlikely Wilders will enter the government.
I will be Prime Minister today.
But he has succeeded at one thing, setting the agenda for the electoral season.
Yeah, and winning, dude. Fucking popping off. You can see how racist some of the Netherlands are by watching how racist Max Verstappen fans treat Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, this was 6 years ago. Oh, I don't know how people refuse to recognize what is happening in Europe, what is happening in America. Income and wealth inequality is akin to the 1920s. The instability of the global economy is creating incredible breeding ground for hatred. Right-wing fascist parties are gaining prominence all around Europe. Vox in Spain doing massive demonstrations. Italy already has a pro-fascist leader. Marine Le Pen is going to seize power in the upcoming election. As our German chatters have been informing me nonstop, in 2025, AfD will seize power in Germany, or at least like capture some more power in Germany. And a lot of the reactionary politics, the anti-Islam politics that you see in these countries unironically predate like America's war on terror or the refugees that came after America's war on terror and its destabilization. Brexit saved the UK from the right wing? Yeah, totally. That's why your Labour Party is more far right than it has been in years. You have a Tory government that's like awful in general with no alternative. Every single one of these countries, whether it be Social Democrats in Sweden or Macron in France, have unironically continued especially in contemporary society in the past like 30 years, as neoliberalism took hold in the Western world and completely captured almost the entirety of the Western world. Every single, especially after the dissolution of the USSR, every single social democracy has slowly but surely moved to the right economically. Okay? Austerity measures, implementation of austerity measures, destruction of social safety nets, and the economic volatility that it has created is a perfect breeding ground for fascist politics. I've watched this happen in America for years and years and years. The neoliberal Democratic Party and the neoliberal Republican Party picked apart what remained of the already awful social safety nets in the United States of America while pointing the finger of blame, at least championed by the Republican Party, towards Muslims, towards immigrants, towards black people, towards poor people. I'm afraid that we're going to try to check China and they're going to slap us around. I mean, I don't know. It's just my only problem, my only fear with China is that they're not like ideologically interested in promoting socialism. They're just more so interested and invested in Chinese prosperity than anything else. They have mentioned time and time again that they are not interested in regime change, like recognizing the mistakes of the USSR, but not the good lessons that you could have learned from the USSR, but like I guess the bad ones. So even the socialist alternative, even the supposedly socialist alternative, is not interested in a multipolar world that is like willing to ideologically prop up socialist parties in other countries in the way that the USSR did. Anti-colonial action and democratic socialism was ultimately fostered. And even if it wasn't directly funded or supported by the USSR, the existence of the USSR as a, at least at the time, socialist nation created an opportunity for a lot of these European social democracies to continue pushing for amenities that they take for granted to this day, welfare and healthcare and things of that nature. I think that the existence of the USSR created an opportunity for these countries to be like, well, we have to capitulate to the Social Democrats. We have to capitulate to the Social Democrats lest we lose these countries directly to the specter haunting Europe, specter of communism. So I don't think that there is I don't think that there's a good alternative. Wait, could you explain that one better? It sounds like you're saying liberalism inevitably leads to fascism. Wow. Is that what I'm saying? That's crazy. Check this one. If you're mad about European Jews immigrating to Palestine in the 1930s, why do you think Middle Easterns have a right to European countries? This is my favorite type of like racist piece of shit. Brother, I've never considered immigration, okay, consensual immigration, to be a bad thing. I myself live in America. I was raised in Turkey. My family's Turkish. Why the fuck would I be anti-immigration? Do you think that like Muslim refugees or Middle Easterners that are going into European countries are doing it as an act of settler colonialism by a much larger power that controls the Netherlands? Like, is Netherlands basically a colonial offset that is now being purposely filled to the brim with Muslims by whatever the imperial superpower is that's like forcibly resettling people there? Is that what you think? It's so fucking stupid that people unironically make these comparisons, not realizing how dumb it is. Like people go, you want to protect our southern borders, or you hate that like Jewish people, as a part of the British Empire's policy, forcibly were replacing the native population. Guess what, sweetie? That's what Mexicans are doing in America. It's like, yeah, dude, the colony, the great Mexican empire that controls the territory of the United States of America is forcibly resettling Mexicans, sending Mexicans into America after, engaging in an act of settler colonialism. That's right. Settler occupation is not immigration. Exactly. But, I mean, I think people think that because, I mean, it's great replacement shit, right? They do legitimately think immigration is the same as, like, forcibly relocating the white, pure population. Anyway. Fuck. I don't want to watch the rest of this. What there was some other shit that I wanted to watch. Oh, I forgot to mention this. We did that. Hill Harper openly states here, I didn't intend for a private phone call to turn public, but now that it has, here's the truth. One of AIPAC's biggest donors offered $20 million if I dropped out of the U.S. Senate race to run against Rashida Tlaib. I said no. I won't be bossed, bullied, or bought. Single dad to Pierce, union organizer, business owner, and Democratic Senate candidate to represent the great state of Michigan. Let's believe him better. They went up to him and they were like, you should primary Rashida Tlaib. We'll give you $20 million. How crazy. How fucking nutty, dude. I don't want to watch the dollar stores John Oliver thing. It's like too sad. I did talk about Biden's unhinged comments on Gaza in Politico. Yes. Why do you think we don't see a proletarian movement like 100 years ago? Sad. Material conditions in the Western developed nations are very different than they were under the Industrial Revolution. There's no fucking factory assembly line that you can like congregate around. All of the Western nations are basically now either fake numbers bullshit like finance capitalist workers, or white collar workers that are also, yes, you're right, very atomized, but also and then the rest is the service sector, and we have also very successfully eviscerated labor momentum and squashed any semblance of labor momentum and class consciousness in this country and in the Western world in general. There's not even a social commons for workers to congregate around. Yeah, there's nothing. We're starting to see more labor action. Sean Fain gives me hope. No. America's labor action or America's unionization or union participation rates are fucking marginal, dude. It's a laughably small part of the overall economy. It's still at historic lows. Biden's punching bag diplomacy gets results with Israel-Hamas deal. Oh my God, they're trying to fucking glaze them. Dude, they're trying to make us feel like we didn't hear him. They're trying to make us forget that he didn't fucking say like, no ceasefire, Jack. It's not happening. Why? Yeah. He's doing so good, man. It's fucking sick. Thank you, Biden. I saw this. Yeah, he does look like a European politician. Has a man ever looked more ran through than Daniel Craig wearing these glasses? He literally looks like the most racist Dutch politician you've ever heard. He looks like he's about to tell you that mosques are like Nazi temples. 20-year union here, including a SALT organizer and steward, even with more favorable views towards unions these days, is going to take decades of militant labor organizing to move the needle at all. No social power without militant labor, and that doesn't exist. Yep. Like, I feel as though the UAW securing the contracts and the WGA securing the contracts that they did is seen as like historic wins, right? And I know big paydays, union members, unions are the strongest in decades, right? Except these contracts are like maybe 50, 60 years ago. These are like normal contracts that you get adjusted to the same earnings that you're supposed to have. And at a time when like union participation is much higher. You know what I mean? It's just seen as like legendary contracts. They're not subpar by any means. I'm not saying that at all. But the only reason why they are seen as like really good is because of how bad things have been for the past 30 years.
I brought foreign media with me to Gaza, into Gaza, to see the facts for themselves. Hamas has been systematically using hospitals in Gaza to run its terror machine. Hamas built tunnels underneath hospitals, used them to command their operations. Yes, command their operation underneath hospitals. Hamas wages war from hospitals. This is a sick nature of the savage terrorists we are fighting. Hamas is using the protected status of hospitals as a shield. Now that the irrefutable truth of Hamas's exploitation of hospitals in Gaza is in full display to the world, we have an important question to ask the international community.
Can we please kill more terror babies? Babies of terror. How many more can we kill? Why are you not allowing me to kill more terror babies?
What will you do to stop Gazans hospitals from being turned into terror bases in the future? Will you condemn Hamas, or will you continue to be silent? Will you remain silent? I want to make it very clear. Israel is at war with Hamas. We are not at war with the people of Gaza.
DDN did a pretty good video on Stuart Seldowitz. I didn't see the Swedish prime minister almost accidentally saying Israel has a right to genocide. Do you have the link? She wants to turn a refugee camp into a soccer field and wants all 2 million Gazans to leave. How is this not an open call for ethnic cleansing? Former Israeli Interior Minister Shaked. Nice. I don't know what the I don't speak this language, this fake language, so I don't know what he's saying, but I guess he's like, he says genocide and then he says folkmord almost, folkmord, which means genocide. I mean, it's a slip of the tongue, but it's like, it's real. Like that is their position. Like Israel gets to do genocide. Folkmord. That is like, I mean, it's not surprising to me. Here, look.
אני בטוחה שיהיה לחץ בינלאומי מתישהו, כן, אני מקווה שאחרי שנסיים את המשימה, לשקם את עזה ומה עושים עם עזה. ואז צריך לנצל את זה, לנצל את ההרס שאנחנו נמיט עליהם, לנצל את זה לרתום את מדינות העולם, שכל אחד תיקח מכסה. אפשר גם של 20,000, גם של 50,000, שגם הם ייתנו כתף ושנאפשר להם לצאת. צריך להבין, היה מסובך לצאת עד היום. היה קשה לצאת מעזה. אנחנו צריכים לשנות את הקונספט.
ראש ממשלת סקוטלנד שגם הוא לא בדיוק עמד מאחורי הדיבור הזה.
אמר מקודם צביקה שבשנים האחרונות 500,000 צעירים היגרו.
It's awesome. Oh, every day, bro. Every fucking day. Chinese fashion brand Ostil is a bunch of communism themed outfits, and let me just say, damn, this shit's kind of fire. Not your sizing. I don't know, man. They're Chinese. Don't they make like all the sizes? I thought they did. Oh, here, Bill Burr being woke.
I want to like have this be of signs that capitalism is nearing the end. I don't know, nearing the end towards, I don't know what, going back to the Industrial Revolution or a revolution by regular people, which won't happen. Regular people will never be able to get on the same page as long as fucking ignorant, broke white people still feel like they're more special than other races of people. You're not more special. You're the same. Let's all get on the same page. There's literally 350 sociopaths running the deal. There's way more of us than there are of them. And they keep us pitted against each other. All right?
God, this is why I love him. He's so good.
Right? I'm preaching unity here, people. My buddy, I met some of my high school buddies were out there in Vegas, and one of them came from I don't know what casino, but he goes, I just went to go play blackjack at whatever casino, and at that casino, if the dealer hit 22, it was a push. Can you fucking believe that? Like, they're applying the shit that they've always applied. Every quarter we have to make more money. They've already exhausted like how much they can fuck you with bottled water and all of that. Like back in the day when the mob ran it, all they took was the gambling. They gave away everything else. Everything else was cheap. I'm telling you, the end of these fucking corporations. Well, maybe not. I guess, you know what really what's smart about corporations is you don't know anybody's fucking names. And the smart mobsters were like that. Like, you never knew their names their whole life, and they died of old age, and they kept their money. They went legit, all of that shit. It was the dum-dums that were in the news wearing the flashy suits and doing all of that shit. So, I don't know. Anyway, they just apply these things. It's just like, aren't you making enough money off of people playing blackjack that you have to add that extra thing? And this is another thing, too, about gamblers. Like, you should just like collectively be like, we're not playing blackjack if 22 is a push. You hit 22, you fucking lose. I wish I was good at math. Does anybody out there know the algorithm or whatever the fuck it is? The theorem to figure out how much money that's going to save them or how much more that fucks you as the person playing. I mean, think about that. Just that one number. It doesn't seem like a big deal. You know what pisses me off is it's such a blatant fuck over. And such a greedy fucking move by the casino. But after a while, people my age, whatever, we're going to get old and die. And then, like, all those other younger generations just going to grow up where 22 is a push. It's like, no, dude, you just fucking lost. You went over. And it only works for the dealer. If I hit 22, I fucking lose. So you just bought yourself another fucking number. Oh, people, you know, you want to upgrade to fries. If the dealer hits 22, it's a push. What was the other one I had? I'm making the list here. These little fuckovers. So they can try to carve out another fucking $5 off of everybody. Oh, that bullshit where the tipping is included. The tip's included. The tip's included. No, I'm going to tip in cash. I'm tipping in cash, and I'm giving it to the fucking waiter. I asked this waitress there, I go, you know, when they say the tip's there, do you get it? She goes, oh, we get some of it. I go, where does the rest of it go? They go, oh, to pay the front desk person. The fuck out of here. Pay the front desk person and to pay the guy that owns this fucking business. Oh, Billy's in a mood. Billy, he's in a mood. I did have a good time, though, when I was out there in Vegas, you know. There was a couple of ice cream stores. And you know, one of my favorite things ever is to see a grown man eating a fucking ice cream. It's one of the funniest things ever. I don't know why it's so goddamn funny to me. Because it's just, so, to me, like getting in... if it's in a dish, it's not as bad. But when it's in a cone, I just look at the person like, why didn't they just tie a balloon to your wrist? You know? And plus, I feel like ice cream is like... That's like a very effeminate thing to do. That's like a chick thing. Like, who goes out and gets ice cream as a fucking man?
Okay, dude. All right. Well, you know, dude, don't agree with that. Don't agree with that. Let me tell you. Okay, it's normal and good to fucking go out and have a nice little ice cream to yourself. Okay, men do that. Real men are lactose intolerant. All right. I'm done. What is this?
As much as we know, there is no lack of food and no lack of water in Gaza.
I was struck by what you said a moment ago, that there is, in your view, no humanitarian crisis in Gaza. That's your view, right?
Yes.
What's the view on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza this morning?
There is no humanitarian crisis because...
There isn't?
There is no.
The UN have been saying consistently over the last few days that there is a catastrophic crisis, a calamity emerging on the ground, and you are simply saying they're either exaggerating or they're wrong, are you?
Yes, I am.
We have been...
By the way, the UN doesn't simply say that there's a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The UN calls Gaza a graveyard of children.
Showing images this morning that illustrate that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
So blame Hamas.
And I say to you openly, we want to kill Hamas fighters.
Local contributors to international media are Hamas members.
Mark, we are not bombarding Gaza. We are targeting Hamas.
Many ambulances drivers are Hamas members.
Our enemy is the Hamas.
I mean,
Many UNRWA workers in Gaza are themselves members of Hamas.
You accept that, right? You've killed children, or do you deny that?
No, I do not. I do not. First of all, you don't know how those people died. To say 11,000 civilians have been killed is blatantly wrong. Then you also have to ask the question of the innocent civilians, how many were killed by Hamas munitions?
Is white phosphorus being used?
Kay, the laws of armed conflict do not prohibit the use of
Is it being used?
So why is it being used then?
Explosives.
We have no interest in hurting innocent people. Our only target is Hamas facilities. Excuse me?
You are bombing them.
Oh, really? We are trying to do our best to minimize casualties.
11,000 dead.
Some of them are terrorists, as you know.
Not all of them.
We're not targeting civilians. We're just targeting.
What percentage do you think are terrorists?
I believe over 50%.
There's an aggressor here, and the aggressor is the Palestinians.
Parading naked.
73% of the casualties have been women, children, and the elderly, by the way. 73%.
Girls that they raped and bodied, that they defiled through the streets of Gaza.
And of course, one must remember that obviously the men of Gaza are not fucking militants either.
Thousands, and I'm telling you, thousands. You can see the footage. Jeered and cheered.
Every second house has this entrance to to an underground terror city. So they basically turned all the houses in the Gaza Strip to their own facilities.
Yeah, we're not. There's no humanitarian crisis, but if there is a humanitarian crisis, it's because of Hamas. There is no humanitarian crisis, but if there is one, it's because of Hamas, because Hamas created the humanitarian crisis, but also at the same time, You know, it was a necessary humanitarian crisis, which it doesn't exist. But if it does, it's because of Hamas, and we had to do it. Yeah, fucking gaming, dude. Fucking gaming is happening, okay? There's no humanitarian crisis. There's no humans left in Gaza. I don't know if I should play Alan Wake or Spooderman. What are we thinking? Alan Wake or Spooderman? Alan Wake or Spooderman? Let's do it. Let's bring it up to a poll. Alan Wake or Spooderman? Poll time. Alan Wake or Spooderman? Here, I'll do the poll. I'll make it. Poll's gonna run for 3 minutes. Poll is running for 3 minutes. Fuck, dude. I should have never asked for this. God damn it. Fucking asked for this. Of course everyone's going with the fucking scary game. God damn it. Like, not even a question. Like, not even a fucking question here. Well, seems to me like with 1,641 votes, Alan Woke takes it.
I want to see the body. How do we get there?
Oh, sure, that's real simple. Just through the hole in the fence, down the hill towards the lake, around the old convenience store. You can't miss it. Everything's been closed since the area was fenced off.
I just hate scary
store,
games, man.
campground, all of it. Got it, Thornton.
There's some nudity. Be careful. Be careful for what? How awesome nudity is? Meet Deputy
Before
Thornton.
we get to the crime scene, there's time to review the facts of the case so far. Make sure I'm seeing the clues clearly.
This is my mind palace?
The Mind Place. My version of the Mind Palace technique. To sift through clues and work the case. Building the Mind Place again for each case. Using each field office as a model in my head. The facts are on the board. Everything we know about the previous murders. Worth taking another look.
What is this? You should have played this instead. It was right on your dashboard. What? I don't get it. All victims reported missing in 2010. No other commonalities. The case board is a mental technique that allows... Okay, you can use R to move around. Murder method. Slight difference in murders. Bloating only commonality in bodies but not cause of death. Chest trauma. I did not play the first game. Exposure to water post-mortem. Bruising wrists on legs. Deep gash in the chest, heart missing. All bodies experience bloating. All victims reported missing in 2010. No other commonalities. Ted Lane, dentist, stab wounds, bloating, bruising on the wrist. Wendy Davis, teacher, body bloated, large chest wound. Percy Wolf, store owner, bruising, heart removed, strange tattoos. Killer profile, post-mortem tattooing on the body. The murder targets have no discernible common traits. Chest trauma resembles animal butchery techniques. Fucking Mind Palace it is, baby. Meet Deputy Thornton. Okay.
I see you're already hard at work, Anderson. Close to cracking it.
We're just getting started. Let's head down the hill to the crime scene.
Pro tip, press R1 when checking
Hey, Casey.
proof.
You putting me in charge. Why now?
Look, Anderson, you're a better detective than I am. You've cracked cases that had the rest of us baffled. I don't want to slow you down.
Are you thinking of retiring? You know what happens to cops who say this is their last case.
Mm-hmm. Funny, Anderson.
Let's run. Let's boogie.
There's a route. You okay to jump down?
I'm not that old.
Okay, bro. It's literally called Mirror Peak. Like Twin Peaks. Feds, you fake leftists? Yeah, bro. Well, you guys forced me to do this. This is literally Twin Peaks.
Okay, nature. Gives me
Shortcut.
a headache. Too much sky.
Not a bad place to get murdered.
If getting back to nature is your thing.
I mean...
Could have brought an umbrella.
I like the rain. The only thing around here that feels like home.
You think the local
Why is
law
there
had
a
the sense to put up
phone
a
booth?
tarp?
Wait, HasanAbi, you're a Twin Peaks fan? Brother, I'm a leftist. Of course I'm a Twin Peaks fan.
Deputy Thornton, I take it.
That's me, at your service, ready to get this case solved. Now the body's behind the store. Come on, I'll show you.
Okay, this is... I don't get it. I mean, what happened? Is this Brandon's economy or what? Is this Brandon's America?
Cool. Hunting down psycho serial killers and shootouts with the mob.
You forgot the UFO cover-ups.
What? Those are real? You guys hiring?
Let's just see this body, shall we?
It's 2010, so is Obabe's America? Oh, this is 2010.
Now this is the scene of the crime. We found him on the table. Now he didn't touch nothing, you know, procedures and stuff.
Thanks, Deputy.
Nice dick.
You owe me a coffee.
Okay, let's start by examining our guest of honor. Does this fit the MO of the previous murders? Body is positioned on the table. Ritualistic.
This is the last saga to see active clues. Key image can be selected.
Another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Coincidence? The killer left the heart right next to the body. Incised stab wound. Chest cut open. Heart removed.
Okay. It's pretty...
Bruising on the wrist from the cargo straps holding him down.
Where's the tattoo? He needs to be tattooed. Right? Extract this cum quick. Guys, don't worry. It's not... Wait, what am I doing? Why am I dropping it? Oh. We gotta put it right here? What? Newly discovered clues can be placed on the into open question.
Heart removed from chest. Strapped by the wrists. Definitely matches the previous murders. But this time the heart and the straps were left behind. More clues to work with. This makes 4 murders that we know about.
This is some Pepe Sylvia shit. Clues have resolved on open question and unlocked deduction. What? Learn more about the victim. Learn more about the killer. What? Why is this game holding my hand like this? Or what is this like? Find evidence? It's just crazy.
Who is our victim? Who killed him? Need to find more clues. Large amount of blood on the table. The victim died here.
Like, at least in Arkham Asylum, you just like go into detective mode.
Multiple
and
people were here. Multiple killers?
Anne? Oh my god, it's March. What the fuck? Dude, I'm playing a scary game too. What are you doing here?
Someone left in a hurry.
Fucking scared the shit
Knocked
out
the
of me,
tripod
dude.
over.
He
Was it
came
for
in
a
and said,
camera?
hello, I'm not an intruder.
Someone was drinking beer. They spent time here, waiting.
Scared already? Bitch, you wouldn't? Motherfucker walked over here, walked into my house. Killers. Why can't I put that there? For later. Okay.
Boot prints, indicating multiple killers. Quite the party.
House front door open. IDF confirmed inbound to your location. Brother, I don't think the IDF needs to fucking come through the front door. They have better methods. Just like I have better methods, like the top of the hour ad break, which comes to the top of every hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Dude, everybody goes
I'm gonna go
gaming,
check something
gaming,
out.
gaming, and immediately
Be right
10K
back.
people leave. As soon as I started gaming. A tale as old as time itself.
Locked. They really don't want people coming in here.
And I know a confidential matter. Get that the UFO thing joke? You're probably thrilled about it, right?
Anderson. Hey, let's get back to work over here, can we?
Wonder what's inside.
What
I should
the
take a look around for a way to open this thing.
You're a bad detective? I'm trying my
Creepy
best.
twig sculpture?
Trying my best, dog. Because you're not watching MasterChef. I don't know about MasterChef, but I do want to watch Survivor. I saw a clip of people on... I saw a clip of people that were on the Romanian Survivor and how much weight they lost from the beginning to the end. And it made me want to, like... it made me want to watch the fucking show. It looked crazy. Like, they almost fucking died. Wild. Whoa, what the fuck? Writing this down in case it happens again and I forget. I got the feeling it hit me suddenly at 1:15. Starry night, not much moon. Scan the sky for shapes. When I got dry, I felt someone watching me, but he's not here. Okay, this is a UFO spotter guy.
Is that a kid's lunchbox? An
How do you
Alex
like the
Casey
knitting
movie
hero?
lunchbox.
I've
Casey
made
hates
this.
the endless jokes about coincidentally having the same name as a fake detective. He hates those cheesy crime books, but he really hates the movies.
How do you like the knitting hero? I made it just for you. Wait, weapon upgrade? The fuck? What is happening? What is the system? This game has like a very odd system. I guess I should go back and talk to the fucking deputy. Hey, raise hell and praise Dale, brother. Let me tell you. Talk to the gosh darn deputy about them aliens, about them UFOs, brother. Wait, am I going the right way? I don't think so. I do not think. Gosh darn it, I'm lost. I'm lost like a hen in a whorehouse. Can I go back up this? Oh, nice. All right, never mind. What? Dadgummit, I made it up. Wait, fuck. I thought this was the right way. Is it not? Oh, it is the right way. We matone? Just end every sentence with we matone, yay? The fuck does that mean? A lot of gardening supplies in here, partner. Yo, this place is creepy as fuck, dog. Uh-oh.
Hey there, Mr. Deer.
Uh-oh. No.
You remind me of a dream
No.
I had.
No. No. No, I don't like that. And it's got the signal sign thing. They have it everywhere, actually. Twin Peaks. Bro, what the fuck? Why is she not inspecting the sign? It's everywhere. Kind of don't want to go further into this house yet. Oh, there it is. We found the guy again. Wow, calling the working class home creepy?
Still
Yes.
in one piece, Anderson. Forest can be a dangerous place.
Any idea who the victim is?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. Came to town about
What?
13 years ago. Now, I haven't heard a word about him since. Until now.
Nightingale? Robert Nightingale?
Oh, yes. You probably knew him. Brothers in arms. Oh, and sisters.
Whoa. Wait, what the fuck? The most in shape cop, dude. I don't understand this. I don't get that at all, actually. Graphics look nice. It is nice, yeah. Thornton. Victims is Robert Nightingale. Last seen in Brat Falls 13 years ago. Why surface now? Where has he been? The string shit is called ELP, Entity Link Property Methodology, and is used in law enforcement now. Analysts make Pepe Silvio charts except on computers. Profile him on the table in the Mind Place? Wait, I don't understand. Am I fucking something up? How do I profile him in the Mind Palace?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. Came to town about 13 years ago. I haven't heard a word about him since. Until now.
His body's the scary part in this game. Exit this and go to the table around behind you in the Mind Place. I don't think I can yet.
This mug always cheers me up.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that yet, chat. I got boxes full of Pepe.
So you knew our victim?
Well, I didn't recognize him in his current state. But yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together. After his partner got killed in the field, he went off the deep end. Got the boot pretty quick after that.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago. 2010.
The same as all the other victims.
Certainly fits the pattern. Makes me wonder what was going on that year.
Probably something this town
Obama.
wants to forget.
Obama! He was
So what
president.
happened to Nightingale after the Bureau let him go?
I only know the rumors. Depression led to booze, booze led to paranoia. He got some wild ideas in his head, chased ghosts until he fell off the map. Guess he ended up here.
I bet there's more to that story.
But no happy ending.
Bro, he literally does look like Max Payne. I just realized.
I think that's everything.
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. Came to town about 13 years ago.
Robert Nightingale, ex-FBI, came to Bright Falls 13 years ago. Oh.
What? Yeah, that's where it goes. Killers, coolers, and beers left behind. That's a killer thing, right? Oh, it's the premeditated part.
They planned for the murder to happen here. Passing the time with equipment ready. They were waiting for him. But why Nightingale? He's been missing for 13 years.
Got it. If the
Why
note card is
here?
light green, there's no evidence.
Why now?
Oh.
Profiling. Get into the subject's head. See what they saw. Feel what they felt. Use whatever I know about them to guide my intuition to a revelation. Piece it together. Agent Nightingale has been MIA for 13 years. How did he end up here?
Up from the lake that's not a lake. It's dark. He was there too. You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
Robert Nightingale came from the lake before his murder.
How did she figure this out?
Nightingale was chosen as the victim. Why?
Flick the switch. It goes click. Lights are off. But somebody's home. Somebody's home.
This wasn't some random act of violence. This was a ritual, and Nightingale a component. They didn't see him as a person, more like a container for something.
Okay. What's next? Okay, wait, is there more I'm missing here? I don't get it. Okay, now we're just adding to the board. I can feel. Now we just fucking got. Oh, there's like a separate. Wait, what?
You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
We're just adding shit on this board from our mind? What the hell? Check the lake shore. Okay.
The lake is connected to Nightingale somehow. Casey, let's take a look down by the lake. Lead the way.
Sounds good. This way, right?
Right.
Well, okay. Well, I'll just wait here.
You also have to be
This
good at
one of your
filing to win
hunches,
this game?
Anderson?
Yeah.
Did something happen at the lake?
I think Nightingale came up from that direction.
How
From
do
the
you
lake.
know that?
Probably looking for shelter. Safety. They were waiting for him.
When you're ready, I'd love to hear what you put together so far.
Sure. It's not that complicated. Nightingale was out in the woods alone at night, possibly noon.
Peace.
The killers knew he was
Yeah.
here, ambushed him, dragged him to the campgrounds, strapped him to the table, cut his heart out. But then they were interrupted by those witnesses, the Bookers. The job is unfinished.
That seems pretty complicated to me. What was this guy doing skinny dipping at this time of year?
Haven't figured that part out yet.
Lots of...
There's a piece of paper on the ground.
I didn't know trees got that big. Gives me the creeps.
You need to get out more.
Okay, why
It's
can't
kinda
I?
creepy though.
What is this paper? Why is it fucking me up? The more I look at it, the more it's fucking me up. I can't read it. It's blurry.
Tracks, barefoot. Nightingales? They come out from under the boulder.
It makes no sense.
A page full of text on one side. Not a printout. Written with a typewriter. Old school. Lines scratched out and edits added with a pen.
Like a manuscript. Page of a story. Killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us. The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale. And then there was the page they found. The first step down into terrifying depths.
Reading the words. These words felt like a message. Someone knew they were here. Someone playing a game with them. An invitation. How could they not accept? Even if they knew it would end up hurting them.
What? I'm so confused as to what's happening here.
Someone's been watching us.
Playing a sick game with us.
You were right. This is right up my alley. Nightingale came this way. Either he dropped this page, or the killers left it for us.
Yeah, I don't think he left the page, man. I think at that point, I think he's just like
A story about
running
these
around.
events.
He's naked. What did he
What
put
is
it in his
Nightingale's
ass?
role in this?
I carry his words close to my chest now. Inside, the awful truth. You must dig it out.
Something was put inside him. In his chest. I must find out what.
So we have a detective who is just like got crazy mind powers. Oh fuck! Hold on,
I think he came from the lake, but his tracks make no sense.
bro. Imagine how fucking psychotic this would be if someone literally, if this wasn't in my mind palace, but instead this was like the literal board of an FBI agent, and like someone walks in and they're just like, this is what here's my evidence. Things I found in my mind, things that I imagined in my mind. You'd be like, okay, you're
All
fired.
I can hear. Time to properly examine the body. See what I can find inside.
Ocean Andes? Yeah, literally.
Casey, I think something's been put inside Nightingale's body. Let's tell the deputies to get the body to the town morgue.
You're fired and being promoted? I mean, I guess like, doesn't sound different from normal policing, to be honest. You're actually kind of correct. You're not incorrect. A lot of the fucking pseudo-scientific nonsense that cops use to just like nail a
Whoever
suspect.
wrote that page made sure it read like a story.
The secret sauce usually is just racism, honestly.
Scene from a thriller.
I hate all of it.
Find a black guy, nail him, and then make up the evidence afterwards.
But what's the purpose? They're twisting events to create their own narrative. To do what? Entertain some fantasy? Projecting their desires? Are we characters or the audience? Witnesses to their design? All the above?
It's all about control. Deciding what happens to who. Don't let it drag you in.
Too late. I'm already hooked.
There's nothing funnier about this community than a guy named Pet Kaya coming in here to say, in all caps, terror tunnels under Gaza, terror tunnels under Al-Shifa Hospital. In the midst of me playing a fucking video game 7 hours into the broadcast.
I need the next chapter.
God, I love this fucking dumbass community so much.
Hey, you made it back. Good. I hope you didn't get stuck in any of those big
What they
puddles.
found inside of the man, Hamas.
Crazy flooding down there, huh? Just like I said.
Deputy, I want the body taken back to town for a proper examination ASAP.
Well, sure. But the coroner won't be back in town for another week after Deerfest.
Not a
After
problem.
Deer
I'll do it
Fest?
myself.
Oh, and Sheriff Breaker called to say he's got the bookers at the Oh Deer Diner in town. Oh, and I've got a key to the gate. It's a shortcut back to the parking lot just up the hill.
We have found a desecrated copy of Mein Kampf
Thanks.
in his terror body.
Let's get the car. Drive to Bright Falls.
It
and
seems
talk to
like
these witnesses, the Bookers.
the victim was
Right? I could use a cup of coffee.
a
Let's try
terror.
that shortcut the deputy mentioned.
There was a terror tunnel inside of the victim.
Seems like a nice town so far. Murders aside. Pretty woods. Cute lodge we got set up in. We should go for a hike if we get a chance.
Now you're just being mean, Anderson.
Deputies aren't exactly up to the task, but hopefully the sheriff will be more helpful.
Not a surprise about the deputies. Doubt they see much stuff this gruesome.
She's so cheery for just looking through a dead body and also about to like go deep inside of a man's terror tunnel. Like she's way too cheery in her tone for like, oh, what's this here? Okay, well, it says no entry. Yeah, if only I knew how to read. You know what I'm saying? What?
A lunchbox again. Who's leaving these out here?
We're all in this together, hero. Have a heroic day. Manuscript fragments. This is a Hamas lunchbox. As you can see, it has the Hamas terror logo on it. This is a child. It looks to the inexperienced eye as a child's lunchbox, but this is a terror child. As you can see, these are sandwiches made for the terror act.
Heart removed, tripod, tracks leading to a dead end.
A tripod? For a camera? To record a snuff film?
Maybe. And why take out his heart just to throw it away?
To stuff in something for us to find.
I'm holding you liable if my idea of impression goes poorly at Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. I mean, it depends. This is the hiking trail. I guess that's not the right way to go. All right, Mulder and Scully.
Here we are. Let's drive back to town and meet the sheriff at the diner.
Mulder and scoliosis. I mean, this is Twin Peaks. This is so Twin Peaks. It's giving Twin Peaks.
I've never seen killers reach out so directly before.
Damn impressive work so far. With your technique, these hunches were moving
Underneath
fast.
the turkey, there is a terror tunnel. I must eat the turkey.
I'm thrilled to be here for this mystery. Need to swing by the lodge to get anything from the field office?
No, I'm all set.
I'll park there anyway. I want to walk to the diner, get a feel for the town.
Why would a small town like that have not one but two people advertising this thing?
The diner's just up the waterfront.
Let's
Should
ask.
keep the sheriff and our witnesses waiting.
I smell coffee.
Oh, that's also Twin Peaks, dude. Oh, coffee? That's a Twin Peaks reference.
Just how much coffee have you had today, Charlie? Don't know, don't care.
Coffee is a classic Twin Peaks reference.
Not enough. That's how much. Never enough coffee.
Hi.
Rich coffee world.
I'm gonna go check something out.
Any good
Be right
finds?
back.
Got it. But someone left a gross surprise under their bed for housekeeping? They went nuts.
So, that's what all that screaming was about?
Either that,
When
or
you
the
guys
couple
said
on their
nothing ever
honeymoon.
happens in this town, you weren't kidding.
Not on the surface, at least. Or in the public eye.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to that one later for sure.
Why are they talking like this? Aren't we in like some fucking Colorado town? Why are they talking like a bunch of California
Welcome back, Anderson.
Deer Fest? Oh, they're in Washington.
Not to toot my own horn, but I am pretty darn sure my, our float will be the belle of the ball at this year's Deer Fest. Just a few more days.
It's a nice looking float for sure.
This is my first Deer
I'll be
Fest,
back in a
so I don't
second.
know what to expect, really. It is the finest entertainment a town like ours has to
No,
offer.
bro. A
The
small
happiest day of
town
the
like
year.
this in Washington, there ain't no way they're getting a fucking.
Well, I certainly hope
There is
so.
no way there's a black barber or a Dominican barber that's gonna give him a shape up like this. Okay, it's just this is a fucking fake woke game.
You need to recover after all that celebrating. Let me guess.
No shot.
Welcome to Bright Falls. It's nice to have you here. I got you both some coffee. Oh, it's Washington's finest.
Is the least racist town in Washington only 70%
Nice to meet
Nazi?
you, Sheriff. I'm set for coffee.
You know, I wouldn't say no to another.
I'm Agent Saga Anderson. This is Agent Alex Casey.
Tim Breaker. And let me just say, I'm happy you two are here. Frankly, we could use the help.
Twin Peaks or True Detective? I think it
Your deputy
draws
said you had
inspiration
a
from
couple of
both, but
witnesses
it's definitely a lot of Twin
They
Peaks
made them
references.
sound like suspects.
Mulligan and Thornton are still on about that? No, the Bookers don't strike me as the murdering type, but you can decide for yourselves. They're just inside having coffee and pie to calm their nerves.
I'll see what they have to say. Casey, you compare notes with the sheriff.
Take your time. We've looked through the case files you sent over, Sheriff. Have you had many people besides the known victims go missing?
Sure, but it's slowed down ever since Cauldron Lake was fenced off.
Let me guess. Missing person cases spiked around 2010. The fence was built just after.
Are these the Bookers?
That's exactly
Excuse me. I'm Agent Saga Anderson. Are you the Bookers?
That's us. I'm Tammy, and he's Ed.
Hello, officer.
Just Saga is fine, Ed.
So, are we being charged with anything? Because if not, we'd love to get back to our hotel and decompress after what we saw. Take a bath, scream into pillows, that kind of thing.
We're not charging you. I just have a few questions. Nothing to stress about, okay?
Yeah, this looks identical to the Twin Peaks diner. Also, this game is fake. Immediately a cop not fucking assuming that black people did it. I don't know, man.
What were you doing at Cauldron Lake last night?
I'm a writer. True crime. We're here from New York, doing some research on a famous novelist, Alan Wake, who went missing here. I was down at the lake, getting some details. Perfect.
Title drop. Alan Woke, title drop.
So what did you see in the woods?
This naked dude came out of the lake, and he was acting crazy, shouting weird shit at us. He must have been on something.
Unless skinny dipping at dawn is a thing around here.
Then we heard shooting. We ran into these psychos in deer masks. They were tearing into the naked guy with knives, like some kind of satanic cult. And then we bolted and called the cops.
What makes you say it was a cult?
The masks and knives aren't enough.
Yeah, that's a dumb question. Sorry.
They were
How about you use your fucking intuition?
Cult of the tree. The cult of the tree.
They were shouting that we are a cult. We are a cult.
And then we found out. The whole thing was terrifying.
What did you find? Why'd you...
That's all.
Why did she stop her? Wait, what did you find? Oh, profiling. Oh, here it is.
The cult of the tree. What are the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree back, Tammy.
Finders keepers, Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace
Oh my God.
belonging to one of the cultists.
They are fucking... She is profiling them.
The Bookers were at Cauldron Lake. Why?
The fence was built to hide what's there. They say the writer fell in the lake.
Private party. No trespassing.
My book has questions. Past the bolt cutters.
They broke in for the sake of Tammy's book. Nothing to do with a murder. They were telling the truth. So you found something there, right? A necklace these cultists may have dropped.
How'd you know?
Okay. Wow. How did you put that together?
It's evidence. You need to hand it over.
Told you not to keep that thing to me.
She's like, how did you know? I fucking hallucinated in my mind palace. I'm schizophrenic.
This could prove to be helpful. Do me a favor. Stick around town for now in case we have any more questions.
Like we'd even dream of...
Cutie pie worker at the fucking, Cutie pie worker at the coffee shop?
As I live and
Come on, dude. It's Twin Peaks. It's so Twin Peaks. It's giving Twin Peaks. It's Twin Peaks
never
coded.
see you back here after that awful, awful thing happened to your baby girl. How are you? I'm sorry. Who are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's me, silly. Rose. You know me.
I don't think I do.
The fuck?
And what horrible thing happened to my baby girl?
She drowned. Your daughter. That's so weird you don't remember.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Oh, I know what this is. You're blocking out your traumatic memories. Happens on TV all the time.
No.
What?
You're mistaking me for someone else.
She's being parasocial.
If you say so.
Probably raises. This has got to be raises, right? She's like, remember when your daughter died and you don't remember it because you're probably blocking out traumatic memories? Time to start profiling yourself, I guess.
All set?
Yeah, put that lady on the board, really, though.
Let's go.
Go to the
Well,
TV.
Casey, I got a lead.
What's it, the TV?
Looks like we're dealing with a cult. The cult of the tree.
Jukebox is out of order. Poor old thing can only take so much of the same song being played over and over again. Is a big fan of coconut. Come on.
Come on, Ed. Have some pie.
Where's the TV, chat? I don't even see the TV.
So, Rose, help me out. How do you think we know each other?
We all know each other around here. It's been a while, but I never forget a face. Or a coffee order.
Guess I just have one of those faces. Seen anything out of the ordinary in town lately? Suspicious people in deer masks?
That's an insane
No
thing.
one's suspicious.
That's an insane conversation to have with a person who said, oh, I know you. Your daughter got fucking killed. Your daughter drowned in the lake. You have a daughter. And then your first question is like, so how do we know each other? What's going on?
Soon enough, there'll be lots of happy people wearing deer masks for Deerfest. Practically everyone will be wearing one.
Good to know. Have you heard of this cult of the tree, Sheriff?
Only the urban legend. If you're in the woods at night, the cult will get you. Sort of thing.
We're not gonna find out you're
Okay,
the Grand
I mean, this is literally a staple. Everyone's KKK. The sheriff's in on the cult. Crack the case.
Or something. Are we?
Played some D&D back
Oh,
in the day.
he's...
Wizard was always my favorite class.
Oh my God, he said the same shit.
City clean, if not I. Who else to protect its citizens from the dangers of unsanitary conditions?
Morning, Ted. Yeah, real important guests. Deerfest. Always draws a crowd, right?
Too true. More the merrier. Have a good one, Sheriff.
There ain't no way a small town like this wouldn't be lit the fuck up if like dudes in FBI jackets were windbreakers were walking around.
Waitress from the diner.
Rose? Yeah, she's a bit of a space case. Always has been. Why? What'd she do now?
She kept saying that my daughter drowned. She even knew my name. It was all very weird.
Rose has a talent for saying the weirdest thing possible. But best not to take it personally.
Hey, boss. Corpse is downstairs ready to go.
Yep, in the morgue, all prepped.
I'd like to take a closer look as soon as possible. Lead the way, Sheriff.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Oh, this is the Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Just here to
Anything you
pay
need,
my ticket.
just let us
Whenever
know.
you're ready
We
to
appreciate
take
the
my
support,
money.
Sheriff.
That guy's tall as hell, bro. Weird. What's going on, prisoners?
They locked up an innocent man.
How y'all doing? This guy looks like he's very 1930s coded for no reason. I'm gonna take you out.
I swear I didn't do anything.
They locked him up for being Italian.
They're a lying bunch of bastards. Believe me, right?
I'm gonna close this door.
It doesn't budge.
Toilet. Gotta check that out. Says, I know one of you is stealing the toilet paper. I've been counting them, and there's an entire roll missing every day from the stock. They have to take it seriously. It's a sheriff station, for Pete's sake. What kind of nut counts toilet paper rolls? Sounds like you got too much time on your hands. Is this a separate case that I need to crack as well? Seems to me like there's another investigation. I'm on it. I'm the crackpot sheriff, dude. Hey. Don't be an easy target. Say alert in public. Who's yoinking wallets in a small town like this? The ass bandit case? Yeah, exactly. This room looks scary as fuck.
Agent?
Carry on. I'm just checking the space out. And I'm stealing your gear, actually. Yoink. Be on the lookout, it says.
As you know, the investigation is being taken over by the federal agents. Sheriff Breaker wants us to cooperate fully.
Oh dear.
Aye, aye.
I'm a tourist,
I'm
and it
being serious,
appears that
Nelson.
I'm lost in the woods. We've only had a tour guide, also. It's bear season. Oh no, a bear. Help.
What the fuck?
Did somebody call for a tour guide? Oh wow. Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours. Unforgettable tour experiences at affordable prices. That's right. I'm Ilmo Koskela, voted best coffee roaster / tour guide by Coffee World magazine. And I'm here to give you the tour of a lifetime. But Ilmo, I've heard the government has seized and restricted access to many local nature attractions. That is true, Yanko. Many local attractions have recently become fenced off by the government. And that's why, at Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours, we say, fuck the government. We have both cutters. Oh, wow. You think of everything. And we'll take you anywhere.
What am I watching?
Hiking through the scenic Elderwood National Park. Fishing in the crystal clear waters of Bright Falls Dam.
Why do they have
Birdwatching.
Why do they have weird accents? What kind of American name is Yako?
Just one phone call away. Book now to get a 9% discount
They're
on
Finnish?
this limited edition Oh Dear Diner coffee thermos.
That was Fucking weird, dude. Hello, my name is Yako, and I will be your tour guide.
So we share a morgue with the funeral home next door. It's a shoestring budget. I guess you guys don't have that problem, though. Our only coroner rotates between a few other towns, and he's away this week. But you can handle this, right?
I'm qualified to perform examinations. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna empath this shit, don't worry. Oh, what the fuck? Dog, this is the creepiest looking fucking morgue. I mean, morgues are already pretty creepy, but like, come on now.
I can't say I feel the same.
Sam Lake is finished. He's the guy you correctly identified multiple times. Oh, dude, the vibes are so fucked right now.
It's not opening.
They are so unimaginably fucked, these vibes.
Okay, let's take a look at outpatient. I'll
Nice
start with the
dick.
external inspection before performing the internal examination.
Oh, he did get tattooed.
What was the cause of death? What other clues can the body give me?
What was the cause of
The body
death?
shows signs of being submerged in water post-mortem. It doesn't add up. This looks like text. A tattoo?
Nightingale didn't strike me as a tattoo guy. Defensive wounds. Put up a fight.
Not a good one.
Aha. They did leave something inside his chest. There's writing on here.
They wrote tunnel. They
Can't make
wrote.
it out.
Writing? How'd they manage that?
My guess is he died of mesothelioma. Obesity is the #1 killer in America. So sad, Sag. Yeah, that's what happened. He died of heart disease, dude. Okay, we got clues. I don't know where to put this fucking thing, though. Seems like we've clapped out on all the clues here. Manuscript pages.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale. Gone missing.
Big picture is a new string. Where's the new fucking string? Oh.
Time to see what Nightingale's body can tell us.
He's uncircled, by the way. Did you see that? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking... Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get his PP too. Can you put these in the wrong place? Extract this cum. If we value semen, I don't think we can extract this cum.
Text is smudged. Looks inverted. Heart can't have been marked before removal. There's definitely something in his chest. Did the killers leave it there?
All right, this was so easy. I just like placed these things and then... All right, time to go in. He's definitely a grower, not a shower, for sure. Victim, 48. Grower, not a shower. Oh my gosh, she got no gloves on? Yo! No
Same
gloves?
we found at Cauldron Lake.
No gloves? She just raw dogged it? That's crazy.
Didn't see her. The Taken could not see into bright light. Light hurt them, made them vulnerable. Nightingale had no heart, but here he was, killing.
Someone's created a fucked up fantasy about us.
Hey, hold on. We found these kinds of pages. I didn't think they were relevant to this case. I have them right here.
This is a copy of the manuscript we found in a child's bedroom. Terror babies. What?
No, wait.
Wait, what just happened?
Sheriff?
What the hell?
Ah!
Show me the clicker.
What the hell? Alan woke up.
Didn't see her. Could not see into bright light.
What is happening right now, dude? Nightingale hunted Saga, didn't see her. The Taken could not see into the bright light. What is happening?
No weapon. The page said to get into the light. I need to get into the light. Now.
Wait, I thought it's the opposite. Do I need to get into the light? Or do I need to not get into the light? I thought the light... Oh, he's right there. What the fuck? Can he kill me in the light?
See me in the light.
They got an opening at IGN. Shut the fuck up,
My gun's
chatter.
out in the hall. Gotta get it back. Gotta move. Now.
He's looking for the doohickey. Wait, which way do I go, though? Gotta move now. Bro, this sucks. This is, I don't know where the other light is, dude. This sucks ass. Okay, this game is fucking scary, dog. I don't get it.
Waiting for her. Hides behind a tear mask.
Wait.
Cabin's threat. Hemingway will hear witch. Get out of my house.
Wait, he didn't die? What the hell?
Vanished.
What? Bro, this game is nutty as hell. Game is over, dude. That's it. Game is over. It's done. GG's. GG's, boys. Fun game. Fun times. Why do you guys don't want me? You guys were like, don't skip the song, but I'm skipping the song.
He didn't have a heart, but he still got up. The page predicted all of it. It helped me fight him.
He just disappeared? What the hell is going on here?
We need to figure that out if we're going to do anything about it. Somehow we need to make sense of this.
There's a bunch of fucking dead cops everywhere, so that's weird.
Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult. A ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster.
But yeah, we just eviscerated half the fucking...
A dead man turned into a monster.
We just eviscerated half the town's cop
As a way to
population.
fight him. Pages predicting the future? There's no rational explanation. This is the case we must solve.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the Alan Wake guy, the artist, the writer, is like writing out what's going on to me, what's happening to me. That's what I feel like is going on here. I fucking did not even say the words there. That was so stupid. Yeah, I'm kind of Alan Wake with it. I am brilliant. My deductive skills are so fucking excellent, dude. I literally detected that straight up.
There's no rational explanation to what we just saw.
I'd love to blame this on mass hallucination caused by inhaling volcanic gas, but we both know that's bullshit. This was supernatural.
Well, I'm glad you were the one to say it.
Oh, God,
now we
you
can
think?
figure out a way forward. Right before things got crazy, Sheriff Breaker just vanished.
Maybe the sheriff knew more than he was letting on.
He seemed anxious, like he dreaded what was coming. One more mystery. The victim of a ritualistic murder turns into a monster. Is there a connection?
Looks to me like the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
Maybe.
But the real monsters
We need to start
were
with learning
inside
this
of us
cult's
all
goal.
along.
Their purpose. The page places Nightingale back at Cauldron Lake. Calls him a Taken. We need to head over there, stop him, before anyone else gets hurt.
Okay.
They are awfully chill for just being attacked by a former FBI agent with his pee-pee out and no heart.
We heard gunshots. Y'all okay?
Did you get spooked by the bodies?
Sheriff Breaker disappeared. Nightingale
There's a
turned
dead
into some
body
sort
right
of a
there.
monster
What do you
and their
mean?
office is down.
Do you not
You two handle things here.
Wait, did you get spooked by the body? There's a dead cop in front of you. What's going on? This is a small town where the craziest thing that happens is apparently Dookie underneath the bed.
We need to get back to Cauldron Lake immediately.
Fuck me. That's terrible. We'll do what we can, man.
They are so... What? They are so sus. Hello, there's a fucking dead... Okay, this guy's definitely a part of the cult, okay? And so is this guy. They're definitely cultists, okay? I am using my deductive skills here.
That's crazy, right, Thornton? Nightingale's heart was missing. How could he do anything? Dead.
Well, yeah, right. Well, that's all crazy talk. Monsters aren't real, and what do you mean the sheriff disappeared?
That's what they're worried about. There's a dead
magic?
coworker.
Magic's not real.
There's a dead coworker right underneath your foot. You're basically stepping on your dead.
Monsters aren't real.
They're still talking about magic.
Definitely not real.
I need bolt cutters.
There's a dead cop, your dead coworker, right there, next to your foot. That's crazy. HasanAbi plays video games? Fuck yeah, I do.
They're a fine pair.
Hey, how you doing? My client has been held here long enough.
This is pretty funny.
Are you gonna-
Like normal police precinct stuff happening upstairs when gunshots were heard in the fucking basement, and there's a magical, mystical, naked being that killed a bunch of cops. No one is suspicious.
We speak to them or not?
Just a moment, ma'am. Someone will be right with you.
Nightingale and his cult are dangerous. We need to be prepared in case things escalate more than they already have. Can you call it in, Casey?
Smart choice, Anderson. Yeah, Agent Casey here. Yeah, we need backup.
The Bright Falls case? Whoever you can spare. ASAP. Think we'll actually find Nightingale at the lake?
The pages haven't been wrong yet.
We can't assume the person writing playing us.
I agree. But it's our best lead.
Mayor Setter.
Won't roll over on the issues.
Vote Setter. I fucking love Mayor Setter. Mayor Setter literally fucking ran. Mayor Setter famously ran on a Justice Democrat styled campaign and immediately became one of the most annoying neoliberal mayors of America.
Clock out, get a beer.
Advocating to cut back on infrastructure spending in the small town. It's like it doesn't even make sense. Like, but he just did that. He wanted to balance the budget. Yeah, Mayor Setter did a photo op like he was a mechanic.
Come clean, Anderson. I know why Nightingale was here 13 years ago. He was chasing a writer, Alan Wake.
Tammy mentioned him. She's writing a book on his disappearance.
You can disappear the top of the hour ad break with Mayor Setter, by the way, by subscribing for $5 or for free.
Yeah, I've heard the jokes at the office. Cold case Casey. Murder case Casey. Sorry.
Haha. It's the same name, similar job. It's the first thing anyone thinks of. It annoyed me, but that was it. Then, 10 years ago, I started getting strange letters in the mail. Fragments of prose describing murders. You've heard the stories about what happened in New York. Some of it, at least. Bodies started to pile up. It was a murder cult. Turns out
I
the
hate
fragments
that.
sent to me were from the crime books of Alan Wake. The cult was copycatting the murders from the books. In their heads, they were performing a ritual to bring Wake back. Their imagined prophet. After that case, I started looking into Wake's disappearance on the side.
And you thought this case might be connected to him? His name does keep popping up.
I just wanted you to have all the facts.
Next time, give them to me before we find ourselves in the middle of a horror story.
Seems like a lot of info to not give up immediately. I know. It is very weird that he kept that close to the chest. Maybe that's why he's cold case Mulder, dude. Uh-oh.
The page says Nightingale's in something called an overlap. Need to figure out exactly what that means.
I'm happy I'm not in charge of this mess.
Thanks. Let's start looking for Nightingale where he was killed.
I like that there's a bike
The writer
right in
of these
front of
pages
the...
knows what will happen.
No bikes.
Because they're behind this, or because they can see what's coming. Impossible things are happening here. A world operating on different rules. I need to understand this strange logic.
I don't like that it's about to get dark,
to
chat.
see the clues, to solve the case.
This is not very good. The sun's setting. Agent Mulder, take a fucking snap a pic of me looking hard in this windbreaker. Golden hour, baby. Shit.
I've been thinking more about the cult of the tree. What sort of cult refers to themselves as a cult?
In my experience, they don't.
We're not seeing the full picture yet.
Hey, hello
Whoa.
there. How are you folks doing?
Those restricted area signs don't do a damn thing, huh?
Oh, this is the guy who breaks
Hello. Saga Anderson. Are you two supposed to be here?
I'm Ilmo Koskela. Fantastic to meet you.
in. He looks like Elon Musk.
Yes, Stephen here hired me to show him through the woods. He's in town on important government business, fixing this impressive piece of hardware.
I work for the FBC, ma'am. I'm authorized to be here.
And I bet you two are here about that murder. Nasty stuff. How's it going?
It's the guy from the video. Ah, you are from the television.
What is this thing?
It's just a monitoring station, ma'am. The Federal Bureau of Control checks volcanic activity and air toxicity levels. No need to worry, though. It's mostly for research purposes.
That's one gorgeous sweater saga. Looks Nordic. I bet a family member made it.
What?
My mother made this sweater for me. How do you know?
I knew it. My mom used to knit those sweaters for me and my brother. Watery, my hometown, was founded by Finnish immigrants. So between your name and the sweater, I figured your family might be from Finland too. Suomi, Finland. Ulla, Karjalan piirakka.
Close. My mom's family is from Sweden originally. I don't know much about them beyond that. The sweater is just something to remember her by. How did you hear about the murder, Ilmo? Do you know anything that could help us?
Motherfucker's name is
People tend to
Elmo.
tell me things. The Koskela brothers are kind of a household name around here. Speaking of, if you're looking for some fun, stop by Watery. Just down the road from Bright Falls, there's our Coffee World amusement park. There's sauna ja vihta. And we offer a variety of guided tours.
Bro, this dude is
hunting,
so Elon
fishing,
Musk
hiking,
looking. He's
whatever
definitely a
strikes
white
your fancy.
supremacist.
You name it, we probably got it.
Stephen, we're investigating a murder that occurred nearby. What can you tell me about your bureau?
Nothing that isn't classified, I'm afraid. But I don't know anything about a murder. Operations here are run by a different department. I'm just here to make some repairs. The wiring on this thing frays every couple months.
Yep, that's the raccoons. They grow real big here with teeth like you wouldn't believe. Can not run through a garbage can.
I mean, I would arrest this guy immediately.
I need to get back to it.
All right, come on. Let's go. Let's go.
What the hell is this?
What'd you find there, Steven?
Nothing. Just something that shouldn't be here. Raccoons, my ass.
Control was made by these guys too, huh? Is that what you're saying? Maintenance note. Clear sign was tampering. Signals rerouted via transmitter that is not one of ours. I fixed it so any alerts will come our way, but it's definitely concerning. I'll make a report for the investigations department. Leaving this here in case I'm not the next person to fix these things. If you're reading this, check for tampering. We may want to put more secure metal casing around the whole thing so that the raccoons can't get to it anymore. So the Federal Control Bureau is basically a bureau that, tracks supernatural shit, I assume? Under the guise of...
Let's get to the murder site, Casey.
Under the guise of tracking volcanic activity.
A lot of things about this case keep bothering me. But one thing feels really off. Breaker's disappearance. I don't get the feeling Nightingale was responsible.
He was about to give you more of those pages. Something didn't want us to have them? Or was protecting him from Nightingale? Spontaneous combustion? I don't know. Not the kind of disappearance we normally solve.
It's getting darker. I don't fucking like it.
Our crime scene's drowning. I never minded rain. Feels like home.
No sign of Nightingale. But the page did place him at Cauldron Lake in an overlap. So how do we follow him there?
Maybe something around here will tell us.
Something around here would tell us, maybe.
Bare
Oh,
feet.
there you go.
Nightingale. I'll see where these footprints lead. Can you comb through the crime scene one more time, KC? Just in case.
Oh my god. No, no separation. Don't do that. That's not good. No separation. No, don't do that. I'm gonna pee my pants, I think. Follow you into the dark? Oh, it's the song. Who in their right mind goes to a crime scene at night? I know. Fucking cops, I guess. I don't fucking like this at all, bro. If I go piss, girl, no, I don't have to pee yet. Fuck. Oh, lights are on. Helen, alone wake? Oh, dude, there's definitely a jump scare here incoming. I don't like that. You hear that? You hear that, chat? Oh! Bro, I can't tell if this is like Kaya eating some shit in the background and that's like what I'm hearing or if it's the leaves breaking. Guy's over here behind me just fucking chomping.
The tracks lead into the water. Where'd he go from here?
Why would you follow this fucking guy? Ah!
I can feel something.
You can feel something?
A presence. Nightingale isn't far.
Oh. That's crazy, bro. That's a fucked up... Dude, that's cheap. That's a cheap move. That's actually cheap. That's cheap as fuck. That's cheap. That's not expensive. That's a cheap-ass move, okay? Straight up. That's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. Don't do that. You know what I mean? This game just has like literal fucking jump scare galore, huh? That's what it is. It's just like they just fucking do that classic thing where it just changes scenery. I don't like that. Control if you want the weirdness minus the horror. Oh, dude, that's fucked up. It's just tenderizing you for the main course. I don't like it. I don't like it. This game gives you more jump scares if you fucking skip songs. You're fucked. Shut up. Camping do's and don'ts. Don't fucking go into the soggy bottom swamp ass. Where am I fucking going? I don't even know where I'm supposed to be going. I hate this. What the fuck is the sun? Another jump scare coming. I can feel it. Me too. Witchfinder Station. Look at the map. I'm scared. I'm scared to fucking open the map. The murder site. I left. I'm so scared. I don't like that. First of all, that's a nefarious name. That's like not even fun or funny. Oh god, here we go. The Witch's Ladle. There's no mystery in Cauldron Lake being named after its cauldron shape, and yet there's many mysterious stories about the lake. Kaya, chill. I'm so scared right now. What are you doing? Oh, hello. The legend tells that when the affections of a local sheriff went unanswered, he accused the lady of questioning having bewitched him. She was drowned, but her drop ladle grew into a strange tree named the Witch's Ladle. The woman returned to avenge her wrongdoers. If she was not a witch before, she was one now. She killed the sheriff, drowning him in the lake. Then she took out his heart and locked him in a box with the heart. She would summon him for the lake to exact revenge on her behalf, or so the legend goes. This is a terrible legend. They should not have legends like this. You know what I mean? Like, don't promote it. Like, I feel like this is some shit that you keep to yourself. You know what I mean? Like, even if that's like a legend. Come on, huh? Çok korkuyorum şu anda. I'm playing a scary game, Mom. That's why. What the fuck?
What is that? These aren't the same tracks that were here before. They're headed into the tree, not out of it.
You can toggle flashlight boost to increase damage and darkness and burn through dark substance. What the fuck?
My flashlight burned the dark stuff away.
The fuse was in place. Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, a bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
The witch's hut. Okay. I trust the pages to lead me to the overlap.
Wait, I'm out of batteries? Wait, there's a battery life? Dude, there ain't no fucking way, dog. There's a fucking battery life, dude. Press E? Bitch, I'm on the PlayStation. What do you mean press E?
The fuse was in place. She found it among the junk in the forest. Saga stepped inside the witch's hut. Something rushed through her. A presence. Familiar. She couldn't quite place it. Something long forgotten. She tried to hold on to it, but it was already gone. Inside, a bright light. Saga felt safe, like nothing could hurt her here. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them, pulled them from the darkness. A shift in reality, heavy with hidden meanings. A coffee thermos, a shoebox, a mop and a bucket, a poster on the wall, and in the cabinet, another manuscript page.
Don't know why I'm fucking profiling in here, but
somewhere around Cauldron Lake.
The tree was a threshold. This place and the dark place. You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold, like a doorway, leading to Nightingale. It's somehow connected
to
a tree. Witch's Ladle?
I have to end it here, unfortunately, because we gotta go to dinner. I feel bad. And it's not because I'm scared, okay? Please do not mention that I'm scared to anybody, because it's not true. It's not true at all. I'm not even even a little bit scared. I'm a big boy who's not scared at all, famously. Okay? I did a half day, short 8-hour stream here. Do not put it in the fucking newspapers that I'm scared. I am not scared. I've never been scared, okay? And, yeah, no, I gotta go to family dinner. Which is why I'm ending it at this moment. But I will see you all tomorrow as always. Same time, same place. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. So obviously we're going to have an uncle-nephew face-off once again. Get excited for that. Uncle Nephew Face Off. Uncle Nephew Challenge. It's our classic yearly Janksgiving. You already know what it is. You already know what's happening. Presidential Pardon Edition. All right. Peace, everybody. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Starting Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more